Same old crap over and over again.
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring war scorn. Ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this. Open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand every time the clock ticks.
There you go.
Hello everyone out there with my crazy hair. Give me just a moment because we had to reset the microphones. We're going to see if it works. Hey, it actually does work. Woohoo! I am so excited. I'm just going to turn down the decibels just a little bit and speak louder. So hi everyone out there. Welcome to Master of Unlocking. We're going to do the quick spiel before we get into things. So first of all, people on the internet call me Sidepocket. I am one of those apparently computer hacksaws that you find on the interwebs. I'm also the co-founder of a hacker collective group called DEFCON 201, subsection of DEFCON groups, which is the larger kind of DEFCON community that meets up once a year normally in Las Vegas, but thanks due to an orange that got infected by his own hoax, actually happened virtually this year. But regardless, we usually meet in Jersey City, New Jersey, third Friday of the month. This month our meeting will be on October 16th, and in about a day or two we will have a lot more information about that. So if you're curious about our upcoming meeting, or you want to check out our other shows such as Archfile Linux Perspective, that's going to happen later on this Thursday, and also more shows like mine here on the Master of Unlocking, you can go down to our website at defcon201.org. That is DEFCON201.org. You can also find us on Twitter at defcon201nj, and if you go to our website or you typed into DuckDuckGo defcon201 or DC201, careful about that last one, you can find us on most social media, including Instagram, GitHub, all of that. So what is this show? Well, I'm going to get into the show, and then you might notice something slightly different in the way I introed it, and I'm going to address that in a moment. This is as the moon slowly stares into you. As this is basically 2020 right here, the moon just slowly coming down before it crashes into the earth. But this is Master of Unlocking. This is a show where and funny enough, I actually don't have them here with me right now. That's kind of unusual. I actually packed everything away for once. We're going to change that on break. So still have water, because rehydration squad. Folks, if you haven't drank water today, please do so. Where we talk about how locks work, what are different lock mechanisms, the various weaknesses that different lock methods and types have, and how to exploit them. Things like lockpicking, bypassing, using a blowtorch, all sorts of things like that. Before we get into everything, even though this is now going to come in later this episode, I would like to go over 3 things, including 2 major rules. So first of all, the reason why this show is called Master of Unlocking is because I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. While I am a member of TOOOL, which we will look into in a moment, that is TOOOL, that's TOOOL with 3 O's, the Open Organization of Lockpickers, and I've been an honorary member for like 8 years and a permanent member since early this year, ironically enough. I am not what's classified as a master under their system. That's simply the title of the show. I do know how to pick locks, I do know bypassing, and TOOOL often calls on me, as well as other organizations, and at the DEFCON 2-1 meetings when they met physically, to teach people lockpicking, because a lot of people can pick locks, but it's actually very hard for people to communicate and to teach that. I'm apparently really good at it, hence the show, but I am not considered a master in other things. Also, even though I am a TOOOL member, TOOOL, the Open Organization of Lockpickers, does not sponsor or partner with this stream. That might change in the future. I'm hoping so, because also Sparrows and a bunch of other companies don't sponsor us. I would love to have sponsors. The only show I would allow to have sponsors from lock pickers, maybe lock manufacturers, but I doubt it, considering all the different ways I've broken into their stuff over the years. But I just want to air that out of the way of like confusion there. And then we're going to get into 2 rules, even though they're going to more apply later, and I will repeat these 2 rules really quick. And this is the spiel that we do in every episode. We start with this, and there are actually 2 rules from the Open Organization of Lockpickers and anyone who has common sense. So first of all, do not pick locks that you rely on. So after anything I show you or teach to you here, if you are like, hey, cool, now I know how to pick and bypass these locks. I have a lock on my front door. I have a lock on my window. I have a lock on my gym locker. I'm going to start. No, you rely on those locks for security. Not only will you probably end up breaking your tools, because that happens to everyone over time. I mean, I'm looking at you, Disdetainer Pick over there. But even if you don't break a lock while you pick it, you will always wear it down. And the more you wear down a lock, the easier it usually is to pick in future picking. So you actually also inhibit and dampen the security that already existed on your lock. So please do not pick locks that are currently in use and that you rely on. Second of all, is do not pick locks that you don't own. After the stuff that you see today from me or from the examples I'm going to show, if you're walking down the street and you're like, oh, I saw XYZ lock on the show on that building or that door or that gate, I have tools that I got from eBay, I'm going to go and pick them. Don't do that. One, you're automatically trespassing, and you're actually, by trying to break that lock in most places, pretty much I think every place but most places, remember I'm not a lawyer either, but we will get into that in a moment, you are probably going to commit some form of felony, which is either trespassing, breaking someone's property you don't own, etc. So like, do not pick locks that you rely on in your home and your daily life, and don't pick locks that no one has given you permission to pick. Every single lock that you're going to see on this program in past episodes, this episode, and future episodes, whether it's on a screen or in person, like the kit that I have to train, those locks I don't use for anything other than teaching myself how to pick locks and to learn how to get better at picking locks, as well as to teach others how to pick locks and get better at picking locks. I don't use them for my gym lockers. I don't use them for my doors. They're solely there just for the purpose of LockSport. So now that we got that way, let's begin today's episode. So you're probably sitting here wondering, hey, don't normally the camera's like all the way up in space and then like you tilt down and there's all of your amazing tools and gadgets, and that's just in his pants. And you're wondering like, hey, why is he sitting in the normal position like he does on like Crypto Barons or occasionally when he checks in on some stuff? Well, the good news is that I have a lot of locks and lockpicking equipment being mailed in. In fact, there's going to be something we're going to look at very shortly, because it's part of my excuse for today's episode, on that will show up on Wednesday. And I don't know if I'll show it off next episode, but sometime between the next episode, because we do every other Sunday, so that will be October 18th. That's 2 days after our meeting. And the second episode, and so between October 18th, November 8th, and November 22nd, November 1st, between October 18th, November 1st, November 15th, and November 29th, we will see this tool in action, because it's going to cover a whole field. That's my excuse, and I'm owning up to it. I do have I have Abises coming in, I have Asables coming in, I have multiple bypass tools, new equipment, and new types of clear locks in order to continue on this channel. The problem is, like with everything else, is I am dealing with the United States Postal Service, and if you haven't seen all the BS that the new U.S. Postmaster General is, let's put it this way, us people in LockSport already had problems. Never mind ordering stuff from China, but in other countries, because the annoying orange likes to slap tariffs on everything. So that used to be my hell, that I would literally order something from China that was actually really good in January, and it showed up in May. Well, now everything's China, and either the prices are really expensive, or, which is worse, normally I would order it last week and it would already be here. It's still in the mail. So that's what everything is. Like all the stuff that I ordered that I was originally going to show on here, this was supposed to be an episode about bypassing. Don't worry. Common bypasses, that episode will be showing up very soon. If it's not the next episode, it will be the November 1st episode. But it's still in the mail. So I'm using, I've gone through a lot of my tools and techniques, and I've revisited a lot of topics. So we're going to do this episode. We will be doing lockpicking, but basically the first half, and this is probably not going to be a very long stream, just to warn everybody, it's also why I kind of started late, is that we are going to look at the general lockpicking and sport community. It's not going to include everyone, because if I included everyone, I don't even think I know everyone. I know a lot of people in the lockpicking world, because again, even though I was only a tool member in the beginning of this year, most of my friends have worked with tool. I've helped out many different. I will note people I know and stuff like that as I go on. So, and also I'm still learning things. I'm rising up ranks in different circles. So, you know, as I say on this show, one of the reasons why I do this live is so you can watch me make mistakes and realize that if a schmuck like me can learn this and do this stuff, good. You guys and gals, you key pins and driver pins can also do well, and that by seeing my mistakes, you kind of, a lot of lockpicking videos or any tutorial, you see these expertly edited things, and what you don't see is all the stuff going wrong, hence why there's different cuts in the video. So by watching me do this stuff live, you get to see me flub and realize that I'm only human, and that, kind of adds to the whole, you can do this too, because I'm also learning with you, even though for a lot of people who are new, I seem like I'm up there. I know a ton of people where they're just like the freaking on Mount Olympus, and we're going to look at some of those people today. I also, before I turn the browser, flip over to the browser mode, which is what we're going to be mainly in, if you like Master of Unlocking or Vile Linux perspective, Hack All End Commanders back. Crypto Barons is going to be this Saturday. Or you want to check out our online DEFCON 2.1 meeting on October 16th, because COVID is still going on. In fact, from what I understand, we're in a second wave already. Thank you, White House and bad wedding in Tennessee. You can go and click follow, like, share, subscribe, or hit that bell on our three main streaming platforms, Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. Very soon, not Facebook Gaming, because we hate them, and we hate Facebook normally in general, but, you have to go where the people are, so we are looking into Facebook streaming in the future. But those are our main three platforms, and if you do follow, like, or subscribe on us during our programming, you could subscribe and follow anytime, but if you do it on the show, we have notifications for all three services that pop up. Same thing, for example, if you're on DLive and you send us, lemons or ice cream or whatever, we see those pop-ups on Twitch. If you send us bits, we see those as well, and we have cool alerts, and we usually cheer you on. So this is kind of going to be a more laid-back episode of Master of Unlocking, where in the first half I'm just going to go through various parts of the community, not only just here in New Jersey, but locally in the United States and around the world. And in the second half, the camera will be in a new position. I will bring out the table. I'm actually going to go on Instagram this time because I do not need to use my phone as a close-up camera for this episode. And I'm going to entertain everyone on the stream by going through locks that usually give me an annoying hard time. And even if I don't have the proper tools to open them, I'm going to explain while you watch me fail why I have trouble opening these things. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to switch over to... Okay, so before we actually switch over to browser mode, I'm going to do the unprofessional thing. Eventually I'm going to have like a 2-camera flip when I do this, but we're going to shrink ourselves here. So watch this. We're going to be like, what are you doing up there? Ah! Okay, this is down here. All right. Now we're shrunk, and I'm going to put myself up in the corner and slight enlarge. That's what she said. And Bazunga. So, this is the DEFCON 201 website made by the amazing Sarah Sell. Right now it shows last month meetup, which I enjoyed that meetup. Thank you for everyone who came out and watched all of that, and also for all of the people who live streamed and participated in on that. It was all Mac themed, hence egg freckles. That's a little in-joke. We got a lot of viewers, a lot of great interactions, very good talks about security and exploits. And again, we're going to be announcing details on what our October thing is. All I will tell you is that it's going to be kind of spooky themed. And we're going to have, like last meeting was very much us like standing on a hill yelling down at the rest of you. This month's meeting, we're on the 16th, we're going to have tons of ways for everyone to interact. Whether you're going to be hacking, doing hardware, submitting questions, contests, it's going to be a lot. This is probably going to be one of the most interactive, crazy meetings we're going to have in a while, so stay tuned for that. And so that's our website, and it'll be updated in like the next day or two with all that information. So I'm going to recreate something that happened. So another problem that I had was I had to cancel all of the original tools I was going to get this week because I've been getting lockpicking tools, like I've been ordering them each week. And I don't know how many of you are out there. By the way, I like our lurkers because in my opinion, if you're lurking, you're learning. But if you have any questions, if you can't hear me, if you can't see me really well, if I'm too loud, if I'm barely audible, you want to have questions about my hair, if I'm a Zelda fan, in which case yes, but it gets more complicated than that. What's on the shelf? Why my room's a mess? How long is my hair gonna get? What's DEFCON 201? What's being a hacker? Ask away in chat. I love chatting and people in chat. So on any platform, whether you're on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, I will see all of chat. So I am visual god. So here we go. So I don't know how many of you folks out there have ever seen the show SpongeBob SquarePants. Well, there's an episode where he goes on land essentially, or is like in a non-ocean biome. And what happens is because he's a sponge, he needs water, and he hasn't had water because he's an idiot. And at one point he's left alone on a table that has flowers with water in it, and he starts freaking out. And that's the best description of what happened when I went to Sparrow's website. So again, I'm not sponsored by Sparrow's, but I get a lot of my here's a piece of I get a lot of tools and equipment from Sparrow's. This is the they call this the Ultra Decoder. It's a 15,000th of an inch or slightly, I think, or less. I think it's 15 to 13. You can make here that twang sound. See it vibrate. That's what she likes. Would see it vibrate and feel it vibrate. And just like feeling, what you do is you can decode wheels. We covered that last episode of decoding combinations. And there's also certain bypasses that you can do with this. It's not pointy, but it's thin enough that you can slip it between wheel joints and other mechanisms and feel or bypass things. And as you can see with this little logo in the bottom, that is Sparrow's. We did another episode. We're not going to probably do it on this episode, even though that is part of the lockpicking community, but we did an episode or a couple where we talked about buying stuff, and in the future I'm going to sit down and do a whole thing about how to buy equipment and locks, so that will probably be coming up before the end of the year. Also, it is October 4th, and that's why I put this in just chatting, because even though I am going to be going through stuff, this episode's not going to be as intense as previous episodes, so I'm kind of just sitting here being like, how are you folks out there? How do you keep pins and driver pins? Like, I want to know, hence why I'm asking for chat. Again, if you're just here to get the data and information, and I kind of announce this late because, but, you know, At least you're learning, which is why no matter what I'm doing, eventually Master of Unlocking is just going to be me picking locks on cam while talking with you folks. But if you want to learn about stuff, hey, more power to you. So yeah, that's SpongeBob. So the reason I brought that up is because I'm going to show you what happened on here. So I went to Sparrows, and I had a whole selection. I had a budget of equipment, and it was supposed to like even out, and I'd be able to put some stuff in. Hi, Dissamona. How you doing? You're one of the most reliable people that I know is going to be here. I also hope I pronounced your handle correctly. Dulcidemona. I'm going to look in the mirror one day and just be Dulcidemona, and just say that over and over again until I get it, because I'm usually good with names and bad with names and faces. But yeah, I was on Sparrows, and then I clicked over, and I saw this. There's a running joke that we're going to get to in the lockpicking community about this is the tool that Bosnian Bill and the lockpicking lawyer has made. In fact, eventually I'd like to release some shirts on a revamped DEFCON 201 store that has a giant arrow pointing down to where your crotch would be, and it says, this is the tool that lockpicking lawyer and Bosnian Bill made, insinuating, we're very mature. But this is literally that tool that they were talking about for years where, actually I'm going to walk over and grab this guy. So the thing about disc detainer locks is that they require very special picks, and the annoying thing about them is that the only place you can really get them, that they make them, is in China. And while they do work, they have very poor manufacturing quality. As you can see, these are just like freaking bolts that you put on the door. And like I said, this stuff works. I've been able to pick stuff, but at one point when I was picking it, as I can do when I pull up on this a bit, because if I had the more detailed camera, you could see the crack, the tip popped off, because we all have that problem. And usually there's a cream to that, but eventually I'm going to solder with machine solder this tip back on, because I still want to put this in use and also put it in my kit as like a low grade tool. And also because of tariffs and stuff, that means when that thing broke, I'm like, what, am I going to wait another 2 to 5 months for a new one to order in? Heck no. So they made this tool. Now I'll put it this way, if I remember correctly, this tool came out in February. It was on sale for a day and a half, and then they ran out. And they were like, oh, we're going to be making more of them very soon. So we're going to set it to $1 million as like a joke. I'm pretty sure someone actually did buy it for $1 million during that time. But that was a way to make sure people wouldn't add to the cart. And they said, hey, coming soon, we're going to make them more. Well, coming soon ended up being March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 8 months later. I randomly go on here. It's been sold out for 8 months. And you could buy it for $45 minus shipping. And that's why I brought up the SpongeBob episode, because I had all of this other equipment planned that I was going to probably do on the show and stuff that I will be getting, but I have to wait for that now. And I literally did SpongeBob and went, I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I don't need it. I'm pretty sure I don't need this. I'll eventually come to the topic. Even if it sells out, I can wait a couple of months to get it again. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it! And I bought it. So that's what's coming on Wednesday is this disc detainer. I have to practice in the mirror when we do the episode for disc detainers to say disc detainer, because I swear at one point maybe I'll have like a little counter of every time I accidentally say dick detainer, which is a completely different thing for a completely different field. And as you can see when I close the image on this, they put it back at $1 million. You can't get it anymore. Now hopefully, I'm going to reload the page. Hopefully they won't have to wait another 8 months to get this thing. But like that's why I bought it, because normally I'd be like, okay, I'll hold off the $45. But I was like, last time it took them 8 months to build it. Guess what? I'm going to buy it before it sells out. And literally, once again, a day and a half later, it sells out. So I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't go back on sale until 2022. So like that's my excuse. That's me explaining this episode. So let's get into the main details for all the people who may have shown up a little bit late to our program. What we are going to be looking at, we will be getting to like physically picking locks. You're going to watch me torture myself trying to pick locks that I hate picking because they're annoying and that's my skill level. But instead what we're going to do is we're going to do a brief tour, because this is going to be a shorter episode in general, of all the different people that make up a lot of the lockpicking community, which is a lot bigger than you think. it's kind of like the hacker community. There's a lot of parallels, which is probably why a lot of lockpickers show up at hacker conventions and parties and organizations, because well, there's a lot of different factors, but in terms of like a similarity here, it's like, the story I hear a lot from people in security and hobby hackers, as I call them, is that you're from a small town, and either you're the big tech person in your entire town of like under 100 people, or like it's like you and 2 or 3 other people that that are all into computers, and because of that, like, you think you're like the cool computer person, especially if you're the only person in town. Like, you're the one that people ask to set up their email and fix all of their Windows 98 machines that are somehow still being used in 2020, and like, you are the god. Then you go out to Hackers on Planet Earth or DEFCON or your local hacker convention, and you see all these other people, and you realize, one, wow, this is a lot bigger than I thought it was. That's what she said. And B, there's so many people not only at my skill level. Why does my nose always go crazy when I live stream? But above my skill level, that, wow, I thought I was the shit. In reality, I was like noob level 1, and it's Call of Duty, and everyone's trying to pwn me. Excuse me for decency. Okay, that should solve that problem. So, that happens also in the LockSport world, is that people a lot of times think they're the only person, or the small group of lockpickers they meet is the only thing, but especially with the advantage of the internet, everything's kind of together. And lockpicking has basically been around in the same way that basically computer hacking has been there since computers, because in order to invent modern day electronic computers, they basically had to hack them together. Lockpicking and lock bypassing and physical security has been around since locks and the concept has been invented. Fun fact that we're not going to go into, because I'm going to probably do one episode about ye old ancient physical security. But you probably, if you work in computer security or like in the legal wing of something, you probably heard the term full disclosure. Well, full disclosure actually came from lock stuff. In fact, you could argue basically that a lot of what we now consider like, not the modern day, but sort of the beginning of like formalized lock sporting came from various nobles during the 16th and 17th centuries, where when they held giant carnivals, they would actually hold private meetups with other local lords and nobles and talk about new lock mechanisms they invented and ways that they've currently bypassed lock mechanisms. And of course, there was probably also underground thief guilds and communities. But again, that's a whole other episode. I just want to let you know that, if you think lock stuff maybe only started in like the 70s or the 50s, this stuff goes back centuries. Like, it's been around for hundreds of thousands of years when humanity has evolved. Like, again, when locks were around, and we had locks in Greece, Egypt, Rome, that's when people started doing lock bypassing and picking. So, as we go. But I would probably argue that outside of like various thieving circles and stuff like that, and probably law enforcement, that's some of the first public community stuff. And now, unfortunately, I used to have the URL for the original page that still runs. I couldn't find it in time. I have it stored somewhere, so I'm using this copy page, which they had to rename it. But there's a famous thing called the MIT Lockpicking Guide, or the MIT's Guide to Lockpicking. And this was published on the early internet by Ted the Tool back in February 14th, 1992. Again, it doesn't seem that old, because that's like, I remember 1992, and then I have to remember that I'm 33, and I was born in the late 80s, and I'm like, yeah, I'm old, especially when I realize it's 2020. So when I think 30 years ago, I'm still thinking the 70s, when 30 years ago was like when I was born. So, rough approximation. So, it was published then. It was copyrighted in paper form, if I remember correctly, in 1987. Oh, that's an interesting thing that I won't bring up. Last time it was brought up was 1991, and it was posted on the internet. And it's kind of like a mirror of the original like web guide, because there was basically a book guide that was passed around a lot through MIT campuses, which is in Massachusetts, a place I lived in 2 years. And this is sort of a mirror of this sort of stuff. So it's like, Chapter 1, it's easy. The big secret of lockpicking is that it's easy. Anyone can learn how to pick locks. Misspelled, P-I-K-C. Wow, I thought I had bad spelling. And 2, you can tell this is out of date, because as we learned years later with the Open Organizational Lockpickers, saying lockpicking is easy and anyone can do it, while true is also famous last words for lockpicking. It says here, the theory of lockpicking is the theory of exploiting mechanical defects. There are a few basic concepts and definitions, but the bulk of the material consists of tricks for opening locks with particular defects or characteristics. The organization of this manual reflects the structure. The first few chapters present the vocabulary and basic information about locks and lockpicking. There is no way to learn lockpicking without practicing, so one chapter presents a set of carefully chosen exercises that will help you, spelled Y-U-O-U, Wow, I really thought I had bad spelling. Everyone owes me like a couple of bucks now. Learns the skills of lockpicking. The document ends with a catalog of mechanical traits and defects found in locks and the techniques you recognize and exploit them. First appendix describes how to make lockpicking tools. The other appendix presents some of the legal issues of lockpicking. I also just remembered something I probably should have put in here that's going to take forever to find, so I will probably do that in a future episode. And I also realized a video that we should probably check out. Or I might save that for a future episode when we actually do repinning locks. I don't know. Anyhow, and it goes through here, and here's like some of the drawing guides. When you see the tool stuff later, you'll realize that not much has changed with these visuals, unfortunately. So the hull and the plug and the key, and these are actually really well drawn cutouts. I think they could probably have more explanation and explain things better. But yeah, this was like the original manual. That a lot of people back in ye olden days, even though it's not actually in truly ye olden days, but you know, where a lot of us were born from the 80s to the 2000s, so this seems really old. About different things, and that's there. And also, if you're curious, again, remember I said there was a physical book? The physical version of this by Ted the Tool, published in 1991, is available in ebook format on the. There we go. On the Internet Archive. So this is the original book format that people used to print out at the MIT and shared around on ARPANET with local colleges, as well as the eventual Usenet forums and Internet. Actually, I should look up the lockpicking. The Usenet for lockpicking should exist. I'm actually curious about that. Hang on. Let's go back to here, and I'm going to do a search for that real quick. Let's see. Usenet lockpicking. Let's see what shows up. I probably should search for this. Because the thing about Usenet is that all of them are archived by Google, so they're all converted to Google Groups, and they have all the original posts, I believe. Yep, 1999. Wow, was the last post. Good year. Lockpicking toolkit in Canada. SecurityShowroom.com. I remember that. So yeah, there was also a huge Usenet for lockpicking for a while. So yeah, I was just curious about that. So yeah, there are archives of a lot of the original posts and stuff. That's good to know. So let's fast forward to like more modern day, and probably the term you've heard me blab enough. Also, again, if anyone's really confused about what I'm saying or need me to clarify terms or anything, please let me know in chat. Also, if you like the content that you see so far, you can hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, and I'll see it pop up and cheer you on. And thank you very much for that, because we always love people that follow us. I'll also let you know when we come out with future episodes of Master of Unlocking or some of the other shows in our meetings. So it's always neat. But let's jump forward and talk about this page I've shown multiple times. Again, Tool. Massive Tool, the open organization of lockpickers. This is the U.S. website. This is TOOOL.us. We have a whole mission statement here, which is the mission of the open organization of lockpickers is to advance the general public knowledge about locks and lockpicking. By examining locks, safes, and other such hardware and publicly discussing our findings, we hope to strip away the mystery on which many of these projects are imbued. This is key. The more that people know about lock technology, the better they are capable of understanding how and where certain weaknesses are present. This makes them well equipped to participate in sport picking endeavors, and also helps them simply be better consumers in the marketplace, making decisions based on sound fact and research. I'd argue that the big shift that happened in the mid to late 90s is that lockpicking was always that thing that you saw in movies. Later on, it's always that thing you saw in video games and anime and manga and stuff. God, what's going on with my nose today? Hang on. Nose time, part 2, Electric Boogaloo. I probably got corona from Trump. That's what I think. I got the hope virus from the Rose Garden massacre. There we go. Ginsburg spirits haunting everybody. Rest in peace. Is that starting in the mid-90s? See, so up until this point, a lot of lockpicking was known by like law enforcement, thieves, and really creepy people. So what that meant was there was a lot of like most of these societies that taught stuff. You had to know someone who knew someone who knew someone who robbed someone, and it was very much a legit underground activity. What changed is that people kind of realized that, you know, Master Lock has been doing the 4 pins with 2 pins slightly off the shear line, like since at least the 70s, if not like the 60s and 40s. Like that's unlike security companies in computers where like, you know, like Microsoft or Google or HackerOne or whatever would have a oopsie like Ashley Madison, and they would either go under or completely reform all their security. Most people think that when you buy a padlock, any padlock, and put it on the door, you've now turned that door into Fort Knox. And so, because there's not much of like a quib about this, lock companies keep making and producing the same security flaws over and over again because they don't have any pressure on them. The consumer mindset hasn't changed. Like I know people, for example, who like know how to like hack into NASA and stuff like that, and like pwn dot mills and troll the Chinese government and everything, but have never picked a master lock number 3, and when I would teach them, it would literally take them hours before they realized how to open it, sometimes even days. That's how much of like a separate skill all this stuff is. So the idea was a lot of groups, especially the openers organization Lockpickers, which sort of the U.S. wing formulated mainly at the Hackers on Planet Earth, if I understand. Basically, they decided, you know what? Oh, thank you, Amazing Music, sending us a lemon. We appreciate that. This is important because not only does that mean you like what you hear, but also what that tells us is that we're going to try to maybe start doing this at other shows. Maybe we'll do this tonight, but we have a good amount of lemons, but we still like getting lemons. And every Crypto Barons, which will happen this Saturday, if I look at a calendar, this Saturday is the 10th. That's my other show where I talk about cryptocurrencies. On Crypto Barons, we always redistribute all the lemons we have so that people who watch us who've donated lemons can get rewarded by getting way more lemons than they donated. So I just wanted to put that out of the way, and thank you for that. Again, if anyone also likes the content here, you can hit like, share, subscribe, and hit that bell for notifications on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, and we can see pop-ups just like we did now. So the idea was putting that information out there so that people are better at shopping for locks, and so that people also know these flaws, and this becomes public knowledge, so that either people will avoid really crappy locks, or lock companies will start making better locks, which a bunch of them actually have. And the more we keep doing this and the more it goes out there, the better things will be. The Open Organization Lockpickers, or TOOL, is an international group of lockpicking enthusiasts dedicated to advancing the general public knowledge about locks and lockpicking through teaching, research, and competitions. TOOL in the United States is a 501c3 nonprofit organization with chapters in more than 20 states, including affiliated chapters in Canada. Canada, da, 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 Canada. I think that's the Canadian national anthem. I don't know, because I'm I'm from that third world country called the United States of America. They have a code of conduct here. This is big because I don't want to go into drama and details, but there have been many, like any other type of group, organization, or hobby, there have been many instances in the past where both men and women had fingers placed in things where they shouldn't be, where people don't understand that lockpicking tools are supposed to go into locks and not into human orifices, and all sorts of things, and N-words and stuff like that. So they have a whole code of conduct. It's one of the earlier code of conducts I remember. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think TOOL had probably a code of conduct like earlier than like a lot of hacker conventions and places have had them. Ah, cool. I just got a message from a friend. And there's member bylaws, like their aim and purposes. And again, I just want to note that I'm not sponsored by TOOL. This is not a TOOL-sponsored show. That might, maybe that'll change in the future. Maybe I'll be so awesome one day that they will actually do that. But I've had TOOL members help me out on this show. And eventually I want to get some TOOL members on here. And there's kind of a hint about that at the end. But yeah, back when you could actually physically meet up, there were meetings all over the place. This is in the United States, all these little lock icons. These were all meetings, and if you didn't have one, they would always give you resources. I think there's here at the bottom of starting one, because it's really easy. You just find an open public spot, you order some equipment, Learn how to pick locks yourself. Once you're decent at it, you can get past like master lock number 3s and stuff. Put a notice out there, make a meetup page, let Tool know, and let people like me know, because we'll help and promote you and tag you into stuff. And as it grows, you eventually become a Tool chapter. And because of where I live, there were Tool meetings that I frequently go to, that a lot of my friends also. There was, I have to relook at this, the New York one, which met the second Wednesday of every month at the Hack Manhattan Hackerspace. I'm going to open this as a separate thing. Oh, that's Google. Okay, never mind. The reason is because I can't remember. Here's actually a good concept. Hold on, let's do Hack Manhattan. Let's go to Hack Manhattan, because again, from what I understand, pretty much it's closed until further notice. So they've not been having any. There's been no Tool meetings. Hence, also why, even though we kind of semi-meet in person and we do this online stuff, the reason why we do the online stuff is because I have a whole training kit that I get bored because I don't have anyone to train. I mean, I'm learning new lock stuff, but I have no one to train, hence why I'm doing shows like this. And the other one is the one in New Jersey, which used to be all the way out in, I'm trying to remember the name. Not Somerville. It's the one next to it. Yeah, it used to be more located in center of New Jersey. Now they're located in Saterville, which is a lot closer to us. It's like an hour away from here. The main problem, once again, is they haven't had a meeting since February, because it's really hard to do a lockpicking group meetup when one of the big reasons why these lockpicking groups are popular is because these lockpicking groups have the tools, pun semi-intended, so that even if you show up and you've never used lockpicking tools, we have all the stuff there. Well, when, you have a disease where you can cough and then, turn into a juicy bat or whatever, that you know. So no one's been having any meetings. But we used to have meetings. And they also highlight some of the other meetings around here, which I will right-click and open, because we're going to look at those in a moment. And again, I'm not going to cover every organization, because unfortunately, if I covered every single lockpicking organization and every single lockpicking person that has some sort of notoriety, this video would be like 8 hours long. And I'm sure a bunch of you would love to do that, but I can't do that, especially today. But we are going to go through this. They also have like education resources. Let's see. I was planning to go to the NYC one, but the meeting I was going to go to ended up being the first one canceled due to COVID. Yes, I was at that last February meetup. It was fun. We had a bunch. There was we're going to see him later, but my mentor, Night Owl, if I remember correctly, bought a bunch of beers that sat in the freezer for too long, so we had to let them defrost, and it was like a beer. It was like an IPA slushy. It was absolutely hilarious. But yeah, they normally have educated tool meetings, and you can see some of the images here. Oh, you cute kids. Like I said, I've taught 5-year-olds. I've taught elderly people. Remember, I got into this because of my mom, and my mom was in her 60s before she passed away. So, like, that's a whole thing. One of these days, I'm going to make one of these challenge walls here. I'm probably going to not do a full wooden one. I'm probably going to get, like, plasticine ranks and, like, stick these in. And we have a label machine, so that should be fun. But yeah, normally they go over conventions and wellness centers, different places, United States military, policing agencies, activists, all sorts of stuff like that. They have different like education resources here. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, and this is where we download the slides. Now, sadly, I don't have presentation software to properly run this. If you go to the video where we cover DEFCON's Lockpicking Village, which was run by the Open Organization of Lockpickers, you will see those slides in motion. We all know these slides. They look really dumb. There's a lot of arbitrary steps, but they're all important information, especially for new people. So you still go through them. Let's see here. So this is kind of fun. So let's see. So there's a LockSporters International, which have a couple of chapters. Well, they're a low pay. There we go. As you can see, if I remember correctly, they don't really update their website very often. But yeah, there's also LockSporters International. See, LockSport Person of the Month. Schuyler Towney. I think I've seen him. I definitely know that hair. Nominated, selected for LockSport Person of the Month, distinction for outstanding contributions. Maybe when everything goes back in order, I might end up on this blog. I don't know. It'd be nice to have an ego for once. That would be nice. It's not like I've done a ton of stuff. I just support. See, this is how old this is. Yeah, That is exactly how old this is. Deviant Olaf. This is when he was more green. We're gonna cover him later on. But yeah, let's go back to Tool real quick. Another thing, I sadly don't think it's on their website, but if you go to Tool, TOOL.3, tool3os.us and type in laws.html, it has an entire list of the United States map, and like we can click on New Jersey here, and I'll hop down, and we can look up the legality of lockpicks in New Jersey. Legal, must show intent, New Jersey permanent status 2C-5-5, burglar tools, any person who manufactures or possesses engine, machine, or tools, or implementation adapted, designed, or commonly used for committing, facilitating events or offenses, knowing and entry permissions. Basically, it means that you can have lockpicking stuff. It's the same thing of having a baseball bat or a chainsaw, but when you do a crime with that, then it becomes an actual crime. There are a couple of states that don't do that, and again, this is not a permanent list, but you should always ask like your local area, like reach out and find out. And some of those places are Mississippi. Possession may have a counter prima facie evidence of intent, but only if the pics are concealed, whatever the hell that means. Was that putting in a case? I know there's lockpicks that are designed to be like really small, and of course a common one which you can get from China that are okay is you can get these lockpicks that fit into this little sleeve that is supposed to look like a credit card, so it just looks like a credit card in your wallet, but concealed, hence why they have it in quotes. I have no idea how that means. North Carolina it says no specific laws regarding possession, but they said locksmithing is regulated. Okay, I thought it was regulated everywhere, but whatever. Nevada's, which is funny because that's where DEFCON is possessor may have to counter prima facie evidence of intent. So just like in most of Nevada and Las Vegas, it depends on if the cops have indigestion or not, if they want to beat the crap out of you for owning lockpicks. So just note that. I would say this probably in DEFCON, and if you hang out around the lockpickers and you're with more than one person, you're probably safe. But I would say just be careful a little bit, especially at the airport. And if you're brown like me, just hop that up by 50 points. And yeah. And Ohio, which is possessor may have to do that evidence in face of intent. And I'm skipping over one. Virginia is the same thing. The only weird state out of all of these is freaking Tennessee. Laws targeting rogue and scammer locksmiths are broadly written in criminalize possession of lockpicks by unlicensed persons if said persons are seeking and earn money by defrauding the public. Use and demonstration of lockpicks appears to be legal if not done for profit. So again, it depends on how the police feel about you. I have no... What were the locksmiths doing in Tennessee to basically almost make lockpicking and locksporting illegal? We've been asking that for years. Also, I think apparently Alaska and Hawaii are fine. Yeah. And apparently we've researched why Tennessee, and no one has found an answer. I guess it's just Tennessee, like usual. Tennessee's just Tennessee. And before we go on, because I want to point out something kind of unique about this, there's a thing that is way more common in Europe that Tool tries and still tries, and we were actually going to do a piece of this in Jersey City before COVID happened. That happens more common in Europe that they were trying to do here, which is love locks. Now, love locks is one of the weird ways people use locks, and what it is that if you have a significant other, what you would do is, you know how like in like old-timey films and Looney Tunes, like when two people are in love, they'll like carve their names on a tree. I mean, personally, if I meet someone, I would like to carve my name on a random standard by, which is about the equivalent, but, you know, a tree. I guess because you can't hear it scream, it's ethical. Also, motto of the NYPD. God, I'm always waiting every time I live stream for the SWAT to come in. But the thing that they do in Europe and occasionally in the United States is that people write their names and, like, heart symbols and stuff because they're in love, and then they lock it onto a public thing, usually like it's usually done on bridges or, like, pieces of fencing, especially in abandoned areas. I do know that in America, while people don't do love locks, a lot of times when people graduate, you've probably seen this where like people will take their shoes, tie them, and throw them over like the power lines, and then it becomes annoying, and you randomly get hit with your car, your head gets hit with a shoe. I know that particularly around here, kids when they graduate high school, or maybe even college, and possibly, I think middle school, but it's definitely high school, because I see them around the high schools, they take the lock on their locker and put it on the fence to the school or one of the abandoned fences nearby. Now, here's the problem. A little tiny lock, even a master lock number 3, it has weight to it, but it doesn't seem that heavy. I mean, if you threw a master lock at someone's face, that would hurt. Like a normal master lock number 3. Obviously, if you threw one of those big high security things, you can break bones in those. You can literally knock someone out, cause huge injuries. But like, a master lock 120, 140, they're very light and small. What's the problem? Problem is, they're pieces of metal. If you add pieces of metal, they get heavier and heavier over time until they turn into that. And what basically happens is 2 things. One is that when it gets like this, they actually had problems in Paris, France with this, where so many people were attaching love locks to bridges that the bridges were starting to bend, which means they would eventually collapse due to the weight of how many locks, the suspensions that were being clipped onto. So that basically means you have to spend a lot of taxpayer money to send in police to clip off locks of people who don't want the locks clipped off because this is supposed to be their display of love. So how do you save your hometown money while getting rid of the locks without destroying the lock and giving that lock back to the people that clipped it up? Well, that's where the Love Lock initiative came in. I mean, this is actually an example in the UK where they sell Master Lock. It literally has a page in the UK that sells love locks specifically to do all this type of stuff. So the lock companies are feeding into it. So like that's not what you would do is you would clip it and have a huge bucket of locks that you have to haul off and smelt, and people get mad because it's supposed to be a public thing. So there's 2 things you can do. There's one which Tool often helps with, and what we were going to also look into, which is making kind of these like statue structures where you can on purpose do this and they become cool art pieces. The other thing, as they wrote here, is love lockpicking, in which what we do is you go in and for all the undamaged, unrusted locks that are classified as love locks, Tool people will come in pretty much free of charge and rake and pick these locks off and then hunt down the people, especially if they're there, who did these and give it back to them. And that solves everybody's problems. And they have an ethical rule here for love picking, as they call it. Love picking. Ooh, I didn't realize they called it love picking. That must have came from, which we'll talk about in a moment, the Netherlands, because that sounds like something that happens at Exotica. That's I've seen that porno at the love picking. This is not a lock. This is not Tool, an XXX parody. Like no. So they have rules here for it. It's public locks only, threatened locks only. Pick to preserve and display, and care and kindness trumps spread and glory. So that's what Tool has gone in both the United States and especially in Western Europe, where they've picked these off and give them back to the people who originally put the locks up. So that's why there's this special page. There's also, Tool has 2 very important pages. I will say with Tool stuff, like dead serious, the stuff is, it's not that it's pricey. It's more expensive than some, like if you really hunt down certain tools for lockpicking tools, you could probably get stuff for like a couple of dollars cheaper with good quality. In fact, that's why I often buy stuff from Sparrows. But for example, a lot of the progressive lock sets I got from Tool, you get what you paid for. A lot of them are made in the United States, like this leather case here. A lot of them are made by Tool members. So a lot of times when you get Tool equipment, they are built by individual Tool members, and then they are sent out to the stuff. So, and again, also I want to warn, because the United States Postal Service, the shipping's gone out of hand. Not just here, everywhere. They even have a warning up top. USPS has informed us that there may be shipping delays. We'll do our best. Orders timely fashion. I think the average shipping thing on here is like $7 and up, which is a lot. Because usually they just add like $3 for shipping, and now because the United States Postal Service is in the dirt because they're trying to rig an election, we have this. You can get cool leather cases. The necessary 9 picks. These are done like super scientifically down. I highly recommend this case. The Wicked Waves are really cool. We're going to cover these in the future. There's these things that are called strike picks, and it's you can rake with these, but what they're mainly for is what are called pull-out raking. Something Trump doesn't know how to do, pull-out. Actually, he knows how to pull out of everything except for his wife, which is why we have his terrible kids. But I digress. Where what you do is you put a little bit of tension, and you put the Wicked Wave in first, and then you put a little tension, and then you lift it up so it's touching the pins, and then you pull out with the tension. And after 1 or 4 of those, most locks will open. And that's what they've done now, is they figured out with CAD programs and stuff the exact waveage you would need. So they have a 1/4 wave for large locks and a 1/5 wave for small locks, and they have two variants of each, a sinusoid and a sinusoid for their wavelengths. And they get through stuff. If you ever heard of the Polaris kit from the UK, which is really awesome, but it costs nearly $100, this is the first 4 rakes in those sets. So you want to get that, like the main rakes that you would need from that set, you can go to Tool for them. The Tremendous 12 again. They have emergency punch-out cards, which are a lot better, because I've also seen these emergency type of punch-out cards from, like, which we talked about when we talked about the different types of people in LockSport, the survivalist communities. These are way higher quality. In fact, we're going to get to them in a moment, but a cool thing is the Lockpicking lawyer recently revealed that part of his everyday carry is he bought these emergency pick cards. As you can see, there's a little hole punch-out on them at the bottom to, like, put on your key ring or something, or you can maybe use them as earrings or something. But what he did was he took like a bolt and he lined them all up and put them in there so they fan out. So they're kind of like a whole like little pocket, like all the picks in one. So he can just like weigh a key ring but much tighter. Just select his pick and go with it, and that's always on him. So there's cool uses for this. And of course the progressive picking set, which now they finally corrected the images on these things. I have these. These are the ones that are in my kit, and then we're going to cover another group where I got another set of these. If you can get them for these prices, they're really good, really well designed. They have clear. I didn't get it from here, but you know that clear padlock that I have? You can get that from here. This is going to be in a future episode. You can get a super advanced tubular lock. The practice tubular lock that you saw in our tubular lock pick episode, that's where I got this from. Although I didn't get it directly from the website, I did get it from my mentor, who I have to owe back money for with this, and plug spinners, which we'll get in the future. They also sell impressioning kits and shirts, which eventually one day I'm going to buy and wear. So yeah, you can get a bunch of tools, and even more important, you can join and become a member. You can join and become a member, even if you're not meeting in person. It's really cool to be a member. You get to vote on staff. When the site's not under maintenance, you can go. I think it's like $20, $25 a year. Yeah, it's $25 a year. Not a month, a year. Being a member of Tool is cheaper than Netflix. It's basically Game Pass level prices when you think about it. So, yeah, that's Tool. Now, here's an interesting thing. When we go back to the mission statement, it says Tool in the United States, and now Tool is an international group. The United States group came later. Let me try to find this. This is the original one. It originally started in the Netherlands, hence tool.nl. And there's different types. There's one in the US, there's one in the UK, one in Belgium, one in Norway, and one in Australia. And they have strong ties to the original Tool. They're out right now on, you've been seen on Big Black Cock. I just love saying that. But yeah, it's because of COVID. Their stuff's on TBA. But yeah, this is the Netherlands website. And they have their own details and gatherings. They have their own membership program here. They have honorary members. And another really cool thing that does happen in the United States, but I can only find the page for it, I think, here. I might have to search for the other one. They run a thing in Europe. I love this image here of this little, like, I love this guy. Look at that. That's just great. Is LockCon. So believe it or not, now, when you talk about hacker conventions or security conventions, there's like millions of them. There's the big ones like DEFCON, Hackers on Planet Earth, Chaos Computer Congress, Echo Party, Code Blue that's coming up that's free, which is in Japan, DEFCON China, 44Con, NotCon used to exist, Freaknik, HushCon, SummerCon, lots of cons. I'm pretty sure lots of cons is the actual thing. CornCon. There's so many of them, right? There's actually very few conventions that are just for lockpicking and physical security. And a lot of those are like suit and tie, like the black hat professionally done. And so the Netherlands, and for a while in the United States, they actually host a convention that's just for lockpicking. They go to different countries each year. The last couple of years has been in Germany. And they have their own thing. And the United States has it too. Actually, I'm going to see if I can go to the OG website and see if I can find it. It should be LockCon. Maybe? Let's find this. So Tool US LockCon. Yeah, this is the This is the one in English. I guess I think the last one maybe was in 2015. Yeah, it's 2015 was the last one they did in America, unfortunately. So it's been dead for 5 years. But these also host them in America, and the format looks very similar. It's like 3 days, like hacker conventions. They had all sorts of different people there. They had show and tell, lockpicking forensics, metallurgy, cylinder design, smart key decoders, key blank duplications, TSA keys, which we're going to get to in a future episode, lockpick making, all sorts of stuff, just like a normal convention. And I like these. I have to copy these later. I like these little ASCII lock drawings there. I'm actually going to bookmark this. Scroll back up. Bookmark. Yes. Okay. So, that's Tool in the Netherlands in a nutshell. So, and that's most of Tool. So, that's one of many, many different types of lockpicking groups. We still have a couple of more before we go on break, and I'm actually going to check the time. Yep, we're doing good. Okay. So, another large group that you can find right online, and it mainly only exists online, is the Lockpicking Reddit group, our Lockpicking. Sometimes going under Lockpicks United, although that's a recent thing. Eventually, I should have been doing this, but eventually, that's my username up there, I'm going to post on here, because I didn't have really anything for today's episode, that's why I didn't let everyone know, hey, oh, see, there, I didn't even notice that. They pinned this. The Sparrow's Dictator pick has returned. Mega post. And everyone's probably commenting in here like, got my order this morning, can't wait to pick that Bosnian build. Going to try out to pick the Bosnian build I made. You're going to see that meme. Let's see here. I went ahead and ordered one A recommendations for a few blocks to start with. The Zakra on Amazon. Chinese disc ones. D&D pick, and it's not from China, has some experience. They're not to be forced. They're like any pick, not too much pressure, it snaps. Just like my other one. Otherwise, they're relatively sturdy. So yeah, everyone's talking about this, and then it shut back down again. But yeah, this is the Reddit. And another cool thing about the Reddit, which I have open here, so a lot of people post like stuff that they're working on. Lots of pornographic pictures of different locks and tools. This is probably the only Reddit group where you're encouraged and allowed to show off your tool, your giant tool in public, and that's like totally legal on Reddit. So yeah, these people are awesome. Eventually, probably starting next episode, I'm probably going to announce Master of Unlocking episodes on here. I'm going to do like an introduction to myself, the whole FAQ. Or like, kits you should start with, and like stuff you can buy at what prices. This is very nice resourceful. This FAQ. I'll post this link in chat, but it's also linked on right on their Reddit on the sidebar here. I'm gonna copy and paste this in the chat for everyone to look at. And I hope everyone in chat's doing good. Are you doing good in chat? Can you all hear me? Am I too loud? Am I too soft? Do you have any questions about anything I'm saying? If not, keep lurking and learning. And you can always hit that like and subscribe button if you want to see more content on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. I will always see you post, because I'm like Santa or the NSA. I know when you're sleeping, I know when you're late. But kind of what's unique about them, which is why I clicked to this page, is you'll notice that there's these like colored markings on the sides of users. Blue belt picker, orange belt picker. You're good, we're good. Some of them don't have any. Brown belt picker, Peter Pepper picker, Piper. What the heck is all this stuff? Well, what's unique about Lockpick United, aka our Lockpicking, is that they actually have a ranked like karate belt system. So they have this whole detailed list of different categories of locks that you can pick, and how to submit them to the moderation team about your methodology and how picking them. And when you pick each of these type of locks, or a certain amount of them, you actually gain a different belt here. So you can see here, pick any lock with like white belt, pick any lock, any tool, acrylic padlocks, Brinks disc, China padlocks, cutaway locks, the yellow belt, and it goes all the way up, I think, to black belt, if I can find my cursor. Yeah, all the way to black, like the freaking Doms and Chubbs and stuff like that, and the Asa Alboys, aka the company that really hates lockpickers. So yeah, they have this whole belt system, and in fact, I'm going to skip ahead to, actually I'm going to do it right on the belt page. I'm going to go to YouTube. And we're going to watch a quick video from Lockpickers United. About the belt system here. So I'm going to try to figure out. I'm not doing the super long video. We're only going to watch part of this, but this is where different users go through the belt system. We're going to watch a little bit of this, so I'm going to switch the audio and enjoy. We're going to watch more videos as we go on in a bit, because there's a lot of lockpickers on YouTube.
Hey, it's Culper Woodhull. Today I wanted to show members of Lockpickers United from all walks of life picking a lock from each belt rank. Whether or not they've got nice equipment and lighting ideal to make quality videos, or if they are simply using whatever they have, picking wherever they can, well, it matters not. These are the members of LPU, and we stand behind each and every one of them. So first up, we have Missy Lockpicker, picking the Brinks 40mm, earning her white belt. Yeah, she's always had an eye for fashion. Oh, and she happens to be LPU's youngest LockSporter, coming in at just 6 years old. Let's check her video out. Now go ahead and tension.
Like this?
Yep. And then you start picking. Tell everybody what you're doing.
I'm going to be that ass and say that he needs to teach her a better holding technique. Even at 6, they have a different holding technique.
Now keep going forward and
proper holding.
See if you get this open.
Although it's interesting how the big Z wrench she's using.
What do you want, sweetie? No. That's raking. We single pen pick, okay? You almost got it. Come back a little bit more.
This one?
Just a little bit. No. Oh! Push all the way up. Push all the way up. Alright, what is your name officially on this?
Missy Lockpicker.
We gotta show everybody this. This is so awesome. Missy Lockpicker. How old are you?
6 years old.
6 years old. You want to hold that for everybody to see? That is your first lock picked, and
One time I actually picked a lock without camera.
oh, okay. Oh,
It was taking a long time.
All right, tell everybody bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Next up, we have Quantum Brew, picking the Master Lock Magnum for his yellow belt. He is from central Minnesota and started picking around 2015. Though he hasn't been picking for the past few years, he's recently picked up a new kit and has gone back at it again, which we are thankful for. Quantum Brew is currently in school for mechanical engineering, holds a degree in physics and mathematics, and has worked for several years as a professional brewer. Now Quantum Brew bartends while he's undergoing an internship with a local company of his, producing valves for both municipal and industrial applications. Now we have Wobbles, picking an Avis 5540 for his orange belt. He's a 36-year-old electrician from Texas and just got his first set of picks about a week ago. His YouTube name is JIWLP, which is a reference to being an electrician. The first 3 letters stands for Journeyman Inside Wireman, which is the designation for an electrician that does all the power from the service entrance, as opposed to a lineman who run the power lines. And of course, the LP stands for Lockpicker. He's married, and he has a son who will be 9 months in a couple of weeks. Congratulations.
I just want to know, not everyone's from the Midwest on our lockpicking, but I often meet a lot of hackers and lockpickers from like the Midwest and the South, so, of the United States.
Now we have Scott Gunn 00, or technically Scott.
This will be the last one we'll show.
Hot. He's picking the Avis 7240 for his second attempt on video due to some filming requirement issues. But hey, we've all been there. He's only been picking for about 3 months and works as a material handler in a assembly plant. It was actually his 13-year-old son who asked him for lockpicking equipment one day, and now they share the hobby together. And I should also add that this is for his green belt.
For the green belt, the Abus 7240, picked and gutted, take 2. Okay, anyway.
I kind of laugh
I
because
learned this trick and I
getting one of these in the mail because
came from, it might have been Jordan.
it's way
too,
faster to
I'm not
buy
sure,
these,
although
and I'll show that in a
anyway.
future video.
All right, you try to make a little room in there by performing a few zips, and then do it. Okay, there we go. Okay. One might be where it needs to be already. Let's see, 2. And a little counter rotation there. Yeah, 3 is definitely seized up. Good. Let me go back here. Oh, I got something. Boom. Let's get into the screw here. Here's our core. And oh my gosh, I left my gutting tool downstairs. Thing off. One piece of advice for new guys gutting these things. Before you take this little retaining ring off, see how it's positioned on here, and that way you can get it on exactly the same way you put it. You got it off. Okay, here we go. Gently, gently, gently.
Plug follower hell and the Sparrow's mini mats
6 pins. All right.
and the Sparrow's goat wrench.
Be afraid to just go nice and slow.
Gut wrench.
And whoops, I almost screwed up. See, survey twice, execute once. I need to be this way. Now, another tip for new guys: be really careful if you'll see springs up here, and if they're above the hole, you got to be really careful with your follow through.
Above the
Make
hole.
sure you don't mash and mangle the spring and the final spool pin. You can see 5 spool pins and 1 security pin.
When he says security, I'm thinking he means serrated.
Assembled. Key still works. All right. Thanks for watching.
Coconut Tom will be tackling an...
So, that is some of the tours of Lockpicking United. Again, they send in this whole video requirement. They have it on the R Lockpicking. They were lost words, thought in mouth. Let's turn off the desktop audio here. Where basically they have all this whole ranking belt system that they do, kind of like in martial arts like karate or jiu-jitsu. So that's kind of our lockpicking. And lastly, if you're a little bit behind on Reddit, they have a link, if I can find it here, for their Discord. And this is their Discord. Let's see. I think I already I already clicked on Lockpicker here. Although I should probably click on a bunch of other things. Lockpicker. Oh, did I unclick it? Nope. Yep, I did all. I clicked Lockpicker, Hacker, Geek. What else did I click? And Streamer, which is what I'm doing right now. And let's look at their announce page real quick. Let's see. Everyone's favorite vegetable got left in the oven. Taking the Ultimate Pickers Pack, and I picked 6 Black Belt Lock, including the Asa Twin exclusive, the Asa Twin V10. Notice there's a lot of Asas in this. There are Asa holes. Asa Twin Combi, Multi-T Locks MT 5 Plus, the EVA 3Ks, the MWIA U9s. Who needs intermediate belts? So they have all sorts of things. You can go to this page where you can do your introductions, which I've already done mine. I don't know where it went, but I have it in here. And there's like general chat in here. I want to toot myself. Or people just shoot the crap. As you can see, there's a lot of lockpickers have cats. Because cats are assholes and so are lockpickers. There's like a whole lounge here. They have a whole section for the whole belts. And they list all of this is like a repeat from there. And like the different requests. For different locks that could be added in the belts, which I'm interested in. When they have different sections, dimple locks, distatainer, levers, or as Knock Noob says, lever instead of levers locks, lever locks. Worded, locks gone wild, the bazaar, challenge locks, other lock picking items, It's just a whole Discord community on this, and they're all the same people that go on to the Reddit lockpicking group, which is our lockpicks. Oh, sorry, our lockpicking.com. Sorry, reddit.com/r/lockpicking. That's what it is. Sorry, I need to drink water. So that's probably another major group that has a lot of interactions online. Another group that's really old, I think this is from the 90s, is lockpicking101.com. If you can squint and your eyes don't fry out, these are all different forums on here. You probably saw that DEFCON video where we talked about this guy named Captain Hook, who deals a lot with making not only just different crazy locks, but he deals with a lot of the hooks, hence Captain Hook. But yeah, this is a forum that's still posted into today about different LockSport topics and technologies, various people around here. And you can find still a lot of the old lockheads floating around. As you can see, this is back when Invader Zim and The Simpsons were more relevant than they were now. Let's see. Homebrew Hall of Fame. They just post links in here because I guess they can't render images properly. But yeah, Lockpicking 101. Not as active as it used to be, but it's still interacted with quite a bit. Who knows, even once in a while you might even see me pop up on there. And that is at lockpicking101.com. And this is actually kind of important because this is a guy named Dr. Dave, and he's here talking about how to pick tubular locks. He made a video. Does this link still work? We're going to find out if this link still works. Nope, it does not. When was this posted? 2003. Oh, God. But yeah, he has all these different posts here. And Dr. Dave is kind of unique because there is a... let's go to Sparrow's website. Actually, let's go back. I already have his website open. Let's go to Sparrow's website. We'll go to the single pick section. And there is a tool in here called the Sandman. And I'm not going to have particularly the Sandman in my set, but there will be a future set where I'm going to have the actual Sandman pick, the head of the pick design, in one of my lockpicks. I'm not going to have this thing with the beautifully engraved dragon and stuff, but I'm going to have this design in there. As a little bump, which people always get confused about. Some people don't know. The theory is that's usually how long the average lock width is, so you kind of know and can gauge how far you are inside the actual lock plug in the chamber where all the pins are. But you'll notice it's this weird hybrid pick where there's one hump on the back and a little point that you can might single pin pick with, and then the other side is two humps like a double peak rake. And the idea is that you use the double peak side to rake all the pins into a false set on medium to high security locks, and then turn it around and either use that bump or that tip to single. You can actually use both bumps to rake, but still it's a single pin pick. The remaining locks are probably spool pins in order to open it. This was founded because the people at Sparrows knew military people who would go to military conventions for the Middle East, and there was this one guy who was selling this particular design, and they thought they lost this design in time, but it turns out years and years later, they've tracked the guy down, and that design is from Dr. Dave here. So yeah, Dr. Dave, this old ass post from Lockpicking 101, that's how they found him. Originally designed the Sandman. They asked if he could recreate that design for Sparrows, and now you can get it for the low price of $4.95. $4. I have the Corona. $4.95. That's a joke, by the way. I think U.S. dollars. That doesn't include shipping, and has this beautifully engraved Japanese thing. I'll also point out too, while we're on Sparrows, because I know a lot about their products for no reason. If you go to, and this is actually the set I'm going to get in the future for my own personal use. If you go to the military section and scroll down, there is a pick set called the Dark Shift. Both Bosnian Bill and Lock Noob has covered this. We're going to look at them in a moment. They're these hollowed out lightweight picks that have grooves designed in them so that you can use them while wearing gloves or other things that cover your hands. And it comes with a nice mix of top of the keyway and semi-bomb the keyway tensioners. And one of them in there is the Sandman design from Dr. Dave's design. So those are like the two ways you can really get the Sandman. Is you can either get it individually by itself in one of the deluxe sets where they take the Vorax and add more crap on there, or through the Dark Shift sets. I just wanted to point that out right there, just because I know enough. Some other places you can look at before we get to YouTube and social media is there's the Art of Lockpicking at art-of-lockpicking.com, and they have like different guides and interviews with people, and they sell their own sets and stuff like that. Like, Rayotake, who is one of the most expert lockpickers. Look at that. This is a custom lockpick. Look at that handle design. That is beautiful right there. It almost looks like this could be like some like crazy handle for like a letter opener or something from a rich guy. But yeah, he just makes these like exquisitely designed handles with beautiful premium steel and really good tumbled and sandpapered finished metal. Just absolute beautiful pieces of artwork. I'm starting to get horny here looking at them. Also, a lot of them, because he always puts that there as the anchor hold for the metal. It looks like a duck to me. I don't know if you see like a lot of these guys look like ducks or like swans with these. I don't know. That one in particular looks like a duck. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a lockpick. So yeah, that's so they do interviews with various people in the LockSport scene, burglary statistics, what binding order is. Do not buy this pick set. Yes, it's Peterson's. This is a bad combination of tools. Again, Peterson's, my opinion, they know how to, and I'll show Peterson's off in the future, but they know how to make great individual picks. They have no idea what lockpickers actually carry in their kits. They have the ultimate guide for like lockpicking here. This is a real fun example of how shear lines work, which I've used in the past for people who are really confused of the two different things. They have beautiful pictures on here and stuff, and little moving images to show how that works. Like another legal stat thing. So yeah, if you go to art-of-lockpicking and are not annoyed by that occasional pop-up, this is an awesome website. Another very common one is the LockWiki, which you can find at lockwiki.com. This is a Wikipedia of not only different types of lockpicking tools, but now there's a master sheet, and my mentor showed me this about all the different types of locks. For some reason, I cannot find this PDF, but we're focusing on community. Eventually, I'll do a resource thing along with picks, but if you find a lock and you don't know what it is, you can pretty much type the serial number of that lock in here, or the name of the technique, and find out. You have a whole huge selection of locks and tools. Let's see here. Hybrid, levers. Let's see, pin tumblers. They detail this type of stuff. Let's, in chat, I'll put it this way. I'll type in some things, but if you know what a model of a lock, let me, or a type of key, let me know, and I'll type it in search, and we can probably pretty much find it. So let's do that. Let's do the ABIS. Let's see. I think 7540, I think it is. See if it pops up. Okay, I must have mistyped the numbers. Let's just put ABIS in. There's an ABIS 72. It talks about its operation, how it's constructed, all the different vulnerabilities, the link to the actual product page. Sometimes they have pictures of it, whether it's the outside or the mechanical nature on the inside. So this is probably based off of the 175, if I remember correctly. It's the combination lock, 4-digit each wheel. Yep, you can decode it, and because of the type of model, you can decode or bypass it. Look at some other ABISs. What's this one here? No picture. Let's do funny stuff and look up Master Lock. They'll probably have 8 million. Wow, they actually they do not have a page for Master Lock number 3. Wow, that's actually shocking. Let's look up the number 1. Because those are like highly uncommon for no reason. Does not use any security pins. You can lockpick it, key bump it, impression it, decode it, bypass it, destructive entry, your mother. Everything's in here, yeah. A lot of these have the commercial labels on them, and then they made a cutaway one, show what it's like on the inside. Here are the Brass Boys, the 140s. The ones that I have, if I remember correctly, are the short shackled ones, so those are the 120s. These are the 140s with the longer shackle. The 140's low pin tumbler count and poor manufacturing tolerances allows easy pick by low skill attackers despite having... So the funny thing about the 140s, yeah, because they do have spool pins, but they're so crappily designed that I've taught 5-year-olds how to pick them. Commonly used in LockSport groups like mine as an introductory lockpick. Yep, there's my mother right there. I'm sure your mother's a lot better than that, Charlie. And also, hi, Churalex. I hope I pronounced your username correctly. If you're new on here, thanks for watching. If you like the content that you've seen so far and my weird hair and jokes, and also we're going to have a meeting coming up on October 16th. And there'll be other shows such as Arch Vile Linux Perspective, the Master of... Hackall and Commander's back online. We might have a couple of specials, and my show Crypto Barons about blockchain tech is going to be this Saturday. You can hit like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Once again, Sherlock, you just subscribe to us. If by the green text, that means on Twitch, and you can do that on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. As you can see, we see and cheer on. Thank you so much for watching. Just as a recap, we're going to be, I'm like over halfway done covering different people and groups in the lockpicking world, and then I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to pick, you're going to be entertained by watching me pick a bunch of locks that annoy the crap out of me on cam. So yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to explain also why I have a hard time picking them, or why I can't pick them because of my current tool set, because again, I am the master of unlocking, but that doesn't mean I'm not human. This is the infamous Master Lock 175. This is the that is an actual steel metal variant of it. And lots of emojis. Thank you. And again, if I sound too low, if I'm too loud, or you don't understand a concept, or you have questions about me, DEFCON 201, my crazy hair, lockpicking, or anything in general, just let me know in chat. If not, keep lurking and keep learning. So yeah, oh, these are nice cutouts of these, of like what it looks like on the inside. That huge triangle thing there is the actuator. When you put in, where did I put it? When you put in this decoder on Sparrows, this is the Ultra decoder. But if you put it, they usually are known as like decoders or 175 bypass. You would stick this thing in between, like in the third wheel on the left or the right. I believe it is on the, I believe it's on the right side, but it depends on the type of model you get. You put that in there, and thank you, Terrell. You also subscribed on YouTube. Thank you. So yeah, you can find us both on Twitch and the YouTube. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that very much. See, I told you I had different colors for the different alerts. Hack the planet. But yeah, you would stick that in there and then move the actuator, and it would go. And as you can see here, once you remove the cover, when you go feel for it, like she said, but when you go feel for the different sides of the wheels, if it's flat, that means you know there's not a gate. That dip that you see there, that's highlighted in the big red arrow that you usually see on clickbait YouTube videos. This is the actual gate, and what you try to do when you decode them is you line up all the gates and you try to pull the shackle, and then you move one up or down in sequence. So you move all of these up one number and pull, and you keep doing that until it opens, because just because the gates line up doesn't mean they're not on the proper part of the bar section of the actuator in order to engage the actuator. So that's a picture of what I was talking about in our decoding and combination lock episode last time. So yeah, this is this big old shackle boy here. Heavy guy would break my hand, break your face, throw that, but it's still susceptible to lock bumping, key bumping, impressioning, decoding, and destructive entry, despite of how much of a thick boy it is. So yeah, if you type in any sort of lock or any sort of key, or any sort of like technique here, such as key bumping here. I do have a set of bump keys, and I do actually have these in this exact variety, including the Schlag, Quickset, I think Medico, and something else. But yeah, and it shows. This is a great resource for all of those if you need to look up something, especially if you get a lock. I'm pretty sure if you type most locks, if you type them in here, we'll have a page for them. And you can find that at lockwiki.com, LOCKWIKI.com. That'll take you directly to the main index page on this. Let's start looking at some groups around the world, and then we will go to YouTube real quick, and then we're going to loop back to our original topic. So, the first group that I want to, let's see here. We're going to jump to another part of the world here. Probably the big rival group for Tool is the SS Dev group. This is the Einstein German rigid structured stuff. You especially encounter them at the Chaos Computer Congress. Even though Tool's usually at the Chaos Computer Congress, these are the main guys here. Again, they have their own different group meetings. This is their blog here. They're all these professional, mostly white German guys. They drink beer and can still have a conversation without sounding drunk. And they have their own structure system and stuff. They also have their own shop where they sell merchandise. Some of the merchandise is also unique to members. So you can get pick sets from them in really expensive euros. This one I really want. This is a intermediate distatainer pick, the core that is put in this clear 3D printed SSDev branded thing, and then it's cut out so you can see the internals of the gears. Because the one that I have is, again, it's like all my other clear locks. They're really crappily designed, so that like anyone can pick them and just show off. But this is great because these actually have false gates on them. And stuff like that. Yeah, it says you can figure out like visually with the feel of what's the difference between a disc is outside the gate, is slipped into the gate, is within a false gate and a true gate. So eventually I want to get these. It's 90 euros. I'm going to assume that that's like $1 billion US, especially plus shipping from Deutschland. But I've always wanted this. So yeah, they have their own tools and stuff, and that's the SFDev people. You can find them at lockpicking_EU. Another group, which is from the UK, is PickPals. PickPals not only sells a lot of different equipment in the UK, and there's also UK bump keys, which we'll get to in a moment, but they also have a lot of different like articles and tutorials about many different things, although they haven't seems like COVID really knocked them out with the submissions this year. They have interviews with a lot of lock people, so that's sort of like a lot of UK stuff, and UK has its own sort of history with, as the page crashes, crazy lock stuff, because not only is like lockpicking kind of more of a thing there, but they also have a huge history with lever locks, which we'll get to in a future episode. Coming back to the United States, I love this group. My second set of practice locks are progressive training locks are from Lockpick Extreme. Lockpick Extreme has kind of a unique edge that a lot of people don't know about them. And what kind of is unique about them is that while they have a mix of male and women's staff, they are predominantly run by women lockpickers. And I will say this, it's, in my experience, I would say outside of code development, it is more common in my personal experience to encounter women in lockpicking and just all different types of genders and sexualities in lockpicking than it is in like the general hacker field. And the general hacker field is still very much white male, exclusively both of those two. So and they, again, I'm just showing off some of the equipment. You get handcuffs from them, cutaway practice lock, although I think Sparrows is a bit better. Another thing unique to their shop, and I'll do this when we go over the sales stuff, is they're the only place that makes the DIY snap pick, which I will have in a future episode. And they also sell earrings with someone's drunkenly going up the stairs in our apartment. Anyhow, while World War III goes outside, as different shims and lockpicks as earrings. So like, look at this cool thing here. Like, this is like, these are earrings you can wear on your ears, and this one particularly comes with 2 Z tension wrenches, a medium hook, a hybrid hook, triple peak Bogota, and a half diamond. And you can wear those on your earrings, and they just look like weird, goofy earrings. But then and I've had someone actually show up to one of my training sessions with those because she's been wearing them for like a year, and she finally got to learn how to pick a lock while using them. So that was really cool. And they also, if you have like female friends, or you are a woman, or female abled, or you just have pierced ears, like if you have guy friends who are pierced ears or non-binary friends, these are great gifts. Another thing Lockpick Extreme's been doing is they've been really active with teaching people online. So they've been going to a lot of B-sides, and I think they're always the main lockpicking group for Diane Initiative, which is also a mostly woman and minority women lockpick. Security convention that happens during DEFCON, like during Hacker Summer Camp during the DEFCON weekend, but it's outside of DEFCON. and they also did theirs online when Die Initiative went online. But like I said, they're mostly run by women. We're gonna watch a quick video that they had their website that I didn't know about them. Apparently they were on the Discovery Channel at one point, so we're going to switch audio here and check this video out.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Come have a seat.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited for this. We've got our matching black masks on today.
Yep.
This is good. I'm working on my Bane impression from Batman. I was born in the darkness. No? It's a good Bane. It's a pretty good.
Christine is a licensed locksmith who co-founded a company called Lockpick Extreme. She holds seminars teaching law-abiding citizens like me how to pick locks.
Okay, so I mean, this is kind of a sport, right? What is it called?
It's called LockSport.
LockSport.
LockSport is just the idea of taking locks and looking at them as puzzles.
Wow.
So before we start picking, I'd like to share with you the 2 golden rules of lockpicking.
One.
Very important. Don't pick locks you don't own or have permission to pick.
That seems like a very good rule.
It's a very logical, great
I think
rule
that's
to
called
follow.
breaking and entering if you
Yes.
do that. Right? Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
The second rule is you shouldn't pick locks you rely on.
Right.
Because especially when you're starting and you're learning to pick locks, you can break a lock.
So how does it work?
This is a model of a pin tumbler lock and what's inside of it.
This is a dumbed down version of my front door.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We have a spring followed by a driver pin and a key pin.
Okay.
The key is inserted and it lifts the pin to the correct height.
So all those little teeth that we see in the key, they're set for different heights to match the different heights of pins.
Exactly.
So the real question is, how do you pick it?
We get down to business. Christine starts me out on the bunny slope of locks, a 2-pin.
Inside this, there are only 2 pins that we have to get by to open this thing.
Exactly.
All right.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take this turning tool and you're gonna place it at the bottom of the keyway. And we're going to be scooping or pushing these pins upwards
Okay,
into the
yeah,
lock.
yeah.
Do you feel something springy in there?
I do.
All right, so just go ahead and give it kind of a scoop up.
I'm already in trouble, okay.
I like to call it 3 butterfly kisses worth of pressure.
3 butterfly kisses worth of pressure.
Yes.
That's an official,
It's an official term I like
that's an
to use.
official torque. Okay, got it. Doing my best. Okay, and then, oh, I feel the second pin. And a little pressure. Oh, ha, ha!
There you go.
I just picked a lock.
You did. So, you know, proper LockSport etiquette is to throw your hands up in the air and shout open.
Open!
Perfect.
Unbelievable!
Achievement unlocked. I move on to a 3-pin.
How many butterfly kisses?
3 butterfly kisses.
Okay. Christine, I feel a little bit about this as I do about my early dating career. I'm really fumbling around in the dark here.
That's okay. That actually happens to many first-time pickers.
It's normal. Ah! Ha! 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 Open!
Open!
Christine, high elbow. First of all, it's very exciting. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it is kind of thrilling when you just crack it and it opens. I have to say, most of these learning a new skill segments I'm not great at. This could be my new thing.
So that was a short segment that Lockpick Extreme did on the Discovery Channel. And I like that they did the whole, like, I'm open. The butterfly kisses thing was weird, but that was probably, like, a comedy thing for the camera. It also might be something unique to them, talking about locks. But the other thing that I greatly enjoyed was, like, that reaction. If you've never picked a lock before, but that reaction of where he's, like, freaking out when he opened the lock, that's the reaction everyone does when they first pick a lock and usually when they get past 4 pins. Especially once they know, as I tell them, that once you know how to pick 4 pins, I now start putting you on the normal master locks, because most master locks only have 4 pins and a lot of them don't have security pins. Most of them don't, and poor tolerances. So once they get to 4 pins, they can pick most padlocks. And I said technically 5 pins, but in my opinion, once you get to 6 pins, you can pick any lock, especially locks on doors, because those are usually between 5 to 6 pins. Some of them are 4 pins, but you know, just like to cover my bases. Rather have you know how to pick more pins than less pins required to open something, if the max limit is like that number. So if it's like, you know, if the max limit is 7, I'm not going to tell you, oh, once you do 4 pins, you can pick a 7 one. No, I want you to pick all 7 pins or 8 pins, if that even exists. Yeah, because I love that, because it's true. Like, even now when I open certain, like, which you might see in a moment, because I'm honestly thinking, just due to time, instead of me setting up the table and going on break, I might just pick one difficult lock and show it off and try to pick it and see if it opens at this angle, not the overhead one. Because so this will be a first all-face edition of Master of Unlocking. But the reason why, even when I open locks like those, the reaction I always describe to people is when anyone opens a lock, especially a lock that's either for the first time or has really annoyed the crap out of them, the reaction is if you have been trying to use the old campfire method with like foliage and a stick of lighting a fire, and you actually get the fire to work. Like once it starts smoking, you're like, oh! And then once it actually like embers and goes over, like that reaction. That's everyone they open a lock. So like they open their first master lock, like that's pretty much everyone's reaction. So I'm glad they got to capture that on camera, because usually you don't see that because we respect people's privacy as the police go by, because that's when the SWAT team's going to come in. I digress. So that's Lockpicking Extreme. But actually, before we move on, I want to go on to their blog, because I want to highlight one of the cool things they do is, again, they're mostly run by a lot of the lockpickers who happen to identify as women. So their blog not only goes into different types of locks, but let's see, tend to make us sound like a chicken that just laid an egg. I think that's more of when you drop a decently sized lock on your foot. That whole, like, when it slips out of your hand, like you're just doing like a American Lock 900, and you're like, and it slips out of your hand, like that chicken / rabbit from Ubisoft's Raving Rabbids. Ow, Raving Rabbids. I just injured myself when I talk about injuring myself. Raving Rabbids game, like, that's when you drop a lock or a case full of locks on your foot. But yeah, they've also highlighted different women in LockSport. And they're going to do some. One of them is Christina Palmer. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the 12-piece lock set is designed by Christina. See, that would be a ton of swears and hopping for me. Me too. I've actually been wanting to do a video where I know a lot of people in the LockSport community miss going out to physical events to teach locks and to sit around drinking beers while picking open locks and challenge walls. So I'm still thinking about, originally I was going to do this for DEFCON, but I run out of time and money. I was going to do a skit around this apartment with help of some of the other DEFCON 201 members and roommates about how, that's weird on my headphones, on how to, what do you call it? It's really funny. Oh, like the different people you would meet at different physical lockpicking meetups. So there's a bunch of stereotypes that a lot of people who do lockpicking and go to the in-person meetups talk about. And I wanted to kind of air those out, good or bad. Like, I'm thinking of certain people as I say these. Like, there's the person who has the person who annoys you with their knowledge of bypasses for everything. There's the poor sucker who is forced to carry all the equipment to and from the location, which again, it like falls on you and you're like, help me. There is the conspiracy theorist nutcase. There's the skeevy AF person. There are the women who do not trust anyone, and for good reason. There's the dapper AF person. There is the Peterson snob. There's like so many different types of the person who launches all their equipment and locks across the room by accident. So many different things that we were going to parody and like have like title cards and go into the skit for them. So I hope to make that video one day. Maybe I'll debut it on an episode of Master of Unlocking. Who knows? But yeah, so Christina's here. Let's see. Christina has been picking locks since 1975 and has done dedicated studies in different aspects of lockpicking. Is a lockpick designer, has worked with various manufacturers. You should read that article. These are like, these weird, these are like hybrids that she uses. And this bend here, I know is from Christina because according to her, I've never used this, but this allows you to essentially turn you can use the pick as the turning tool. And because of also that bend, it gives you a lot more attention. Do not forget about the Reddit belt ranking snob. Yes, that's the new one I've been introduced to now that things have been going more virtual, so our lockpicking has boosted up. Yeah, that's one of those. So we're going to just look at all three real quick here. There's Grace Nolan. Let's see, Grace, previous year in source information. Yeah, she's a historian on lockpicking and LockSport throughout the ages. So yeah, this condensed history of lockpicking. How long is this video? 16 minutes. Okay, I'll have to cover that in the future. And yeah, and she was at LockCon. There's a I forgot. There's one convention in Australia, one of the few lockpick conventions called Oz Oz LockCon, and she was there for that. And then Willia, I believe, is the insane lady. Yeah, this is her. Yeah, she's the head of the Orlando chapter of TOOOL, and her background is she comes from a security engineer's perspective, and she got a lot of advanced in lockpicking, and again is also running a TOOOL group. So that's a good way of, like, again, this is how she's learning and interacting with people. So yeah, I just want to remind people out there, and we're going to look at Twitter and also a huge shout out to Lady Merlin. Let's actually go to Twitter real quick, as you get to see all the behind the scenes. Actually, let's type in lady. I'm a lady. Yeah, Lady Merlin. She does a lot of she does a lot of stuff at TOOOL, and I think she's on an extended vacation because of all the crazy stuff going on in the real world right now. And she also collects stamps to save the post office. And I want to shout her out because I've met her multiple times. Not only is she a sweet person to work with, but Lady Merlin was, I don't think she was last time, but she definitely was she was the main woman at TOOOL that would bring all the LockSport stuff to ShakaCon, which is the big lockpicking convention that happens in Hawaii. So big shout out to her, great sweetheart, and also really knows her stuff. Trying to find back, so we're up here. So the way we're going to round out this episode is we're going to, let's see, should I skip ahead? Yeah, I'll skip ahead once. There's also, again, UK Bump Keys, and they're talking to here about Oliver, who we're going to get into in a moment. So this is UK Bump Keys also has their own blog where they talk about stuff and news. But let's round this out by going to the YouTubes. Let's go to the YouTubes here. That was a little preview of something we're going to cover. So we're gonna head to YouTube, and we're gonna look around at a bunch of people that I usually follow. This is not everyone. There's a lot of people out there, but this is a bunch of other people that I follow and look at. And you can, hey, look, we're streaming over here, and interesting finds in the Windows XP source code. Okay, so the first one, which actually I was gonna type, but let's click on his profile here, is a lockpicking lawyer. I just want to note that I haven't met any of what I call the big three here yet, but I will note people who are good. So, Lockpicking Lawyer, he has way more subscribers than I will ever have on anything. And his background is he's a lawyer that also likes to do lockpicking. And he does these short form videos where he usually studies one particular model or type of lock. And he goes through them and dissects them down. So instead of teaching usually general concepts or product reviews, he sometimes takes stuff from fans, but he usually goes into one specific type of lock, and he goes to a lot of very unique locks, and he does these video segments about them. Some of his more popular ones, let's search for them. Let's see here. Not that one. There's one particular one I want to find here, because it's absolutely, truly hilarious. Some of these you might have seen and I've covered already. Let's see here. Master Lock. Here we go. This is hilarious. So we're going to switch audio and watch probably one of the most hilarious videos he's ever made. Which is a lot, because he likes to make a lot of hilarious videos. If you haven't checked out his channel, you should after you watch this live stream.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and what I have for you today is the master lock that is quite literally designed to fail. This is the Master Lock Model 500 BRK, and it's intended to secure emergency equipment such as fire hoses and sprinkler shutoff valves. The lock is equipped with a breakaway shackle that can easily be shattered with a sharp strike. These breakaway locks can be identified by the grooves that you see on either side of the shackle, which is intentionally constructed of a brittle material. Now, because the lock is designed to fail, there's really not much reason to equip it with anything but the cheapest of locking mechanisms, and that's what we have here, a warded lock. Now, most warded locks can be picked without much skill at all by using warded picks like these. And this particular lock is no exception. We can open this one up pretty quickly just by reaching in and twisting. But what I want to see is how easy it is to break these open. So let's go down to the garage and find out. Okay, we're out in the garage and I have a master lock model 500 BRK set in my test jig. I decided to sacrifice an older one that's seen some use rather than destroying a brand new lock. Rather than hitting it with a hammer, I thought it might be fun to see if we could open one master lock up by hitting it with another. So what I'm going to do is hit the 500 BRK with this master lock number 3 and see if that's enough to break it open. Okay, as you saw, the 500 BRK works exactly as advertised, and it broke right at the groove with relative ease. Now, given the company's well-documented institutional expertise at making locks that are easy to open, I suppose it really shouldn't surprise us that when they're actually trying to make a weak lock, they really can deliver. That's all I have for you today. If you do have any questions or comments about this, please put them below. If you like this video and would like to see more like it, please subscribe. And as always, have a nice day.
So as you can see, is that he does really concise precision. There's like no fat. It just zeroes in on the topic at hand, and we're gonna look at 2 more videos. One that he's really famous for, and something that I've been talking to him about, although we haven't been talking recently just because of COVID and my crazy life. Yeah, the sarcasm. He's very, because he's a lawyer, and also he probably has multiple takes. He's very good at talking about dumb stuff without laughing. I wish I had that skill of his. I'm the reverse. I'm very empathetic. So, but he has another series. He has a whole series of videos that he still continues on with, where he goes, because he is, Bazzi and Bill is too, we're going to get to him in a moment, but there's a bunch of people in the lock community who like and own firearms, and they're very responsible people, just like they are with locks. I mean, they like to party and they like to drink, but with firearms, just like with electrical engineering equipment and stuff, they take this stuff dead seriously, which they should, and I take this stuff very seriously. So one of the things that we all have in common is that we're often kept up at night realizing that because the laws of what constitute as a gun lock and the qualifications for them is so loose, there's some snake oil stuff as well as just misconceptions and bad cheap stuff where lock companies will either sell you the cheapest piece of crap as possible to lock your gun safe or the bolt mechanism, or will sell you this expensive thing that sounds insane, futuristic, but are just pieces of crap that you can easily open. Or as I said, if you ever heard a story about like a 5-year-old like opening a gun safe, that is not some liberal propaganda. No, as someone who does physical security and lockpicking lawyer constantly shows, you can do that with most of these because they don't really have standards on a lot of these. So he has a whole series that he keeps adding about this, and we were actually going to do something like this way in Jersey City, and he particularly loves trying to bypass these flaws with really sad methodology here, such as with an AR-15 lock that's defeated with a Lego figurine, a complex gun safe that's picked open with a fork, one safe that has a fingerprint scanner, and so a trigger lock that has a fingerprint scanner that costs like over $200 that you can pick open in 8 seconds, and probably another famous one, which is the lock that is supposed to block the actual firing tube, that you could simply use a twig or any pointed stick-like object, like a pipe cleaner or whatever, to lock it. But as much as those are amusing, it's because of how much value you get out of this. I'm going to show the lock that is used and has been used around here, if I can be honest, by a lot of police forces and gun collectors to hold rifles and shotguns in their cars or displays. So let's watch this video about the 4 terrible ways he figured out how to open this type of lock system by the lockpicking lawyer.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and what I have for you today is one of the most disappointing locks I've encountered in a while. And it's not disappointing because it's the worst lock I've ever seen, but because it's so bad despite the fact that it's designed to do something very important where the consequences of failure can literally be life or death. This is the Santa Cruz Gun Locks Model SC5 Universal Gun Lock for shotguns and rifles. It's actually the lock portion of a lockable gun rack. And though this can be used in a variety of different applications, the main place where you see this used is to secure patrol rifles, usually AR-15s, in police cruisers. And I think usage is very important here, because if this was used to secure a gun to a rack in a secure arms room in a secure police station, then it may be sufficient. However, when it's used to lock a firearm in plain view of the general public, it's my opinion that this lock does not provide adequate security. Today we're going to discuss 4 different exploits to which this lock is vulnerable, all of which take just a few moments. The first exploit is using the key, which I normally wouldn't deem an exploit, but this lock is the rare exception. Now, Santa Cruz Gun Locks has 4 different keyed override options for this lock. The first is a disc detainer core, which offers reasonable security. Then they have wafer and tubular lock options, which are varying degrees of inadequate in my opinion. And finally, they have the option used in this lock, which is horrifyingly bad. This lock opens with a standard handcuff key. There's a keyhole right here in the side. You just put it in, turn it 90 degrees, and it can be opened up.
We're going to cover
Now, why is this so bad? Well, this is a key that can be bought by anyone for less than $1 at any one of thousands of different places. And even worse, it's carried on a daily basis by an increasing number of non-law enforcement officers. And I want to put in context just how bad this is. Santa Cruz Gun Locks is located in California, and their locks are used by a number of California agencies. If we look at California standards for approval of gun containers that are used by the general public, the lock needs to have a key or combination with no less than 10,000 differs. This lock has just 1 differ, and it's an absurdly common key. I think that's patently inadequate for securing a firearm in a public space, and it's why I think this is one of the few situations in which using the key can be viewed as an exploit. Now, I certainly hope that most agencies are wise enough to see the dangers and folly of selecting the handcuff key option, but some don't, as evidenced by the fact of this lock, which before I purchased it on eBay was removed from a police car. Okay, the next exploit is picking. These handcuff key locks tend to be extraordinarily easy to pick, and this one is no exception. I'm just putting a hook in there and turning it around just a tad, and this opens right up. I have to use the pick again to relock it, and once again it's locked up. Let's do that just one more time. Again, we're open, and let's relock it. So as you can see, very, very easy to pick. The next exploit has to do with the ratcheting mechanism. There's ways to design relatively secure ratcheting locks, but this isn't one of them. All we need is a little shim, or really anything thin and stiff, and we place it right down here where the teeth of the shackle are, and we can open this right up. Let's do that one more time. Just stick that shim down there, and the shackle opens. So, very, very easy to do, and an inexcusable exploit, one that's very easy to avoid. Finally, exploit number 4, each of these locks has an internal electromagnet that can be used to withdraw the locking lug. This allows an officer to unlock the gun by pressing a hidden button in the car. But if an internal magnet can open the lock, so too can an external magnet, unless the lock is properly shielded, which is not the case here. So we can put a lock right here on the side of the lock. That's not the proper position, so you can see it's still locked. However, if I slide that up, it opens right up. One more time. When it's not in the proper position, it's locked. But if I move it up just a little bit, we have it unlocked. So I think it should be pretty clear right now that I don't think this lock is adequate for its intended purpose. And it's a little bit upsetting to me because this is an expensive product with a deadly serious purpose, and it provides shockingly little protection. Anyway, that's all I have for you today. If you do have any questions or comments about this, please put them below. If you like this video and would like to see more like it, please subscribe. And as always, have a nice day.
That the way I just showed there was from my mentor, which we'll get into in a moment, is a Smith & Wesson handcuff key that he workshopped for us at one of our early DEFCON 201 meetings on how to essentially cut it in a way that this basically becomes a universal key, so that it can open most of the handcuffs. And that's what he was talking about when he said that they increasingly are being used by stuff. So the last video I'm going to show of Lockpicking Lawyer, because I actually haven't seen it yet, is he has a series of videos that he does that you could probably read by this, which are videos he releases on April Fools, and they all have sexual innuendos in them. And because I've actually never seen the getting into my ex-girlfriend's back door video, I heard it was really funny. I still think he can't top the getting into my wife's beaver video, which is, if you don't understand, his April Fool videos are all insane double entendres. I'm going to actually watch this for the first time with all of you and react to it in real time, and then we're going to move on to a couple other people, and then I honestly think after that, that's probably going to be the end of the stream. So I'm not going to be, unfortunately, probably picking any locks today. I might do a Q&A where I might go into my kit and do one lock, but we'll see. Anyhow, let's watch the Getting My Ex-Girlfriend's Back Door April Fool's video by the Lockpicking Lawyer. And hopefully it'll be as funny as I've heard about.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and on this channel I've demonstrated how to penetrate some of the most secure equipment out there, usually using some very simple tools. But it's almost always done right here on my desk. It's a controlled environment that might not be equivalent to field conditions. So today I'm taking you on the road with me. You see, I just got a call from my ex-girlfriend who's having a problem. Her new boyfriend is apparently having trouble getting in her back door. It's really tight, and she told him to stop trying because all he was doing was pushing really hard, and she was afraid something would break. But she remembered that when we were dating, I used to go in through her back door all the time. This is a picture of her back door. She just sent it to me, and I don't see any reason why this should be a problem. Frankly, it looks looser than it was back when we were dating. So, while her boyfriend's at work, she asked me to come over and see if I could help loosen things up. I of course agreed, so long as I could get it on video and share it on this channel. So, let's drive over and see if we can get in her back door without breaking anything. Okay folks, here we are, and I have to say that my ex-girlfriend's back door is far dirtier than it ever used to be back when we were dating. It seems to have been neglected pretty badly, but I'm actually glad to find it this way. So you can see why I always keep baby wipes handy whenever I do anything like this. So let's get one out and wipe all of this brown residue away. Okay, this is pretty dirty. It might be a 2-wipe job. Okay, now that we have the outside just a little bit cleaner, it's time to flush out the inside as well. And because we need to lubricate this anyway, I'm going to flush out the main opening with a good bit of lube. We just need to be sure to keep a towel underneath that opening so we don't make a mess. Here it makes a lot of sense to be generous with that lubricant. Back doors tend to be neglected, so you can't have too much. Okay, we are almost ready, but before I go any further, I need to put on some rubber for my own protection. Now, depending on various factors, I should note that the opening could be in an awkward position, and all I have to say about that is deal with it. It's not uncommon, especially when you're going in through the back door. Now, I can't just shove in my tool. I need to be very gentle and wiggle things into position if I'm going to stand any chance of getting in. I think we're there. All it needs now is a firm shove, and we are in. Now you need to understand that just because I got in her back door doesn't mean that her boyfriend will be able to as well. So I need to spend some time working it in and loosening it up. But I'm going to do that off camera, so that's all I have for you today. If you do have any questions or comments about this, please put them below. If you like this video and would like to see more like it, please subscribe, and have a great April 1st.
You can tell, you can tell that, like I said, he's a lawyer, so he's very used to saying ridiculous things like that with a straight face, and just good for him. Like, oh my God, that my face is actually physically in pain from all the double entendres and that. That was just perfect. Oh, we're gonna get to him in a moment, but let's go for the second probably most popular Godhead, which is Lock Lab, run by Bosnian Bill. Bosnian Bill has a very interesting background. He's probably like one of the oldest, I guess you could call them lock tubers, and I guess you can count me as one since I stream to YouTube as well. Hi everyone out there on YouTube, and thank you for subscribing earlier on YouTube. And if you like the content that you see on Masters of Unlocking, which is a little slim pickings, but the next couple episodes are going to be loaded full of stuff, pun semi-intended, as well as some of other shows like Hack All and Commander and Archfile Linux Perspective. My other show, Crypto Barons, which is happening this Saturday about blockchain technology. I'll give hints about that at the end of the episode, and our meeting, which is going to be a huge, ginormous one that you can interact with on multiple levels on October 16th. You can hit that like, share, and subscribe button on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, and I'll see the notifications pop up and cheer you on. You also know that if you're on DLive, if you send over lemons or ice creams or whatever, or bits on Twitch, or subs on YouTube, you can also see that. Yes, that was a masterpiece. This is a mono. But now we're going to go to another masterpiece of Bosnian Bill. Bosnian Bill owns a whole series. I guess it was supposed to be multiple series, but then it just like, it became his main thing called Lock Lab. And this is back when there'd be a lot of videos on tutorials on how to pick locks. And what they didn't show you was that they would modify the lock in some way. They'd remove pins out, replace all the security pins with standard pins. They would remove like barriers for shimming and stuff. So basically it looked really easy, or easier than you would think, and then you would actually get the locker tools and try them, and nothing would work, and it didn't seem as easy. It was quite difficult. So Bosnian Bill started off by, and actually I want to see if I can find these and search Lock Lab. Fake videos of his early videos, which are like terribly sized, because his early YouTube standards, about busting, which I think he details here, it's a 7-year-old video, and he goes through different, like, here's like how, what do you call it, like how like these people are trying to trick you. So we're going to watch one of his earlier videos here, probably I think one of his first ones on these type of fraudsters, which is really how he started off on YouTube. Also, as a background, he worked as an EOD person. We're going to get into that in a moment. So let's watch one of Bosnian Bill's early videos. Also, Bosnian Bill has a trend of having obnoxious music and introduction cards, so just get used to that here. So here we go.
Why can't I get this? Am I stupid? Jesus. Have you guys ever felt that way? I know I have, after watching videos. When I decide to attack a new type of lock, like this ASA, one of the first things I do is I go onto YouTube and I see who's done it before me. And I try to learn something from their techniques. I try to figure out if there's any tricks, and I basically see what they can teach me. But lately I've been seeing a lot of videos that I just can't believe. And so the last couple of days I've been thinking a lot about this, about why it would be and how it is that they're doing it. And I thought it might be time to, let's get it out in the open here, fellas. The first clue to me when I'm looking at a deceptive video, when someone's trying to pull the wool over my eyes and fool me in some way, is that it's a low resolution. They'll apologize. My normal video camera was stolen and I have to use my iPhone, or I can't find my video camera and I'm using my Android. And so you get a really low resolution video and it's really grainy. Or they'll do it in really bad light. Another one of my favorites. The guy will be sitting in the cab of his truck and it'll be at night, and maybe the only light you get is from passing cars, and just really horrible, very low lighting, just really a bad video. Another one of my favorites is when they don't use a tripod. Everything's really jittery, and you're trying to see, and they're in a moving car, and everything's moving like that, and it's just no way for us to tell if what he's doing is real or it's not. So, jittery, or not using a tripod, holding his Android phone in one hand while doing something with the other, just is not very convincing to me. It gives me an idea of trying to misrepresent or mislead us, trying to con us. And by doing that, it makes me lose confidence. I have watched these videos, and if I can't do it as fast as they can or as neatly as they can, it makes me doubt my own abilities. And I think some of you, based on your private messages, are starting to feel the same thing. So let's look at what we can believe. This is an example of a lock that I do believe. When I see somebody pick a padlock or a lock that's a completely sealed unit, there's no way to remove the core, no way to modify the innards to make it easier, no way to do any of that kind of thing. If it's a completely intact lock and it functions the way it's supposed to, usually they pick it. Now, sometimes they pick it really fast, and that's okay. All that tells me is that they've probably picked it a lot before. They've choreographed it. In other words, they know the exact binding order, and so they pick it in pretty quickly, and that's fine. As long as I can learn something from it and they describe, any little tricks or things about that particular lock that will be helpful to me, that's fine. I don't mind the choreographing. It's all of the rest of the stuff that does bother me. And the things where it starts to bother me are things like any lock that has a removable core, anything that's easily modified. And to be honest, this is the lock that set me off, that got me really thinking about. I watched a video, it's still on YouTube, a guy the other day showing an American lock. And so it went pretty much like this. Okay, American padlock, check it out, 6 pins. Look at that wild bidding. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, it works perfectly. And he stuck it in there. And he goes, I don't know why you guys are having so much trouble with these, because you don't have to take a lot of time on these. Like, these are so easy for me, and therefore you must be stupid if you can't open this as quickly as I can. And he stuck it in there. He pulled out one of these, and he started raking it. And of course, now that the video's going, it's not going to work for me, but
common problem for us people who video log.
Come on, baby. And he did it even faster than this because he had choreographed it. Whoops. See, this is even hard when you know that you've set things up. And bam, there you go, guys. It took me, 8 seconds to open this lock. There you go, piece of cake. And then again, he took his 6-pin key and he put it in there to prove to me that, again, that was the real lock and it functions perfectly. Well, I don't know why he bothered. I really don't. We know what's inside of here. They're complex pins, and I've spent a lot of time trying to rake these locks. And for anybody to rake it that quickly, it's just impossible. The odds are so against it that it could possibly happen, that for him to presume that we would even believe him it's just beyond my comprehension. What did he do? Well, you know, I fell for it. I went out and I thought, oh my God, I've spent all these hours. And I spent another hour and a half trying to rake some of my American locks with no success, nothing. And then I thought, okay, it's a trick. What did he do? And he did exactly what I did to this lock. He removed the core, he removed the pins, and there's supposed to be 6 pins, and I only put 3 in there. And instead of putting serrated pins or any other pick, I put standard pins to make them easily rakeable, unless you drop your pick like I do. Now, of course, I matched it to the key, so it's still going to work with the key. It's just that only the first 3 pins are there. The rest of them are empty. So that's how this guy did it. So that's one of the things to keep in mind. Now, is that all? Well, he could have honestly put pins in there, but he might put the wrong kind. In other words, take all the security pins out and just put in standard pins. Maybe all 6, maybe 5. I mean, we have really no way of knowing unless he takes the time to gut it for us. And the guys that gut it, those are the only ones I trust. The ones that don't gut it say, there you go. Okay, I don't know why you're so dumb. I'm really smart. I got this open in 8 seconds. And then end video. That's the ones we should be insulted by. Another thing I've noticed is Euro cylinders. Guys will pick these, and this is a multi-lock. And I'm not going to insult you by going through this any further. But guys will pick these in a very short amount of time, and then they'll say, oh, you know, I don't know how to remove. These are really complex mechanisms, and they can't be disassembled. Well, you know, that's not true. In Europe, they change pins all the time. In fact, there is a special tool to remove the pins from these, and it's about $50. But in all honesty, you don't need it. You could do this by hand. And the way you do it is you remove this C-clip, which is normally right here. You pop it off with a screwdriver, and then everything comes apart, fellas. You can remove all the guts. I'm not going to do it, but you just push it out, and the lock portion comes out just as easily as this thumb turn version. And you can remove pins. You can change out pins, and that's the weird thing about these, especially multi-locks. These come with not so many security pins. They usually come with a lot of standard pins because in these locks, standard pins are much more difficult to pick. So guys will remove standard pins and replace them with spools, which are much easier to pick. And that's another way that they can possibly deceive us on this particular lock. So don't be fooled. These are guttable. And if a guy doesn't want to gut it, that's fine. If he doesn't have the tools, that's fine. But don't try to deceive me that you can pick a multi-lock in 1 minute and 8 seconds. It's just not physically possible unless it's missing all of the pins. Here's another one of my favorites, Medico. Let's say for a moment that I've just picked this Medico for you, and I hold up my board of pins. There you go, fellas. Look at all these tricky pins. They're all real, blah, blah, blah. And then I say, now let's make sure the sidebar's there. And so I very carefully remove this, and I say, all right, there you go. There's that sidebar still in place. Okay, end of video. Thanks for your time. What did he really show us? And I think the answer is he didn't really show us. He showed us it has a sidebar, and maybe he really did pick it, but the thing we really need to pay attention to is it a real sidebar? And in this case, it is a real sidebar. Let me pop this in my hand. And when we look at these, and what I expect to see when someone does a gutting for me, are those little arms sticking out, because those arms are what have to fit into the slot in the pins. And if you file off those arms, which is very easy to do, all of a sudden you've neutralized the sidebar, and then you no longer have to rotate the pins to the correct angle. All you have to do is elevate them, and you're basically picking a 5 or 6 pin lock. That's it. So unless I see the sidebar taken out and I see that these arms are not modified, I am absolutely not convinced that it was the real deal. Well, what else can you do? Well, for this I'm going to need my tweezers. If you're determined to deceive me, one of the things you can do, let me get this to focus now. You can go through your pinning kit for your Medicos, and you can select a pin that has only one gate, and these are in the pinning kits, and this is one of them. There's only one gate, so it's impossible to find a false gate. You can't fall into it, so these of course are much easier to pick. Okay, if you don't want to do that, there's an even easier, cheaper, and faster way, and it also is more of a guarantee. You take the existing pin, which most of them do, oh crap, most of them do have false gates, like this one. If I can get my tweezers up here, get it to focus. There we go. The real gate is the one on the bottom, the deep channel, and that's the one that the sidebar has to fit into. And then the false gate, which I've highlighted with red ink there, that's the one that's designed to trick us, and those really make it difficult to pick medicos. So we won't know we're at the correct angle when we rotate the pin or not. So what can they do? Well, again, you get the same hand file. You can file that groove, remove the part that's red, and you can widen the channel for the sidebar to fit into, and then you've multiplied your chances of picking this lock by probably tenfold. So that's another possibility. So if they don't show you the pins up closely, that's another thing you can suspect. This is a sidebar from, and this is going to be just a little bit hairy. This is a sidebar from an ASA. In fact, this is out of the ASA that I was picking at the beginning of this video. And it has, again, sidebars. These are a little bit wider. You could simply file those off, show the outside of the sidebar, say, there you go, end of video. So we want to see the arms of those, the arms on that sidebar. The way that this works, and this is going to be a little bit tricky, is if you look at the pins, you'll see there's a little channel, and there's a gate between them. There's a little wall between the two grooves. And that's because you have to rotate these pins, these fingerprints, to allow that to fit into the gate. So you see, we can either grind off those gates, or we can get a grinder, a Dremel tool, and we can grind off that little wall between the two channels, and therefore neutralizing the rotational aspect of all the finger pins, making a very, very damn near impossible lock to open very easy to open. So those are just some of the things that we should be looking for. I've learned to be very, very suspicious of what I'm seeing on YouTube. I might be able to learn a few tips and tricks, but I just don't understand why. I guess that's my question. Why would you do it? There's really no money to be gained, believe me, from this. It's an expensive hobby, but no one is calling up to pay me money. I'm sorry about that, but it reminded me of the infamous dying battery. Always seems to happen at the most inopportune time, or the most sensitive time of a gutting, perhaps. You keep that in mind. Anyway, like I said, there's no money, there's no fame in this at all. I just haven't seen myself on the 6 o'clock news or any lockpickers on the front page of any newspapers lately. There's no sponsorship, no companies calling us up to offer us, piles of free stuff, or hundreds of thousands of dollars to, use their product. I'm still using my own homemade picks, for goodness sake, as are most of you. And there's no groupies. I don't have any teenage girls standing as I drive by, cheering me on, wanting me to get out and give them autographs. So why? And I don't know. I think the bottom line is that when it happens, we have to be vigilant to it, and when it happens, it's really hurting the entire sport. It's hurting us all. This deception is not doing anybody any good. It just creates a lot of self-doubt, a lot of ill will, and a lot of suspicion in the entire sport. Anyway, I have ranted and raved long enough. I hope this was useful to somebody. Anyway, thanks for your time. Everybody stay safe and stay legal.
So that was one of the first Lock Lab videos from Bosnian Bill. I'm going to take a moment by saying hi, Eric from YouTube. I've been chatting with him on the side chat here. He apparently likes our content. Again, if you do like the Master of Unlocking, even though this is going to be a very non-hands-on technical episode, it's going to be the only one that we've done that's like that so far. I might pick a lock at the end just for everyone's amusement. If everyone really wants me to pick a lock or go through a trainer set, maybe with like crappier tools, because I for some reason can't find my current kit, you can. But if you like this show, you want to see more of it, you want to see the other shows like Hackall and Commander, or Archvile and Linux Perspective that's coming up this Thursday, Crypto Barons, which is this Saturday, which is my other show, or the our DEFCON 201 meeting on October 16th, which will have a lot of stuff for. That was a burp. You can click like, share, subscribe us, hit that bell on Twitch, Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, and if you do so, we see that pop up and we cheer you on because we love those. Very soon there'll be ways for us where you can donate because we have problems with Twitch's contract stuff. So, but there will be in the future a way for you to donate like us money such as fiat or cryptocurrencies in order to get better equipment and stuff, so I don't have issues like this. Although, to be fair, as a recap, the reason why we are looking at the community is, one, the LockSport community is mostly awesome despite all of its drama and craziness and intrigue and backstabbing and belts and stuff like that, but also because I have a bunch of stuff for future episodes and it's in the mail, and it's still in the mail. In fact, the first stuff that's going to come in is going to come in on Wednesday, so that's why we're doing this. Even if we're going to do one more episode that's kind of more interviewy, because I do want to do more like interactive interview episodes, we're going to have more hands-on stuff to do. But there was a person named Eric who's on. Thank you, Eric, and congratulations on the EVM job. You said you need to get a training kit and some practice lots. Question. Describe to me what sort of locks are you working on? Do you just need in general, like a basic kit with practice locks, like normal pin tumbler locks, which will cover like 95-97% of most locks? Or are there any particulars that of locks that you need to work on in order to do your job? Let me know in chat. So yes, and again, if you're interested in like what we are at DEFCON 201 as a hacker group that's based out of Jersey and New Jersey, where we normally eat third Friday of every month, except we've been doing virtual stuff because now we're in a second wave of COVID, because U.S. government, what's that? We don't have one. I'm convinced that the people who work at the White House right now, including our president, are the same exact people who designed the locks at Master Lock. That's the level of stupidity we're talking about here. But yeah, just the basics. You can, real quick, we can go to our group at defcon21.org, and I'm actually going to take a segue out of covering Bosnia Bill in order to help Eric out here. So if you've heard this spiel before, you can sort of ignore when I'm talking about. Actually, you know what? I'm going to tie this into Bosnian Bill. So, hold on. So I will take a segue, but then we're going to do a nice segue right back to Bosnian Bill. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Sparrow's website. Now, there's 2 lock manufacturers, actually 3 where you can get stuff from. One of them is, where are you? Lockpick Extreme has their own shop. They're cheaper than, like, okay, let's rewind all the way back. So let's go over. One day I'm going to do an entire episode as my fan kicks in of nothing but this, but I just want to cover all my bases here so that I don't hear any different groups or stuff complaining. Even though I am an open organization of lockpickers member, they're not sponsoring this channel, so I have no real loyalty. Although they have cool stuff. I will say, if you get stuff from Tool, which you can get at tool.us, that's Tool with 3 O's, and you click on their equipment page, which is /equipment HTML. As a beginner, you can get the necessary 9 picks here, and that will give you a short hook, a long hook, a half diamond, what some people call a hybrid. This is sort of like a high reach. And 2 sinusoid, two of the waves, the sinusoid, the cycloid and sinusoid wave, plus some Z or Z wrenches, which you can kind of use a little bit on the top of the keyway or bottom of the keyway for $30. Get what you pay for, so this is definitely worth it. It does not come with a case or anything. You can also get the Tremendous 12, which switches out the 2 sidoid and sinoids for a Triple Peak Bogota, and this kind of weird hybrid diamond that's also, in my opinion, useful for picking wafer locks. You can get a 1 through 6 pin basic progressive training locks pick for $80. When they say advanced, these are spool pins 1 through 4. I have them in the other case. I should actually bring out the. I'll be right back. I'm going to bring the case out here, and we're going to look at this, because I have some of the products in here. So just give me one moment. So this is mostly a complete part 1 of a 2-part portable lockpicking case that I normally bring to DEFCON 201 meetings and Tool meetings physically. It's a lot. This thing, if this lands on your foot, you have no foot. So as I was talking about earlier, these are the tool progressive kits. The stickers come separate, so you have to put the stickers on them, if I remember correctly. But they do kind of mark which pins are which. I don't know, maybe they pre-put them on anymore, but I don't have my lockpicking kit on me, so I'm actually going to go through my bag of generalized tools. They're crap tools because they're not high quality, but they definitely get the job done. So I'm going to take out a Z-wrench. Now I'm going to take this mid-range hook out that's made from China. And this is a 2-pinner. They give you a 1-pinner. I will let you know that for 1-pin locks, Eric, that is more for us at Tool, because a lot of Tool people order these for visual demonstration purposes. The 1-pin lock is not only to get the feel for all the different methods of how you're moving the pins and stuff correctly, but the 1-pinner is for me to give to someone to coach through on how picking a lock works, and then I give them the 2-pin. Honestly, if you're probably picking by yourself, you should start with the 2-pinner. Yeah, basically it has 2 pins. They're standard pins. They're all keyed by the same key. And with some light tension, you will be able to open this lock. Another recommendation when you do opens, when you use these practice ones of any type, do only rotate them 90 degrees. Rotate it so it's loose and 90 degrees. Do not rotate it upside down. Do not do 360. You will end up breaking these practice ones. And on tools, it goes all the way up to 5-pinner. Goes all the way up to 6 pins, which just for entertainment purposes, instead of picking them, I'm going to use a rake. See, I knew we would get to actual lockpicking eventually. Let's see, do I want to use a double peak, or I'm going to use the city rake, sometimes referred to as an L rake, and I'll rake the 6-pinner open for you, because the L pin should be able to cover all the pins at the same time. And remember, these are not, the lock picks that I'm using are not from Tool. These are crappy ones that I got extra from China. So if I can open these with these crappy tools, you should be able to do so with normal tools. Of course, with this being on camera and me holding at an odd angle, that open might not happen on cam, but I can confirm that you can do an open with even these crappy tools, especially since, again, these are the tools that I give out for public for free for my students to use. So so I know you can open them with these, but sometimes when I do locks on here, they're a little camera shy. Let me go to a different type. Let's try, I'm going to have to cover a lot here, but let's just try a, because I don't have a Bogota, but I do have, at least I don't think I do. Let me check. Yeah, but I do have a double peak. And I think this one, I can't remember if I polished this one, but let's try it. Because it hit all the pins at the same time and not go stupid crazy. And this is why I make those disclaimers in the early part of the video. Because it's hard to do a 6-pin one with a double peak because you have to hit all 6 pins, and the double peaks and sometimes the triple peaks are good for like 4, maybe 5 pinners. 6 pinners though, you need a lot more reach on there. And you should be able to rake these open. It's just, I just stabbed myself by accident. I'm just being an innie. I'm just curious. Let me try, before I move on to our topic, let me just try an S rake here. This is a snake rake. This is a way higher quality one. This didn't come from China. This came from a kit that no one wanted anymore, so I cleaned these off and I adopted them. I'm probably putting too much tension on. Let's try with super light tension. Because I'm probably, unfortunately, over-tensioning just because of the weird angle I'm holding this at. That's why I usually have the above camera for these, because that way I can like rest my arms on the table. But yeah, just to note, you can normally break these open. But that's the base 6, so they go up the way to 6. As you can see on the website, it costs you it will cost you $80 before shipping. Now, another group is, which we talked about on here, is Lockpick Extreme, and they have their own. Now, you can get just the progressive locks for $35 plus shipping. It's probably going to be $40. And this has the 2 to 6 pins, and they each have their own keys. So they not only, like when you start with 2 pins, it's very flat bidding. Once you get to 6 pins, it's like crazy high, low, high bidding. So now, unlike Tool, not only do you have, like Tool is great and it's convenient because it's one key, therefore you don't have to keep track of all these different keys. But what's so great about Lockpicking Extreme is, again, when you start off, the bidding is almost completely flat on the 2-pinner. And then when you go all the way up to, it's the 5-pinner. When you go all the way up to the 6 pins, the bidding is also crazy. And you have to look after individual keys, which as an instructor makes these difficult, but for at-home use, this is pretty neat. If you want to get this with a extremely highly recommended great lock piece 12 pick set, and I also like that not only are the tension wrenches different thicknesses, but they also have handles in the different colors, so you can look at the handles and know the different thicknesses. These all come in standard 9/5 of an inch. It's 3 different types of hooks: a half diamond and a sinusoid and sinusoid strike pick rake for $30, or you can get all of them together for a flat $60. So this is the 2 to 6 pin practice lock set, plus the color coordinated tension bomb, the keyway tension tools, and 4 picks and 2 rakes, making a 6-pick set. These do not come in cases, if I remember correctly, but again, that's to me that's a really big bang for your buck. And I can also speak to that, since they're in my kit, you know that they're actual quality, because even when I use stuff that I would not normally keep on my carry, especially since I'm upgrading my kit, in terms of the equipment, you learn from mines with high-grade equipment. Lastly, which is how we're going to tie this back in, let's go to Sparrows. This is sparrowslockpicks.com. You can also get a good beginner's kit from Southord, but they have a entire section that says lockpick sets. Actually, let's go to practice locks first. They're somewhere around here. Where are you? Practice locks. In the practice lock section, they have clear locks. The clear locks are very similar to my, they don't have them, this is not what they look like, but it's very similar to my clear padlock. And you can get them normal pins, serrated pins, or spool pins. So there's 2 security pin types. Or you can get, I think, all of them at the same time, and it's basically like $40, $50. They also sell, and I have a security version of this, cutaway locks. Where it's entirely made out of metal, because having them entirely made out of metal, Eric, there's a different feel when you're picking them. The plastic one is a lot more squishy. They're easier to pick. Having the metal feels like them made out of brass makes it feel like closer to an actual lock. And with these, they have their own key. They're Schlegs, so they're repinnable if you want to change the pinning in the future. And they're dremeled out on the side, so you can actually, let's see if I can do this with a lockpick. This is kind of a weird angle to hold them at. You can actually go in, and as you lift the pins, let's see if I can get around this warding here, you can see what you are doing in there when you're lifting the different pins. And of course I have the spool pins, so you probably didn't see much lift. But yeah, and so if you need a visual aid, although most of it's going to be, some of it's going to be hearing, a lot of it's going to be feeling, that's a good one. If we go back to practice locks, they also sell a really cheap progressive lock set here. For $27.56, you get 2 to 5 pins in that same exact cutaway design, except these aren't cutaways. And they also have something I'm eventually going to put in my kit called the revolver, where if you want to learn security pins, basically each side, one is its normal pins, spool pins, serrated pins, and mushroom pins. And if you can make it all the way around, you really know your lockpicking. And that's neat. Now, in terms of kits from Sparrows, you go Lockpick Set Beginner. There is the Kickstart for the person on the budget. So for $19.95, good year, basically for $20, you get a city rake or an L rake, a triple peak Bogota, a slightly hybrid half diamond, and a hook with both twisted and twisted L wrenches and Z wrenches, top and bottom of the keyway. Bottom of the keyway wrenches. For $20 with its own case. It's very small and compact, and you can add for like $18 a cutaway normal pin lock. What I also like about the Kickstart is they sell expansion sets for them. So this will add the better, more accurate half diamond, a higher reach hook, a double peak, and a snake rake, along with these unique twisty guys. When they sell like 3 different, the add 2 extensions, with this one having pinning tweezers in them, so you can expand outwards. Here's how we're going to relate this back to Bosnian Bill. Another great one, if you're willing to spend $32, there's the Tuxedo set and the Spirit set. And what I can tell you right now is that the Spirit set, it's a very tiny image, but it basically focuses a lot on hooks. So they give you a huge variety of different length hooks, and then 2 rakes, a triple peak and a city rake, and the bottom of the keyway tension ways. The Tuxedo is way more well-rounded and has a huge different set of different types of picks and rake profiles. But you don't have to hear it from me. You can have, let's have Bosnian Bill explain it for us, because one of the things Bosnian Bill, besides doing ridiculous openings with crazy random what do you call it, like open source music, but they also he reviews a lot of lockpicking products, and he reviews a lot from Sparrows as well as Peterson's and Southord and many others. And let's look at his review of the Tuxedo from Sparrows, which is a very great, if you can afford it, if you can spend basically $40, is a superb beginner's kit that's not only a beginner's kit, but you can use as the beginning to everyday carry that will tackle most type of locks. So let's hear what Bosnian Bill, a famous lockpicker, has to say. And Eric, if you have any more questions, please let me know, or anyone else, please let me know in chat.
Alright guys, the Sparrow shipment finally arrived, and we got a lot to talk about tonight. The first one we're going to be talking about is the Sparrows Tuxedo Kit. But before we get to that, let's talk about who won the access card. So out of 1,900...
He also does a lot of giveaways, which is something eventually I'm going to be doing on the show. Maybe the next episode, who knows, we'll find out.
In the mail to you. Congratulations. Against long odds, you won, buddy. The other thing I'd like to do before we get to this kit is talk a little bit about how things have gone since.
Here's also how crazy the rabbit hole gets, or can get, when you own a YouTube channel, a Twitch stream, or you're an instructor like me, how crazy eventually your lockpicking gets. It's worse than a drug habit. It's just as bad as video games.
Most of.
As a beginner, don't let these prices scare you. He's trying to cover everything. As a beginner, it's really easy to start and learn without breaking the bank. You have so many multiple options. He's just bitching all the stuff he has to cover for his channel as someone who reviews products as well as instructs.
What have you guys sent in? Well, we're well on our way. $319 or almost $320 has been sent in by PayPal. Now, 23 people have sent in contributions on that, and I know who they are. In fact, most of them I sent a personal note of thank you. So if you're one of those guys, you probably already received a note. If not, that means you probably have the name just came in today. There were 7 names today. And so I'd like to formalize this a little bit. Rather than send kind of those impersonal emails to thank you, I'd like to recognize you guys on camera. So the 7 that were not.
He doesn't, Olden guy, but I will show a YouTuber that does after him.
Justin Marshall and Frederick Germain. Guys, you're not going to get a note because I prefer to do it. I prefer to give you my thank you on camera. There's also a button that YouTube puts up there called the YouTube support button, and I don't know who hit that button, but $86 has come in on that for a grand total of about $406. So we're about 35% there, but we still have a lot of items to review, and so I'm pretty sure that's not going to be an issue. a while back, some guys from Europe said that the PayPal wasn't available to them and the YouTube support button was not visible in the YouTube in their country. So they asked I put together a Patreon account, which I did about a week ago. And since then, 10 of them have, or 10 of you have contributed $1 each so that's per video though. That's not a one-time. And so every video now, you guys are going to be paying in $10. So I guess the secret here is to produce like 5,000 videos in a month, and man, we could pay for all kinds of stuff. Anyway, I wanted to thank you, and I wanted to show some transparency about where we were exactly in this great experiment called the Lockpicking Consumer Reports. So let's get to this. This is the Sparrow's tuxedo. It's going to be hard for me to be unbiased because I've carried one of these in my back pocket every day for the last several years. My case, well, first of all, very nice case. You got double stitching everywhere it needs to be. The new model of case, which is this one, has heat seal on all the edges, so you're not going to get any fraying. And I think you can probably make it out. It even is more subdued than it used to be with their logo. Very thin, very light. Tuxedo, they call it that for a reason, because you can slide it in the top pocket of a tuxedo and no one will ever know it's there. Very durable case. And to prove it to you, let me show you mine. This is several years old, and the only wear that I have on this are the edges here, which in the beginning I suppose were not heat sealed.
Sparrows makes really good cases, so even if you get picks everywhere else, they have an entire section of getting cases, and they're really cheap and insanely good quality.
Gentle but muscular looking curve of my tuchus, but that's a subject for another video. Let's get back to business here. The tuxedo, very nice. When we open it up, Velcro closure, nothing's going to be falling out of there, and inside of there, that's everything you get. And literally, it's everything you need for standard locks and a little bit of help with security locks as well. Let's go through them. All right, first let's pull out the tension wrenches. Everything you see here, by the way, is 303 stainless steel, very durable material. It's about the toughest material you can use to make lockpicks. You get 3 of these twisted tension tools, and they're each of the 3 different widths. So any lock you can imagine, you got the proper width. If you like the Z-style tension wrenches, if I get this to come out, sometimes they get a little bit caught up on the Velcro because it's a brand new case. There we go. Again, all stainless steel, 1 of each of the 3 different widths, long end for recessed lock faces, and then the shorter end for non-recessed. So 6 different tension wrenches, which is kind of neat. Sometimes finding the right tension wrench is the biggest part of your battle. On the picks themselves, let me pull all these guys out. I'm going to keep that last one in there for a reason. All right, what do we get? Well, we get a standard hook. And you'll notice there are no handles on these. And again, that's everyday carry. You want to keep it as flat as possible. Now in my kit, I've already pulled mine out. I like to put shrink wrap on the handles. It isn't absolutely necessary, but it does make it just a little bit more comfortable to use if you're going to be working on a lock for a long period of time. It doesn't add significantly to thickness. You don't have to do it. There are no sharp edges on these. Let me set these down here. Just give you a close look. There are no sharp edges. Come on, baby. And you can see these have been tumbled. Some attention to detail here. They have smoothed out almost all of the machine marks, unless you look. Let me see if we can look real close down in the crevice. You can just see some machine marks there from probably grinding or sanding. So they are not perfect, but they are really close to being perfect. You could use them as is, but I think I'd go ahead and hit them with some 1000 grit sandpaper just to round off those final edges, just to make them, in my book, make them perfect. Okay, you get the standard hook. You get a modified snake rake, and Sparrows has modified this one just a little bit to say that it makes it more efficient when you're raking best locks and arrow locks. You notice that snake is leaning forward just a little bit like he's running, but as far as I can tell, that's the only difference. All these, like I said, are 25 thousandths. This one is called a hybrid and is very similar to the standard hook, except the tip of it has a little bit of a club on it to make it easier to place. Get up there. Make it easier to place on the key pins in some cases. I look on that as kind of almost like a deforest diamond, but not quite that deep. You get a half diamond, L rake, city rake. I mean, perfect shaping. There's no, even you can even see the rounding on that. I didn't do any work on these, just took them right out of the wrapper. So very nice shape, no burrs or anything on these. Very nice work. A lot of attention to detail. And then the pick that we all want, the triple peak or the Bogota, very nicely done, and I think no kit's complete without that. All right, I've showed you all of those. Those are all 25 thousandths picks, and I keep them in the back. And then in my own kit, I keep my hook up in the front, and this one is just a little different. It's identical in shape to the standard hook. Come here, you. It is a standard hook, except when you flex them, you notice it's very thin. That's because he's 15 thousandths. So if you find yourself facing a narrow keyway, paracentric keyway, you've got a tool to address it with. Unlike some of the other kits, this one comes with everything you need. So if you're a beginner or an intermediate picker and you're looking for a everyday carry kit, or even something to use every day if you add some shrink tube on the handles to make them more comfortable, I can't think of a better kit to go for. This, by the way, is $39 from Sparrow's Lockpicks, and I highly recommend it. I think it's well worth even more than $39. Anyway, fellas, if you are interested in winning this, go ahead and leave a comment, and then after 24 hours, as always, I'll randomly select somebody using the computer, and you will win. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time. Stay safe. Stay legal.
Yeah, and his catchphrase is always stay safe and stay legal. Before we move on to the rest of the people here, because I guess this stretched out the episode, I do want to open up another window and talk about, answer some questions that Eric's had. So first of all, when is the next lockpicking to a lockpicking village? We are waiting to, like, where COVID mostly subsides or there's a vaccine in order to kind of go back to our normal meetings. We usually have them at our meetings. I had thought before COVID happened of doing independent, smaller meetings from the DEFCON 201 meeting where it was just lockpicks and kind of had, like, the blessing of Tool, New Jersey from that. That wasn't like a snide. I literally have phlegm stuck in my throat, being gross on the stream. But yeah, so that's what I thought I would do, but then COVID happened. The reason why I do Master of Unlocking is because it's really hard for me to come out. Yes, sure, like Sparrows and Southward are good. There's often debates about Southward, because some people think either you get people who are like, they're good, and then there's people who are like, they have shit products, and it really depends on what you're looking for. Sparrows is a really nice balance, by the way, between getting good materials, good to great materials, and really good design, in my opinion, for good pricing. And we're going to show that in a moment when I answer one of Eric's questions. But yeah, because we might not, it depends on how it goes, we might have a partially in-person meeting along with the live stream on October 16th. We might not. That's the next 2 days. We have to figure that out. However, usually if we are meeting in person, the lockpick kit is also at that meeting. And when it goes back to normal, I always bring the stuff at every Tool New York, Tool New Jersey, and DEFCON 201 meeting. So that's what happens there. But I do want to show you, speaking of price for your buck. So you said, what are the best quality lockpicking tools? This is a controversial thing. It doesn't seem like it, but it is. I'm going to explain why in a second. Because I can't never remember the name of their website. ThinkPetersons.com. This is Petersons. They're located in upstate New York. They arguably make the best picks. They're expensive as hell. Like, and they also have weird names. Like, they don't call the City Rake or the L Rake that. They call it by a completely different name. It's annoying. However, they're plastic. If you can look here, that they have grips and they're really comfortable, really well done. That notch concerns me for, like, advanced people. But yeah, they have insanely good quality, insanely good steel, really comfortable handles. But if you notice, this is $8. Even if you get a individual, oh, I just skipped ahead there. Where is Head Sparrows here earlier? Here we go. Even if you go, let's go to single picks. And let's go for a hook pick. And we'll pick a short hook. Actually, what type of hook did I pick for Peterson's? Yeah, that's a short hook. That's basically a short hook. See, they don't call it a short hook, they call it a hook one. Let's get one with a handle. See? Comfortable handle. Not as good as Peterson's. Comfortable handle, right? This would be $3.90 if you ordered it individually, and Peterson sells theirs with way better handle and way better steel for $8. And here's another thing about Peterson's. My recommendation is first get a different lockpick set, like from Sparrows or South Ord, or from Lockpick Extreme. Learn how to pick, then get a Peterson's. Second of all, go in, get either the plastic handle one for $8, or get the even more expensive, let's see if I can search for it here, the rubber handle ones for basically, holy shit, $15. But it's super quality steel, and those handles, same design, but they're rubberized. And get like 2 or 3 of the tools you know you're going to use all the time. So get, like, in my opinion, this would be mine, a short hook, a short hook, a half diamond, and either a Bogota or one in or a short hook in 15,000s, and that's it. You don't need any more than that from Peterson's, and whatever the hell you do not get any of their kits. They make amazingly well. And I'll actually go back to Bosnian Bill and cover this right now. They make amazing individual picks, but it seems like Peterson doesn't know what people actually walk around in their pick set, because the combination of picks that they have just make no goddamn sense. This is wait until there's a sale. If you can find a lot of companies have sales in October, that's true, and especially on Black Friday. So especially since we're all going to be shopping for online, that's a good one. And you don't get to violate buy nothing on Black Friday, because most lockpick places, even the large ones like Sparrows, are independent businesses, meaning you're not buying this through Walmart and Target. Oh, that's another thing. Never buy lockpicks from Amazon. Never buy lockpicks from Wish.com. They are the crappiest of crap. And also, don't get most base set ones from China. Like these ones that I use for public, they're made from China. If you see these with like rivet handles and they come like with this black soot, I've had to sand it. Don't get them because they're really cheap and it shows, and they're rigid and way too thick. All of that sort of stuff. They are thick. But let's take a peek. I'm gonna jump around a bit, but let's take a peek at a review that Bosnian Bill has for one of Peterson's sets. So you're gonna tell here they make really good quality individual picks, but then he's gonna get really confused on why are these picks in its set. So we're gonna jump around a little bit, and then we're gonna jump to some more people, and then we're gonna be done with the stream. Oh, and before we move on to that, one more thing. So some people brought up South Ord. If you are a beginner, the lockpick set that I would recommend for you is, well, eventually you can get either of the 14-piece, lockpicking sets. Especially the ones with non-handles are really good. But if you're an absolute beginner, for cheaper than Sparrows and almost the same quality, you get this set, which comes in a nice leather case that's a snap-on. And you get a snake rake, you get a half diamond, a short to mid hook, it's kind of a hybrid into 2 tension tools, a ball rake, which shocks me that they put in the beginner kit because that is for raking and picking wafer locks, both sides, and a printout book called Easy Picking, so you have an actual written and comic, like draw diagram booklet that you can keep on you. For the price of $16.15 before shipping. So that's going to be my last from South Ord. The other thing I highly recommend is the classic 14-piece set, handles or no handles. My case is actually a South Ord case, although that was gifted to me. Also, South Ord sells vegan cases. So if you're worried about leather cases and you don't want to do nylon, you can get those cases from South Ord. The night school, that will come, the deluxe one will have everything that's in a normal tuxedo. The standard one has everything that would be in a kickstart. And the thing also about the night school one is it has a giant case, and it has pockets, and it has the cutout locks that I showed, one normal pin, spooled and serrated. I have the spooled and serrated because that's why I got these, so I can show people how they work as an instructor. So just a note about that. So it's a lot of money, but you do get stuff there, and the case is really well done, and it's designed. Sparrows, the big cases, are always designed with less picks than it can actually hold, so that way if you want to buy stuff and expand the case, you have room to do that. But let's go back to what Blasey and Bill was talking about Peterson's, and then ironically, because you're looking at the night school, we're going to segue to the third god of lockpicking. Then we're going to look at some kind of more unknown or lesser known, or I should say, not as YouTube famous, even though I don't really see any. There's a couple of people on Twitch that stream lockpicking now. It used to just be me, like dead serious. But let's jump around the mayoral review from Peterson's by Bosnia and Bill under Lock Lab, and you'll see what I mean about great quality quick picks. Get the individual picks. Do not buy sets because they're just weird and confusing.
All right, guys, like a lot of you, I got that email from Peterson International, I guess about a week ago, advertising a brand new pick set called the Mayor. And that's what you see here. It's advertised as being the most requested picks by professional pickers. And so Peterson put this kit together to meet that request, I guess. Inside this little nylon case and pretty thick, very well packed. Those guys. 7 picks. All with the wonderful Peterson plastic handles. The tips of these only go back to about right here. They are not full shank, but it doesn't matter because when these are molded into the handles, it's such a solid lockup. We don't lose any feel, any feedback at all. So very well thought out in terms of design. I really like the texture and the feel of these. Fits my medium-sized hands just perfectly. Now, in terms of the picks, this is where I start to get just a little bit confused. This is a profile, I very much like this profile. It's an industry standard short hook profile, and Peterson has included 2 thicknesses, and you can tell by the color of the handles. So black handle is 25 thousandths of an inch, purple handle is 18 thousandths of an inch. Kind of an oddball thickness, that 18 thousandths, but that's what you get. There's what they do require a little bit of finish like all production picks, nothing out of the ordinary. They're not bad at all out of the box. In terms of a medium hook, so you got a short hook and a medium hook, they throw in this little guy. And I really like this one as well. Just wonderful. But you only get the 1 thickness. And I just don't quite get that one. In terms of rakes, you get these 2 guys. And this is also an odd setup. Both of these are 25 thousandths of an inch. You get 1 Bogota, which is a little bit of a modification. The peaks on these have been slightly rounded, which I really like because that means it slides in and out of the keyway a little smoother. It doesn't snag those keys. And then below it is one of the set from TOOOL. And I believe this is the Quint sinusoidal one. He's 1 of 4 picks, and you only get this one in this kit. Both of these in 25 thousandths of an inch. And now we get to the weirdness. I don't know what these are. Peterson has several numbered hooks. Now these are different, and they're also different profiles and also different thicknesses. It seemed like they would have given you the same profile, but this is what you get. 1 in 25, 1 in 18. The 18 obviously is a slightly deeper. That might be a number 4, and this might be a number 1 hook. It's just really difficult to tell unless you ordered them and you can look at your receipt. Yeah, well, anyway, that's what you get. You get some top of the keyway. Now, this is interesting as well. You get what is called the pry bar light, which is 40 thousandths of an inch, and you get the pry bar heavy, which is 50. Now, those are good things. But when I took a look at these, look at where the laser cut teeth are supposed to be. And it's true on both ends. They're not very well defined. You can see them, but they're kind of, looks like worn down, maybe over tumbled. So just to see, I pulled out, this is an original, this is a light bar, brand new in the package from Peterson, that's been in my bin for a couple of years. And when you take a look at this guy, let's compare them. On the bottom is the original Peterson. If we get the camera to focus, and you can see he's got very sharp, well-defined teeth, and the others are kind of over-tumbled and rounded off. I don't know if he's changed the production technique or just over-tumbled them, but that's. I'm more than a little confused by this kit. I don't think it answers the male for any particular picking group. In terms of US, I would have preferred to see 25. If you're Euro, I'd like to see 15 thousandths, and I would have definitely liked to have seen a slightly different selection, but this is all personal preference. What you get in your kit, it always depends on what you like. Everybody likes something different. So let's take a look at the math of it. There are 7 picks. Peterson sells picks for $8 each on his website, so that's $56 worth of picks there in front of you. He sells top of the keyway tensioners for $10 each, which I personally think is a little bit high, but that adds another $20 to the kit. And then he sells a set of 6 bottom of the keyway tensioners for $10. So if you add up everything here that you see minus this, that's $86 worth of hardware, leaving a value of $13 for this. What I have to say is, if you're looking for a kit, I mean, this is not a bargain. There's no discount for ordering everything as the Mayer kit. I would say if you're looking for picks from Peterson, if you really like these handles, go into Peterson's website and pick out precisely the picks that you like and order just those. When you throw in weirdness like this, you're never going to use those, and it adds to the cost of the ones that you do get. So pick out what you want, you be the decider, what you like, and get exactly that.
And you'll find that that's like a common thing throughout Peterson's kits. So as he said, which I agree with, go and get after you learn lockpicking and you feel like you're used to it, and you're like, I'm going to do this a lot, and I'm going to, or most of the time, and I'm going to be in the next stage, go to Peterson's, and whether it's the rubber handle or the plastic handle, just get 2 or 3 picks that you're going to use all the time that you like from them. Do not get any of their kits, because they like put like their lockpicks in a can and shoot them at a wall and see how they stick. That's the only way I can think of how they pick them. So the last of the Trinity of God. So we've covered Lockpicking Lawyer, we covered Lock Lab, and now I'm going to cover a guy that I think is, even though he's popular, is one of the most underrated of especially these 3, and that is Lock Noob. I'm a huge fan of Lock Noob. He is from the UK. He covers a lot of different things. He does product reviews. He does a lot of progressive tutorials on how to pick locks. Like he has an entire series of just dimple locks, an entire series of disc detainers, and he just blanked out. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to cover them in a moment. Don't worry. I'm getting there. Don't worry. We're going to go through a potpourri in a moment. I just thought I'd get the big 3 out of the way first. And because he's from the UK, again, he covers dimple locks. He covers lever locks, as he calls them, lever locks. I love how he says it. There's 2 things that I like he says with his British accent. It's lever lock and master wafer. Like, he sounds like Alfred from Batman. It's great. Like, one of these days I'm going to go through every one of his lever lock videos, and splice every single time he says lever lock, and splice them all as one video. So it'll just be like a 8-minute video of just super going lever lock, lever lock, lever lock, lever lock, lever lock, because it's just the way he says it is just. And he also does product reviews. He covers a lot of kind of oddball topics as well. And speaking of which, you were looking at the night school. Let's jump around and see his review. I mean, Bosley and Bill also covered it, but let's hear what Lock Noob has to say about the night school.
Hello again, it's Lock Noob, and I'm quite excited about this little first impressions review, because I really like Sparrow's kits, and this is the new Sparrow's Night School, not the sort of deluxe version, but the $99 Canadian dollar version. What is Night School? Well, it's sort of an all-in-one lock picking, learning and practice kit, and it's well, let's just open it and I'll show you what I mean. So it's the first time I've actually opened this up myself. You see it's all sealed in its pack with a very nice Sparrows sticker. Let's chop the top off, there we go. Slide that out. So yeah, I've actually got these on a number of my lock cases where I store various locks, so I might keep that one. There we go. The case is pretty nice actually. I haven't seen inside, but it's it feels quite firm. It's got a bigger sort of ridge on than the Sherman type cases I am used to, and the competition case. So this is a competition case, and this one up here with half my picks falling out is the Sherman, and you see it's a little bit thicker. So Sherman, competition case, and then the Night School looks a little bit thicker maybe. Let's get rid of the competition case. See these two lined up? Yeah, I reckon it is. But I'm a massive fan of Sparrows cases as well. I think they're great. So it seems to be pretty nice, stitched nicely as well. But we're not really worried about the case, are we? Let's have a look inside. So what do you get for your 100 Canadian dollars? Well, 99 Canadian dollars. Well, you get this. You get a really nice case with some tension tools, which I can open up. Let's see what we get. We'll look at the picks in a minute and locks in a minute. So tension tools, what do we get? What do we get? What do we get? So we don't get any top of the keyway like pry bars or anything, but we do get 3 thicknesses of twisted tension tool. So these will provide you with a little extra flex, so it's a little harder to put too much pressure on the core. Doesn't mean you can't, but gives a softer touch. And my favourites, which are the untwisted ones, and again you get 3 thicknesses here. And what I'd be tempted to do, because these are Z wrenches, is although these are a little bit shorter on this side and therefore you could use them as top of the keyway, I would probably be tempted to file these down or cut them down by at least half so that they are a bit like that. That means that you won't foul on the first pin in locks where they're a bit deeper. That's what I would do anyway, but you know, and I'm not going to modify this kit for the purposes of the review. And I normally just shove these down the centre of cases like this. And you'll notice that you actually get 4 picks. What profiles do you get? Well, you get some really good profiles for starting to learn picking. Yes, you could you know, extend your kit out to include all sorts of items if you like, but I think that this is a nice, you know, set of profiles for a beginner picker. So what do you get? Well, you get a double peak Bogota, not the triple peak. I don't know why they put the double peak in, but it's a nice profile. And you know, the triple peak I can use more for rocking. This one will be able to bump those pins by gently scrubbing back and forth on those pins. That'll be quite useful. Another rake, and I think it's really important when you start to begin to learn locks, is to have rakes. And you can see here you get a slightly different profiled snake. In terms of the finish, they seem well tumbled. Truthfully, nothing too jaggy, and even in the depths of the kind of like curves, it all seems to be quite well rounded. So you might want to polish these up, cut some of the thermoplastic off the handles a little bit if you like. I'm not going to, but if it does bother you, you can. But I think you could use these straight out of the pack. Yeah, why not? In terms of your sort of hooks, well, you get the half diamond. It's a small half diamond, which is used sometimes to scrub, sometimes to pick, sometimes even for dimple locks if used on its side. It seems to be okay. I'd like that to be a little bit sharper maybe, but overall probably quite useful. And it does act as quite a nice shallow hook, although this is obviously a shallow hook, probably the most popular pick profile for a lot of pickers out there is the shallow hook. That's my first kind of go-to profile. You can see that it's a little bit longer than the small half diamond there, but I know a lot of people who love half diamonds, so yeah, not a bad selection of hooks. Clearly I think if you were going to go and start picking a bit more, I'd want to see a few more profiles in there, maybe a larger half diamond, maybe medium hook, maybe a city rake as well, maybe a 3-peak bow guitar, but this is enough to get you going. Most importantly, if you can use these to pick these locks that it comes with, then you're onto a winner. I think what I like about this case is that not only does it hold the few picks to sort of get you started, it's clearly got enough space for loads more picks. There's space behind here as well, space at the front, space over here, and you can even put some more stuff in here, maybe some tension tools or another lock. What have I got? I've got a little padlock here. Maybe you're working on a padlock and you wanted to take it with you for a bit of practice. You could slide that into the case as well, why not? So maybe some Euro cylinders. If you've got a spare Euro cylinder, you could just slide that in. I think it's a nice kit for sort of carrying around and practicing picking. It would also go very well with, I believe, I can't seem to locate mine, the Sparrow's reload kit. Let me have a look, see if I've got a hold of one here. Yep, there we go. The reload kit, which comes with a whole load of extra pins, springs, keys, and those sorts of shenanigans. Okay.
The repinning episode, we're going to do the reload kit live.
New style Sparrow's cutaways. If you notice that this turns round, it's actually a key. There we go. Let's have a look at the bitting. Reasonable. So the bitting here is sort of a downward bitting, high at the top, all the way down to the bottom, more or less. So I think you could learn something off that. Let's look at the keyway. Mildly paracentric, maybe. Certainly a good learner's keyway, and it works very smoothly. The good thing about these new style locks is that they are actually very usable in the hand. You can pick in the hand. I like to pick in the hand, so you can put tension on and pick, and that shouldn't be so bad for you. And of course you can repin it, henceforth why I'd say check out the frankly amazing value Sparrow's reload kits as well. So this one's standard. If you like, and there's another good reason to get some followers and some repinning kits, if you're struggling even with the cutaway to pick this lock, you could gut this and then just pin it up with 1 pin or 2 pins. Maybe keep the pins in a baggie and put them down here. So you've got the standard pins. What else do you have? Let's leave that there actually. Aha! Spool pins. So you've got 5 spools. Take the key out. Yep, very nice. And actually, I mean, there's not only spool pins, but the bitting on this is, I'd say, reasonably hard. You got low, high, low, higher, and very high at the end there. So that's going to be a tricky pick, I reckon. Okay, what else do we have? Everybody's favourite, serrated, and these Sparrow's serrated pins are actually pretty good, I have to say. And it looks like with this bitting, at least pins 2 to 5, you're going to hit a serration. Not so sure about whether pin 1 you're going to feel those serrations. Maybe not. It probably feels like more like a standard pin. But you know, 4 out of 5 serrations, not bad. And actually, this is almost opposite of the first key, which is sort of a slope down this way instead of this way. Very nice, actually. So again, it gives you opportunity if you do get, say, the reload kit or some of their followers and repinning tweezers, which you can definitely add to this kit, no problems at all, I'd imagine. You'll get a chance to progressively pin these, especially if you're struggling with the serrated and spool pins. And it all just goes nicely in this kit. I mean, $99, well, it's quite an investment, I think. You know, if you're going to start learning, it is quite an investment. Bear in mind that this is Canadian dollars, so I think we're talking about somewhere around £60 or thereabouts. Please do Google it on the day. But all said and done, you're getting a really nice all-in-one kit in a really good quality case with some very usable tension tools, a nice little selection of picks with the really nice and very comfortable sort of thermoplastic handles. It's sort of hard to say that it's not a good price, because these locks themselves are somewhere around the $25 mark. So, you know, this is $75 worth of stuff, Canadian dollars, of course, already. And then you get the case, then you get the picks, then you get the tension tools. So I don't think you're getting a bad deal here. I suppose if you had the money and you were wanting to start to learn to pick locks, I don't know. I think it's a pretty good starter kit. If you were really kind of serious about learning, having this so you can transport a couple of locks, even when you don't need these, you can put some small padlocks or Euro cylinders or kick cylinders in here to carry around. You've got plenty of room for expansion. Yeah, I really like it. I really like it. And I think that it's not a bad deal for what you're getting. These New Star Sparrows locks, I have to say, I'm a big fan of. They're very comfortable to pick in hand. You don't need to use a special holder like you do for the kick cylinders. So yeah, it gets my thumbs up. I'd really like to know what you think of this Sparrows Night School kit, so comment below, and if you really want to, you can also like and subscribe as well. That'd make me happy.
And so Eric, you were curious about the Night School kit. That's what Lock Noob had to say about the Night School kit. Now, I'm going to cheat a little bit because, you know, we're hackers. We like to cheat. I figured out how I could take a break and still entertain you folks. So after this is going to be the last Lock Noob video we're going to play, and then we're going to look at a bunch of other people rapid fire from YouTube and possibly from Instagram, and that will be the end of our stream, because this is actually going on way longer than I thought it would. That's what she said. But this is what I think is neat. Again, Lock Noob, I mean, he has some unique stuff. Like he talks a lot about lever locks and other things that you find only in the UK. But this video right here, the Learn Lockpicking Everything You Need to Know, is a godsend. Before this video, at conventions, when we would have like a TV, we would go to like different hacker conventions and normal conventions. I've taught locks at Liberty Science Center. We were at like a wellness fitness place. We were going to do more of that this year before Corona kicked in. We even brought this to PAX East. But when we have a video display, it's always like I had to use this tool presentation from... Yes, we say them a lot on this channel because, here's a hint, lockpicking, a lot of it is just endless innuendos. You can't avoid them. You just can't, so you just accept them. But yeah, Sherelle. So, I used this tool video from DEFCON 23 because that was the only video, and it was very, very intensive long video. It's like, I don't know, it's like 23 minutes long, 40 minutes long, something like that. It goes on forever. It's like a half an hour long. Roughly a half an hour long, about lockpicking. And the sound quality's off because it was like 8 years ago, whatever. Not only because of COVID, it's one of the few positives that now I have multiple really high quality tool videos about lockpicking, but I've also found other lockpicking tutorials, like Lockpick Extreme has one, Real Sexy Cyborg has one, and this one from Lock Noob was so good. It is one of the few lock videos, and it's one of the only 3 intro lock videos, and it's our lead lock video on how to pick locks. This is the video that we put on repeat all the time when we have lock picking at our like when we do a DEFCON 2-101 booth back before we had to wear masks and social distance, and this is the video that ended up there in our kit of awesome noob hacker videos. So I'm gonna play this. He's gonna teach how to do lockpicks with certain tools. He does it really well. I'm going to turn the camera off. I'm going to do a couple things. We're going to come back, and then I'm going to show you my mentor Night Owl and a bunch of other lesser known lockpickers that are really important that I think you should follow. We'll also look at some that are currently on Instagram, because that's a new thing. I think there's none on TikTok, but I haven't checked. Yeah, not because I'm old. We do have a TikTok. We just haven't been there in forever because of all the like, China's spying on us, and the United States being like, wait, they're spying for China instead of us? Get them, you know? It's like if TikTok was owned by Facebook, they wouldn't care. They would like pump money into that. But yeah. But anyhow, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna turn the camera off. Even if you already know how to pick locks, he talks about a lot of stuff that usually I'm the only one who talks about, and he just goes in really good details. So for those who know how to pick locks, appreciate sort of the quality of this video. For those who are new or are learning, like Eric and stuff, here's a way of me teaching, way of me showing you pick locks without me teaching locks. Also, Eric, one last thing before I go on a short break here while you watch the lock noob video. And definitely subscribe to his channel. You are looking for locks to practice on. I'm going to tell you the two, and Lock Noob's going to also bring this up, of the two locks that are extremely good for beginners. Once you know how to pick 4 pins, these are absolutely amazing. So 2 real locks that you can use if you're a beginner. The Master Lock 120-140. The only difference between the 120 and 140 is the 120 has a longer shackle. These are the 140s are short shackle, but they're pretty neat. They're considered level 3 security by Master Lock standards, although everything's basically low security. Almost everything from Master Lock is low security. In some cases, low security is an understatement. Now, I'm using the crappy Chinese tools, and the odd thing about this is that both of these have the same thing in common. They have 4 pins, they're normal pins, and only 2 of them are misaligned. So 2 are already at basically the shear line, and you only have to usually manipulate two pins, maybe 3 pins, but usually 2 pins in order to push those to the shear line and then unlock the lock. And the sad part is, I think the 140s are supposed to have they're supposed to have a single spool pin in there, but they are so incredibly, these brass boys are so incredibly crappily designed that it negates all the positive aspects of having a spool in your lock in the first place. So you're going to see here, I'm going to put light tension, I'm going to go in, and on this particular one, it's the 2 middle ones, I believe. So light tension, heard that click, and then we have the other, and we have an open. That's how fast when you get used to this. And this is the most common one that 5 to 7-year-olds I teach how to open. Also, fun fact, when you want to think of the children, this is also the most common lock that most gun owners lock their guns and gun cases, or the pin safety or trigger safety on. And you saw how fast that was. The other one are the Master Lock 1 through 5. The most common one is the Master Lock number 3. These giant beefy guys, if you see the blue bottom here, although they do come in different colors with the different riveted ridges. My only tip with these is to only insert the tension wrench halfway in, because your tension wrench can catch on to these rivets. And you want to put slightly more tension than you would do on the 140, 120. But they're very simple as well. Let's see if I can get this to work on cam. And that opened. Now, again, I make this look easy. The first time I tried one of these, it literally took me an hour to figure out how to open. This only took me like 3 minutes. This took me an hour. And now both are incredibly easy. So again, I'm not the best lockpicker in the universe, obviously, but I am experienced. So a lot of times, if things look easy, it's because I make them look easy. You have all seen me try to struggle with some of the naughty boys that I have in my kit made for intermediate and advanced lockpickers. So I'm gonna go eat something, recharge my water and stuff, wash my hands, and we're gonna watch you're gonna watch Lock Noob's video. It's a decent length. It is nearly 20 minutes long, and that should give me enough time. And then we're gonna do a rapid fire, looking over other lock people's stuff. And then we're going to end the stream. So for those who are already in lockpicking, you can go on a break yourself, I'll still be here after 20 minutes. And enjoy how well LockNoob put this video, and congratulations to DocLoop for putting this video. To me, I think this is one of the most important lockpicking LockSport videos ever on the entire internet. I'm not kidding. But for those who are new, such as Eric, here's me teaching the tutorial how to pick locks without picking locks. So enjoy and learn. And again, if you like this show and you're new here and you want to see the other shows like Hack All End Commander, Archvile Linux Perspective, which is coming up this Thursday, my other show Crypto Barons, which is about blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies as technologies instead of as snake oil bullshit, this Saturday, or you're excited for our October 16th meetup, which we will be streaming online, you can hit that like, follow, subscribe, or that bell share button on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. And if you donate us lemons on DLive, do whatever on YouTube, or subscribe or send us bits on Twitch, I will usually see the notification, and I will cheer you guys on because we're always really excited about that. Plus, you get up to date on what we're doing. So, without further ado, here's our last LockNoob video, but not the least, and honestly, definitely probably one of the most important videos out there, especially for beginners. And I'll post the link to it in the description after it's playing. So, I'll be back. Enjoy.
Hello again, it's LockNoob, and it's very possible that you've been bought a lockpick set and maybe a practice lock as part of a Christmas gift, maybe a birthday present, a gift to yourself, or maybe just a surprise gift by a significant other. It's also possible that you might not know exactly what all of the kit does or even how to use it, and that is exactly what I hope this video will help you with. I want to explore in this video very quickly how locks work, what's in a basic lockpick set like this, how to use all the tools, what sort of locks to move on to after we've exhausted the possibilities with practice locks like this, what resources are available for you to learn from after watching this video, and what other lockpick sets that you might want to move on to after you have matured your skills over time. Now, I just want to caveat that whilst your lockpick set might not be exactly the same as this set, the principles I'm going to cover nearly all starter lockpick sets like this one. Before we start picking a lock, we need to understand the very basics about how locks work to begin with. Let's take a look at this cutaway lock that I made a while back and see how a lock works. So inside the lock you can see two rows of pins. We have the key pins at the bottom and the driver pins at the top. You can see that the driver pins sit between the top of the lock and what we call the plug or the core, and that is what stops the lock from turning when you don't have the key inside. Here is the key, and you can see that there are cuts on the key. We call that the bitting. When you insert the key into the lock, the cuts on the lock lift all the pins to a specific height, and that pushes the driver pins out of the way, allowing the core or plug to turn. You can see that more clearly in a scaled up version of this lock, where we are just looking at the first pin, although it's the same for every single pin in this lock, whereby when the key is inserted, the key pin is lifted to a specific height, allowing the driver pin to be pushed out of the way and the plug or core to turn, and that is how you will open your lock. If you have one of these plastic practice padlocks, and if you don't, I do suggest you spend a couple of pounds to get one. You can see the same thing happen, although you won't be able to see the key pins quite as well, but you'll see the driver pins being lifted up to the shear line, and then that will allow the plug or core to turn. When we're picking a lock without a key, of course we need to replicate the two actions the key provides. We need to be able to turn the lock with a turning tool, but we also need to lift the pins with a pin lifting tool. And that brings us on to what are all those things inside that lockpick kit. So what's in a typical lockpick set, and don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly the same as this, it's the top bits here, the pick tips that will be pretty much the same in most of these beginner kits. And what we have are hooks, so called because they are hook shaped, half diamonds because they look like a little triangle or a half diamond on the end, rakes, which are normally any profile with all these up and down wiggles and jiggles, ball rakes, so called because they are a rake and they look like they've got little balls on the end. This is known quite cutely as a snowman, but you might have one which is in half like that as a half snowman. You might also have just a single ball on the end. There's a range of ball rakes that you can find in these sorts of kits. You may also find something like this, a harpoon if you like, and these are broken key extractors. Broken key extractors aren't a type of lockpick. They do exactly what you think they do, which is where you have a broken key in a lock, the harpoon is able to grab hold of the broken key and extract it from the lock, saving the lock itself. Lockpick sets will also come with a range of different tools, which are known as tension tools or turning tools, and these provide a turning force or torque in the lock in the absence of a key providing the same. That will allow us to pick the lock. So now we know how a lock works and what's in a basic lockpick kit, let's actually start to look at how we pick a lock, and we'll begin with the rakes. So just a recap, what we need to do to pick a lock is replicate the action of the key. We need to lift all the pins to the correct height, all these driver pins, and we also need to provide a turning force. Without lifting the pins to the correct height, we can just apply a turning force on its own, and you'll see that, of course, the plug or the core does not turn past a certain point. I'll be using this clear practice padlock throughout the demonstration so you can see what happens to these driver pins as we insert the tools. When we apply tension or turning force, or indeed torque, to the lock, we only want to turn it until it naturally stops, about there. We don't want to add extra tension to it to bend the tool, just enough. That's all you need. It doesn't really matter what tension tool you use. Here's the other one in this kit for this type of lock, and you can see that we can insert that one in and provide tension just the same as we do with the other tool. As long as it fits in the keyway and doesn't block the entire keyway, that's all you're looking for. Let's start with the city rake. This is the rake which will try to act on all the pins at the same time. I apply a small amount of tension to the lock, I insert this, and what I'm going to do is just gently wriggle it up and down until we get it open, like this. And there we go, we have an open. All I was doing was applying a small amount of tension, moving this back and forth in the lock until all 6 of these driver pins reached their shear line and the lock opened. So with any of the rakes that can't act on all the pins at once, you're going to have to move it gently in and out of the keyway, maybe even angling the tool up and down, maybe lifting it higher in the keyway and lowering the keyway. Random movements. Remember, you can't normally see inside these locks, so you want to just provide a very small amount of tension, just enough to hold that plug against the driver pins which are blocking the keyway. Insert your tool and then just gently rake back and forth, maybe angle it up and down a bit, and you'll see that once all of those pins are going to move the pick a little higher in the lock, and there we go, got an open. And that is the same for any of these rake tools. It doesn't matter which one or what the profile is, that is the action you need to take. The final type of rake looks a little bit like this, and this does take a little bit of skill, not so much on these clear plastic locks which are designed for easy opening, but this you would insert all the way back into the back of the lock. You would apply a small amount of tension, push up, and then pull it out, and you'll see you get an open. So that's called zipping, and it does take a lot of practice and timing. So you put it in, push up the pins and pull out rapidly while under tension, and we can zip the locks. Like I said, that's made a lot easier by these practice plastic padlocks which are designed to open up very easily. So those are the rakes, and those are usually the easiest ones to start with. They're usually a lot of fun, and especially with these locks like this, they'll get you into some really fun openings. But now let's look at hooks. Hooks are so cool because they are, well, they're a hook shape, and as you can imagine, they're designed to pick one pin at a time in the lock. So all we need to do is apply tension, and then what we're doing is we're relying on the manufacturing tolerances and imperfections in the lock. That means that some of these pins will actually be stuck binding in the lock first, and we need to find the ones which actually feel like they're sticking and push those up under tension. And this is called single pin picking. It takes a while to get used to knowing how these pins bind, but there you go. We now have an open. And that is how these hooks work. They are just designed to push up on one pin at a time. They may need to be picked in all sorts of different orders, but it's a lot of fun learning how to single pin pick. Now let's quickly look at diamond picks, and these are all half diamonds, and you usually have a large and a small, and they are what I like to call hybrid picks. What that means is, of course, you can do two types of picking with this. You can use it as a rake by moving it back and forth in the lock. There we go. Or we can be more subtle, and we can apply a small amount of tension again, and we can go along the pins and actually lift the pins with the tip of the picking tool, the tip of that half diamond. And what I'm doing is I'm just going along and I'm finding which pin feels sticky, and then lift it, and then there we go, we have an open. So these tools can be incredibly versatile, being used both as a rake and a single pin picking tool. Lastly, I want to cover ball rakes, which can be used in those pin tumbler locks which we have just seen, but are actually more likely to be used in wafer locks like this. Why they're called wafer locks? Well, they don't have pins in top and bottom like normal locks. They just have these little wafers which are sprung, and they are pushed either up or down in the keyway by the key. And once the key is inserted and it's a correct key, you'll see all those wafers move out of the way, and it allows the core to turn. Which brings me on to this little tool, which you may or may not have in your kit, which is also designed for wafer locks. In fact, what it does is it just applies tension by, there you go, pushing against the top and the bottom of the keyway in these locks. Let's use this double ball or snowman rake inside this lock, and hopefully if we use some very light tension and just scroll up and down, there we go, we are already opening this wafer lock. And you should be able to see those wafers pop back up when it goes back to their lock position. There we go. So now we've seen how a lock works and what you get in a basic lockpick set. We've also seen how we use these tools in such a plastic practice padlock. And that is a lot of fun, learning about lockpicking, learning about how the pins bind in the lock, how the different tools work. It's great, but eventually you'll want to move on to a bigger and better challenge, and that is to use some real locks. My recommendation is that every picker should grab one of these Master Lock 3s to start with. It has only 4 pins inside, but it's a reliable lock and it's not too complicated. It has a nice open keyway and can be picked with even the most basic of pick kits. When picking a lock like this, I use exactly the same principles as we learnt before. I apply a small amount of tension to the lock, and all I'm going to do is put my tool in and feel for those pins that are binding and push up on them, and then keep going until I get an open on the lock. And there we go. And it's the same when raking. Small amount of tension, tool in, and gently rock until all those pins are set. There we go. Once you master the Master Lock 3, you might want to move on to a Master Lock XL or Magnum. And then maybe for an extra challenge, you might want to find some door locks like this. And these have not just 4 pins, but 5 or even 6 pins in them. And those can be a lot more challenging. Just a word of warning, don't pick locks that are in use or ones which you rely on. If you snap off one of your pick tools inside one of these locks or otherwise damage the lock, you'll be in real trouble if it is something which is being used or a lock which you need. So just pick locks that you own that are not in use. Trust me on this. So once you've learned to pick a lock, you've exhausted all the possibilities of your plastic practice padlock. You've picked some real locks like this Master Lock 3 and maybe even moved up to locks like this higher security door lock. You might be thinking to yourself, I really like this hobby, I want to get more into it. Where do I get some resources to help me along my lockpicking journey? Well, where to begin? There are clearly lockpicking channels like mine, which are designed to help and advise and guide and educate lock sporters and lock pickers in the amazing and really fun hobby that is lockpicking. And I'll leave some links in the description below for other channels which I think you might find useful. There are also books out there. One of the better ones is this one called Practical Lockpicking by Deviant Ollum. And this book is an absolute gem. It takes you through all different types of lock opening tricks, the theory behind lockpicking, all the types of lockpicks, everything you could ever think of. This book is a fantastic starter guide. And of course there are online communities. There are forums and groups on Reddit and Facebook and beyond. And those communities are a fantastic way to meet like-minded individuals, get into trading and exchanging locks, learning about different types of lock, just chatting to fellow pickers and maybe even meeting up with people across the world. Most likely when you've been picking for a while, you'll have outgrown a really cheap set like this and you'll be looking for something a little bit more refined, a little bit more well made, and kits that give you options of buying single tools in profiles that you like, which provides ready replacements for those which are damaged or lost in the future. Now, you don't have to move straight on to super expensive top-end kits like some of the ones I have. I've been picking for a number of years and you know, I will treat myself to some kits for a hobby that I absolutely love. But when you're first starting out, you probably want to upgrade your cheap pick set relatively soon to some affordable but comprehensive starter sets. Here are two of my favourite starter sets. We have a Southord C1500 pick set and a Sparrows Tuxedo. But frankly, as long as you're going for some of the more well-known lockpick brands out there, you really can't go wrong. In fact, I do have a video all about this subject, which I again will leave a link to below. A good starter kit will likely have maybe even less tools than your cheap kits, but these tools will be made really beautifully. They'll be well rounded, they will be made of the finest materials, and they will last you a lot longer and feel much more intuitive inside of a lock. These kits will also come with a multitude of tension tools of all different thicknesses and sizes, and as you get more into lockpicking, having a larger amount of tension tools will become greatly important to being able to pick more and more locks which will have different size keyways. Another thing you might want to consider is buying a cutaway lock like this, and these are sold by a number of different manufacturers, and they're designed to help you learn how to pick a lock by allowing you to repin a lock like this, but also have the chambers open so you can see where you might be going wrong if you're struggling to pick it. A lot of these types of locks also come with bags of driver pins which have all sorts of different security features. As you can see, they're all different shapes, and that makes a huge difference when you're learning to pick a lock because they all feel different when you're learning to pick them. So there we are. Hopefully you now know a little bit more about your lockpick set and how to use it. And I hope you found this video fun and entertaining, because I certainly had a lot of fun making this video for you. Now you know how to use your lockpick set and know where to go on to from that. I just hope you have a really fun hobby. I personally love lockpicking. I find it challenging and interesting and really rewarding, and I hope you do too. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to this video for more content and more about lockpicking and more about my own lockpicking adventures. I'll see you all next time. Hello again, it's LockNoob, and this video is all about the top 10 reasons why you can't pick that lock. So we've all been there, we can't pick that lock, we just get really frustrated with it, and this video is meant to be a reference guide to the top reasons, as far as I'm concerned, as to why you might not be picking that lock. Right, no particular order, let's crack on. You're using too much or too little tension. So let's go with too much tension. This is very common for new pickers because increasing the tension means that you are more likely to feel a pin binding, because it binds more strongly. You're pushing more force onto the pin laterally, so it's sticking against the core and the Bible a lot harder. What that can mean though, if instead of just holding normal tension, I push that tension bar really far down, is that the pins do give you better feedback in terms of them binding, but it also means that when you do press on them, you risk damaging your tool by having to push so hard on it, your pick tool. But also when you do finally get that pin to be pushed up, you can push it way too far because you're putting a lot of force on the pin, meaning that it actually picks all the way up into the Bible and takes the key pin with it, which will actually overset that key pin and stop that core from turning anyway. Using too little tension, conversely, you can see how much tension I was putting on there. Look how my fingers are indented. Too little tension means that you may not actually be binding any of the pins at all, and therefore you don't get any feedback in terms of a binding pin, so you can't really pick any of them. Every time that you touch one of the pins, it just falls back into position. A type of lock which can exacerbate these issues are locks with a strong core spring. What that tends to mean, and it's more difficult for newer pickers, is that when you are tensioning a lock like this, you either don't tension it enough against that core spring, so you're not turning the core around enough with your tension tool to bind the pins, or you are over tensioning it to try and combat that core spring. It's that subtle balance, something which only really practice and experience can combat. You're binding the core when you're tensioning the lock. Think of the core of the lock being a tube which is cut nearly all the way through vertically and all the way along to the back. If you put too much tension on the lock, especially bottom of the keyway, you can end up splaying the two sides of the core, especially in cheaper locks, under force, and that can mean that even if you pick the lock, the core won't turn, it's jammed against the body of the lock. Another way in which this happens, and this is the one which catches me out, is sometimes you use a wrong tension tool, and what can happen is that you can dig into the body of the lock instead of the core itself. So what we're doing is we're not turning the core here, we're tensioning against the core and the body of the lock. It's essentially just jammed in there, and this means that if you've got the wrong tension tool in, you're not tensioning the core, you're tensioning really the body of the lock. You made the wrong choice of picking tool for the lock you have, right? So this is one of those things which is really part and parcel to lock picking. It's finding the right combination attention tool, of course, and lockpick for your lock. And there are probably too many examples to go through here, but I'll choose, again, some of the more common examples where the right pick can make all the difference between being able to pick your lock and not being able to pick your lock. So take, for example, a high security lock like this with a very paracentric, ugly looking keyway. If you were to try to use a big, thick, short hook like this in 25 thousandths, you're going to struggle to get anywhere near up through that warding to hit the pins. It's just too thick and it's too shallow. So what can you do? Well, you could try a deeper hook, but again, this is in 25 thousandths. That might get you so far, but again, you're going to be deflected off this warding. So there are other options. You can buy picks now in 15 thousandths of an inch and even 12 thousandths of an inch and beyond. And these will allow you to wiggle past some of the warding. There you go, and access those pins in ways which thicker picks just wouldn't. Then we have locks with very small keyways. Now it could be that you're used to using quite deep hooks when you're picking, something like this, and you might come across this lock and just use the same hook. But of course, you know, this is a very small keyway, this hook is very deep, and already you can see the problem in that I can't really pick up those pins at the right angle to pick them all the way to the top, because the pick is too big to get around that warding. I can't work this pick around the warding to pick any of these pins. It's just too big. So what you'd need is a shallow hook, something like this, and then I might even be able to pick off the warding here, just insert and wriggle it round like that. That gives you much better access to the pins, and I of course can pick all the way up to the top of the lock by just choosing the right short hook for a small keyway. Sometimes though, you might have a relatively small keyway and try to use your short hook but still not be successful in picking this lock. Why? Well, have a look at this key, for example, and you see that it's got very extreme bitting. Pins 1, 2 and 3 are in this V configuration, which means if I use a short hook and I try to pick pin 3 there, I would be oversetting pin 2. That is, pushing the key pin up into the Bible of the lock and stopping the lock from opening. Well, how would I get around that? Well, I might have to revert to a deeper hook. And as long as the keyway is wide enough, I might be able to actually work this round the warding like that to pick up on the pins. So again, it's just another pick choice where a shallow hook just wouldn't have worked. A deep hook might save the day. Then of course we've got raking techniques. So I have a lock here where I'm going to try and rake it using this double peak pick. I'm just going to go in and we're going to just try and rake this lock open, and there we go, opens very easily. Now if I tried that with something like the city rake, which may work on numerous other locks, I find that I could be there for minutes, days, hours, weeks even trying to open this and getting very frustrated with myself. But why is it that one of those rakes works, one of them doesn't? Again, it's down to that bitting. If you look here, a double peak rake like this will be able to just get in behind this deep cut here, that low set pin, and rake those pins open without disturbing this pin and oversetting it. While if I use this city rake, you can already see that if I'm trying to access these pins at the back, I'm going to be pushing this key pin up into the Bible, oversetting it, and I won't get that open. So again, it's all about that importance of pick choice, spending the time to decide what is the best pick for that lock. It can be a lot more difficult if you don't have the key to read from. In that case, then it's just feel, practice and experience which will determine how to pick the lock. Misidentification of the locking mechanism. This happens in two broadly different ways, the first of which is more common amongst newer pickers who pick up locks without keys and are making assumptions based on the keyway alone. For example, it's very common to see a lock like this and assume, because it has a vertical keyway, broadly similar to standard pin tumblers, that it is indeed a pin tumbler, when actually, especially if you have the key, you can see that this is a warded lock and therefore doesn't have any pins in it at all. New pickers finding locks like this for the first time may assume that this is also a standard pin tumbler, especially if holding it with the keyway vertically. But of course, if you just inspect, you can see there we have a horizontal pin. In fact, it's better to view this lock horizontally. It's a dimple lock, and again, if you didn't have the key, it's perfectly normal to assume for a new picker that it is a standard pin tumbler. Locks like this, which are a little bit rarer to find, to a new picker, you might assume this is a standard wafer lock, or maybe a pin tumbler if you didn't have the key. With the key though, you can see that this is something a little bit different, and it is a wafer lock, but it is a slider wafer lock, a slightly different mechanism. And again, to a new picker, trying to pick these locks in the same way they would pick a standard pin tumbler will lead to failure. The best way you can combat that is just by researching the lock on the internet and, of course, experience. The second...
Hey everyone out there, sorry for going past the video time. I did a little bit more than I needed to, and also I'm cooking. So actually in a couple of minutes I'm going to run over, pull this stuff out, and be back. But that was, and let me mute the TV. But that was LockNoob's tutorial video. You also saw a piece, part of Top 10 Reasons Why You Can't Pick a Lock. I'm actually going to post both of those videos in chat. So this is the one you are currently watching, the Top 10 Reasons Why You Can't Pick a Lock, which is basically his explanation of like the common frustrations that particularly beginning lockpickers, but all lockpickers have about picking locks such as over-tensioning and having the right tool for the right job. And then if we're going to click back, because I was shocked that that lasted more than 20 minutes, I'm going to post the other video, which is the LockNoob's Ultimate Beginner Guide. Let's go back there to change that word. And that's the link to that guide video that you saw. And normally I feel like I do a good job training people, and in fact I got a lot of new tips, and this is not order. I'm going to let you guess what this is. I learned a lot of new ways of communicating, teaching through that video, but I always have that video on hand when we actually, especially after COVID, and I had this before COVID, to explain to people on a video screen in 20 minutes or less how to pick a lock. But let's go to some people that maybe you know and didn't realize that they had media presence, and go over some people that probably be cool to follow, and some of these people you might not be expecting. So the first person I'm actually going to go to, I'm actually going to get probably the two ones that have similar sounding names out of the way. So let's go to, there are two other lock pickers in their name. There is the Helpful Lockpicker, who has his channel right here, which we should subscribe to. And he has all of his own cool videos. This is the one we're going to play in the background about master binding order. I'm not going to turn the audio on for this. I'm just going to talk over them because we're going to do this rapid fire. As the name implies, he's a helpful one. He's also a very good noob-friendly person. He has a lot of different videos, particularly a lot of long, in-depth videos of single subjects. Like this one is 12 minutes on simply about what the binding order is and all the exact terminology, and he explains stuff also really well. I always recommend him and LockNoob for a lot of different early lockpicking subjects. And he has the clear practice lock like I do for video demonstration purposes, so I have it. I rarely let people pick on it because, again, it feels different, and you know, lock picking, it's more about a bit about hearing, but a lot about feeling, rather than what do you call it? Rather than because you know, if you had X-ray vision and could look inside it, you would not probably need to learn lock picking too well, because it's all about the feel. The other lock picker, and let's actually, I'm going to post the link to his channel in the chat. And he has like a bunch of, we recently shortened our channel to just youtube.com/c/DEFCON201, but his channel is still blah. But that's the Helpful Lockpickers channel. The other one that you probably more recognize is the Legal Lockpicker. No relation to Lockpicking Lawyer. We should subscribe to him. Both of these people do a lot of free giveaways and stuff like that. In fact, if I can find it in here. This is where he reviews the other set, the Spear set. But one of our DEFCON TOOOL members, Supercell, actually won a pack lock, which is something I've been meaning to buy, from one of Legal Lockpicker's giveaways. And we also follow him on Twitter and stuff. So this is Spirit. As you can see here, it mainly focuses a lot of different hooks. Has 2 different types of rakes, and it comes in a tuxedo-like kit, and they call it the Spirit Kit. It's basically like a Bizarro Reality tuxedo kit. It has this nice little opening here. Legal Lockpicker. Definitely check his channel out. Has a lot of good tutorials and a lot of product reviews. So he's sort of like the nice balance between Lockpicking Lawyer and Bosnian Bill. Another one that I'm actually going to play sound for and then check my cooking on is you people out there who probably know this guy or have heard of his name didn't probably think we'd do this episode and not mention him, and for some reason we're not subscribed to him. This is Deviant Olam. He is a long time friend, or I should say more of acquaintance for me. He is known, he runs a security group called Core Group, and in fact, actually let's see if I can do this. Black Hat. His company Core Group is every year. He's at a lot of hacker conventions and he speaks at a lot of hacker conventions, but he is also a longtime lockpicker, a longtime tool member, and as you heard in Lock Noob's video, let's see, he literally wrote the book on lockpicking. I'm not kidding, here it is. The Practical Lockpicking of Physical Penetration Testers Training Guide. You can get it, you can buy it new for $32, buy used for $30, and I think there's a Kindle option. And yeah, he literally wrote the book. I'm eventually going to get this book physically on lockpicking, and it has really beautiful, it's really well written because I've seen it in person before, and if I can get there, there's like really good high quality colored pictures and diagrams of the inside of locks and lock mechanisms and how they work and such. So yeah, he literally wrote the book on lockpicking, and if I can find it here, he runs Core Group, and I'm going to play this video, run out, check my food, and get back, and then I'll do the rest of the episode. This is a YouTube video that you can't find easily searchable on the interwebs. It was linked directly on Black Hat. And it's a hilarious video of hey, you've done cybersecurity, which is what Black Hat's known for, but do you know the physical security of your own building? We're going to teach you how to learn physical security, and you can hear Deviant Olam's voice. Then we're going to check one other video of Deviant Olam on his own channel, but I just thought this would be a fun thing to watch while I go quickly check my cooking, so I'll be right back. Here's Deviant Olam, current main head honcho of Tool USA.
You've trained on networks, from architecture to forensics. You've mastered Metasploit. You're able to defend your wireless. But the physical side of security is still often overlooked by both attackers and defenders. The core group's physical penetration training curriculum prepares you to better understand and exploit weaknesses present in the most utilized hardware of our security landscape. From mechanical locks to doors and containers, from basic picking to advanced tools and techniques, you'll learn tactics employed by law enforcement for covert penetration, and you'll learn methods of quick exploit and bypassing. Conventional penetration testers will learn new avenues of entry to augment their existing skill set. Defenders and strategists will learn new vulnerabilities and better understand their own attack surface. All under the direction of our physical security professionals whose backgrounds and work represent decades of experience in this industry. Do you know that nearly all office doors in commercial buildings in North America tend to use the exact same brand of locks, often with little to no specialized security features? We'll teach you how to pick them. Do you know that it's possible to create a fully working key while standing on the outside of a locked door using nothing but a blank and a hand file? A strategy that was once only discussed within the intelligence community is now used by pen testers and police, often showing little sign while the attack is in progress. Do you know that just because a lock appears unique, there may still be a specialized tool dedicated to exploiting it? We'll not only explain how they work, we'll provide you with your own. Do you know that the most popular padlock that protects heavy machinery, critical infrastructure, and off-limits areas in major cities is vulnerable to attack by a thin sliver of metal? We'll show you how to do it. The core group teaches physical security courses across a wide range of disciplines, focusing on everything from
We're not going to go for the full core group video, but you get the idea. And I just wanted to show this because you actually have to know the URL of the video, which, guess what? I'm actually going to post that in chat. You can't, like, search for it. The smooth moving as well. Deviant has a... I still study him, and he also teaches this about... most people think, unlike now, because I'm a little bamboozled and hungry, that I'm a really good or a good to great speaker. He is an excellent presentator, both in person and especially on the stage. He's really honed his craft down. Like I said, he's done a lot of episodes. Sorry, he's done a lot of conventions all over the place. Like almost every convention that you would see us at and more, he's been at. He also does conventions that are just for police officers and intelligence agencies, just for government diplomats across multiple countries. He's really that good. In fact, as I just remembered this, I'm going to show you one of my favorite talks video that Deviant Olem did. I'm not going to show it all, but I'm going to show the section where he talks about locks. He first debuted this at Hope. I believe this was at Hope X. I believe. But he then showed it off at DEFCON 22 and also at Carolina Con and Shaka Con, which is in Hawaii. So, and then he has another popular one called This Key is Your Key, This Key is My Key. But I want to show you a segment from Elevator Hacking that involves locks, and I'm going to show the Hope one, not only because I was physically there, and I think you can hear me laugh early, because I literally laughed that hard before everyone else laughed, because I realized what was about to happen, but you get the biggest laugh from the Hope version of the video as opposed to the DEFCON one. So I'm going to preload this, and I'm going to jump ahead to around where this thing happens, and it's about he's going to talk a bit about physical security, and then he's going to he's going to talk about, let's see, what's a good place that we'll start this? Yeah, about these sections of the doors in order the manual release for the door release to unlock them. And he's here with Sir Howard Payne. That's the gentleman next to him who's an actual elevator repair technician. You can also find both of them on Twitter, Deviant Ollam and Sir Howard Payne. Sergeant Howard Payne. In fact, one of the things you can do, which they request in this video, is that if you're in an elevator, take a picture of the buttons and send it to Deviant Ollam or Sergeant Howard Payne, and they will let you know which manufacturers the buttons come from, because a lot of elevators have different buttons from different manufacturers. And if you can find a really unique custom one to stump them, that's always a treat. But let's watch this hilarious segment that involves how to open elevators with using locks, and how you can fail easy. There's other parts that are about locks too, but this is literally like one of the funniest things I've ever seen him talk. That's purely about the subject being talked about.
So yeah, hoistway rides, right? Now, were we using any special keys at all?
Yes.
We were using a different kind of key though, right?
Sure. So, if you ever see that little hole in the corner of the door, that is what's called an escutcheon hole. And an elevator mechanic will use a tool like this, a drop key. And essentially, they're just reaching inside. When that metal flag drops down, they can rotate the key, lift up on the flag that's attached to the release mechanism, the door opens. There are all kinds of different keys. It's really not worth getting into the different distinctions between all of these, but every door has a key. Let's just put it that way.
And some people who weren't authorized were using these keys interesting ways, right?
Absolutely. So, New York City Housing Authority is the single largest owner of elevators in the world, according to my understanding. And they have a unique experience with unauthorized use of hoistway door keys. And as this slide might suggest, what people were doing was hiding drugs inside elevator doors. Because I guess they figured, hey, you know, who's going to look there? Well, besides an elevator mechanic, right? But they probably knew, hey, no one's taking care of these elevators anyway. So what people would do is they'd have a door key, they'd open it up, they would tape the drugs to the inside of the door where no one else could get to it, and then say, hey, I left it in that spot.
Yeah, it's in that place I put that thing that time.
So, of course, there's a solution for this, right?
So the industry came out with escutcheon hole locks. They said, all right, you've got this little hole, and you don't want people sticking things through it. We'll make you a little lock that will fit right in. It'll have this mounting collar, and then if you slip the lock through, it'll just plug up the hole. And we'll give you, you know, that nice high-security tubular key, right? So we have the tubular key, opens the lock. It's just a little rotating tailpiece, just this little tail bit interacting with the fat collar on the other side. And if you don't catch what's happening there, you can see back here, the tailpiece is clear or the tailpiece is blocking. Very simple mechanism, really neat idea, right? Now, as I said, you know, tubular locks are what? Tubular locks are awesome, right? No, tubular locks are pretty bad. Here's the nice tubular pick that TOOOL happens to have downstairs. Try it, try it, try it. All right, well, that's kind of turning. And now that looks pretty turned all the way. Hardest part, just getting the you know, the lock out of the hole. There we go. Now, you might think that, like, oh man, that's terrible. I guess they should use like an ACE, you know, 2 or a really nice quality tubular lock, or maybe something better than a tubular. Well, there's a much more fundamental problem that Howard realized as soon as he, you know, bought one of these to play with it, and he showed it to me, and I was like, no way, that can't happen this way, can it?
So, if you go to the next slide,
Yeah.
you'll see that there's a tapered edge on the side that faces the general public. So grabbing it with the tool from the outside is actually a little bit difficult.
Right.
Unless that tool...
Do you see how this installs, right? You see the collar is got 2 halves that screw together? So if you're outside and you have the real key, you interact with the lock plug. That's called the speedy key. If you happen to have any other tubular key ever, it won't interact with the tailpiece the right way. What it'll do with the application of a little bit of extra torque is just start unscrewing the whole mounting collar. So yeah, this is the slower key because you got to turn it a whole bunch of times. So there's your escutcheon hole lock.
Open.
Yay, open. But ultimately, beyond that, forget getting in.
Yeah, there's that was, you can hear the laughs there. You can hear, like, I think you can hear a person. The whole talk is amazing. I'll actually put the URL for the entire talk at Hope, Hackers on Planet Earth. I believe it was Hope 10 in there. Speaking of Hope, while we are going to go over a couple of more people and then end this, probably like, I want to end this before 1, but it'll be closer to 1. Yes, facepalm, press Fs for that type of fail. I want to bring up something special, someone who I've mentioned multiple times before, and that is whether it's a hobby or professional, you don't have to have one. I'm a lot of these to a lot of different people. If you're watching my show, I consider everyone who watches the show my students. But even though we have fun and you watch and you learn and stuff, I consider you all like my students, and I always love when my students improve. I know a bunch of you have bought lockpicking kits already just through the show, and a lot of you have started lockpicking and are getting better at it and have opened your first locks, are successful. I'm very proud of all of you for that, for real. But I have a mentor where I didn't learn my first lockpicking from him, but I was friends a long time with him before I learned locks, and he's been helping me the entire journey. You can thank him for the practice tubular locks, for why I could do the tubular lock episode, which is one of my favorite episodes. A lot of people tend to enjoy that, and I enjoyed teaching it. That was the first time I ever taught tubular locks, ever. And that is my mentor, Night Owl. There he is. Owl with the keyboard. He's also found as Night Owl, NITE0WL on Twitter. And he this year they had an election, and now he is one of the main board people at TOOOL. So congratulations to him. His life has been very busy. He is also, in the last couple of years, he's actually become he's forgotten more about locks than I ever learned in my life. Yes, he has drunk away. I honestly sometimes think, because I've lived at his old place, and I know how he drinks. This is something that's embarrassing. He drinks so much Stella's Arrows that you could literally, after a week, you could build an entire log cabin out of the empty bottles that he leaves. But I sometimes wonder if he drinks that much just to forget all the lock stuff, so that he has to relearn it again. Like that's I'm gonna quickly subscribe. For some reason I didn't subscribe. No, that's how brilliant he is, and he's truly brilliant. And I think, he has 1K subs, but I think he deserves a lot more. I mean, so look at some of these videos. Only 300, 100, barely 200. He deserves a lot more. So I'm going to, and I should be typing the names, but I'm going to go back in chat. We're going to watch 2 things from him. I'm actually going to type in Night Owl, my mentor. Yes, he is a very brilliant, nice person. He's at TOOOL tables, particularly he's at TOOOL tables on the East Coast. You can find him at, when they actually are physically there. He, like non-COVID, you can find him at, which will be interesting to see how it's going to be done this year. You'll find him at ShmooCon. You'll definitely find him at Hackers on Planet Earth, and a bunch of other places. And a short-statured man who's super Irish. I know his legal name, and people, if you found out, I'm not going to dox him, obviously, but if you found out his legal name, his name is the most Irish AF name ever. Like, it sounds like a fake alias for an Irish person. It's that level of Irish. And he was one of the few people, not only does he record videos, he does live streams. And because he, in his last place in particular, not only is he a practice locksmith in the state of New York and in New York City where he resides, but he used to live, as he described it, a ancient Faraday cage from the 1920s in a building. Yeah, it actually sounds more Irish than Loch Nessy. It's like Wifey McBeady type of name. It's amazing. I'm not going to dox him, but it's amazing. But he also used to, when he had time, more than a year ago, would live stream. He would live stream actively like the way I am now, although he's a lot better at it. And as you can see, he has way more locks and stuff than I currently do. Although, to be fair, my equipment is designed to only have all the necessary things for all the different subjects and to be portable. Like this is his place. He's also an active locksmith, so he does a lot of different things. And I want you to probably check out, he has a lot of videos. You should check out like almost all of his videos. He's next to an old push dial phone, like especially if you want to look up like older lock systems and to know the history of it, because he really knows the history of it. We're gonna get to that in a moment. I recommend looking at his videos, especially for older lock systems. But I'm going to play. Let's find a fun short video that we can play here. I have no idea what that siren was for. His left-handed picking. I'm trying to be a little bit ambidextrous because I'm right. Oh god, package from Johnny Xmas. Johnny Xmas, I was going to cover on here, but he's probably like one of our most famous hackers. He's also probably one of the better looking computer hackers, if I might be honest. Awesome, super awesome dude. Cat ears. I've supported many of his stuff. He supports a lot of my stuff. Johnny and I, except for this year because I got way too busy. I feel so bad about this. You'll usually find both me and Johnny Xmas working at the Radio Statler booth doing interviews and such. So, yeah. Oh, actually, let's combine my love of both phones, locks, and history of locks. Okay, all three things. And let's look at a fun piece of history, which is locks for rotary phones. So, take it away, my mentor, Night Owl.
Hi folks, so today I recently got a hold of a couple of these Unicam dial locks. It's not the only dial lock that I have, but it's the first one that I have that isn't in the original super old packaging and everything. And if you don't know what a dial lock is, then, well, let's take a look at this thing here. This is a Western Electric Model 500. These were introduced in the late 40s, early 50s or so. And the way they work is, you know, you stick your finger in the hole next to the number that you want to dial, and you do that. So here's dialing 0, 9, etc. And back then, you know, when these phones were sort of the standard, making a phone call was super expensive. So how do you stop people from making these super expensive phone calls on your telephone when either you're not around or you're in an office or something? Well, the answer is a dial lock. And if you notice, it's got this little disc-shaped cam, and it lines up with this circular section here, and then there's this little tab. And what you do is you put that circular section in the hole next to usually the number 1, and then you turn the key, and there you go. People can't even dial a 1, or they can almost dial a 1. Anyway, these are the keys for this particular one, and there's the lock affixed to that dial, and let's see if we can get into it. I mean, this thing is just an old wafer lock. Now, because this is a wafer lock, the keyway is very wide, but I've found that often taking one of each size of Peterson pry bar and putting them side by side will actually get you a pretty decent grip on these. So let's get that seated in there. Oh, come on. Just trying to stop it jiggling quite so much. You know, we're going to do it down here. There we go. And hopefully that won't move around too much. And I'm going to, for no particular reason, I'm going to use this thin Peterson short hook. We're going to reach in there. That's 3. Okay, 4 feels like it's resisting, and 4 feels like it's set. 5 isn't giving us anything, so back to 1. 2 is putting up a bit of resistance, so I think we're okay there. 3, 4, 5, still not giving us anything. Okay, and we've got a little bit of a false set going, I think. And 1, and we are free. So there you go. Very simple mechanism. It's only 4 or 5 wafers, I think. Here's the key again, and that looks like 5 cuts to me. There's a very short one right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you know, these locks served an interesting and useful purpose back in their day, but now it's just kind of a little bit of an oddity. But for those of you who have never seen something like this, and probably never will actually see one in use, there's a little explainer. So until next time, have fun, happy picking, and I hope you all have a great 2017.
And that was my mentor talking about a little lock oddity from back then with phones. Yep. In fact, funny thing about rotary phones is why back in the day people really hated if your phone number had a lot of 9s and 0s in it, because 1 through 3 is like and 5 is like like that, but 0 like 0 or 9 like 9 9 just saying no in German over again. 9 as a terrible the New Jersey writer and director Kevin Smith once wrote in a very embarrassing but funny joke, so much 9 it's almost 10. So now we're going to check out one other thing from now we're not going to watch the whole thing, but it's probably his magnum opus, like one of his magnum opuses, especially publicly. And I'm also going to tell you my history about this, because I'm not going to act like I took credit inventing this or making this, but there's a lot of people who contributed this, and I think the way I contributed to this is kind of unique and also shows that sometimes in order to be a good hacker, especially as in a hacker community, you have to be a good friend. And that a lot of times some of the things that actually get stuff done in the hacker community is not, which does help, but like insane coding, documentation, marketing, elite hacks, stuff like that, huge bug bounties. No, what sometimes will make the difference is just getting a hacker through a bad day, talking with them, drinking with them. As I say with locks, a lot of times if you're focusing a lot while lockpicking, you'll start to overtension and your hands will cramp. Just stop and take a break, or watch something like my program, like Master of Unlocking, which if you like this type of stuff, you can also hit follow, click like, the bell, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. If you do, I see notices for that and cheer you on, and also let you know when the future Master of Unlocking will come on, in which we're going to have 2 more episodes, because 3 more, another episode, because November goes on forever. October, thankfully, has an equal number of weeks, mostly. And the next one will be on the 18th, 2 days after our October 16th meeting. But yeah, if you watch a show like Master of Unlocking while you're lockpicking, or like a TV show, my mom did this. She would watch all of her shows, which was Walking Dead, Drag Race, and Homicide Hunter with Joe Kenda. I know, I had a very weird and cool mom. But when she lockpicked, she would watch shows or talk to someone like me or one of her friends on the phone, because when you're doing that, you're just kind of half focusing on the lock and you're not over focusing, so you're not cramping your hands and everything, and you're loose enough. That's why sometimes, although I don't recommend it often, that if you have like a half a beer or a beer and then lockpick, you'll probably be better at lockpicking, because again, you're not as tense, and then you end up like opening the actual lock. So I don't become an alcoholic in the sake for opening locks, but drinking some liquor, sipping some chamomile tea, listening to nice music, watching a TV program or a YouTube or Twitch TV or D Live show like mine, will help while you're lockpicking because it'll allow you to relax. And of course, if your hands cramp up, it's always good to take a break. You're not in like a crazy spy situation. Hopefully no one has a gun to your head, so you'll be able to do this stuff. But let me load this up and tell you this story. Should come up when to some degree when I type this in. Now, as you can see, it's shared by Devin Olam, because he's the head of tools. He was also really proud of this. This is one of his things. So let me pause this and tell you my fun little contribution to this whole thing. That's my friend Rob T. Firefly, fellow phone loser, one of the OG phone losers that kind of came in the second half. Phone Losers of America was a big phone freaking group. I'm just going to show you a piece of this, but I will post the entire video in chat. In fact, I'll actually do that right now. So Night Owl was spearheading for a couple of years, like I think about like 2, maybe 3 years. He was spearheading a project where him and a crap ton of other lock sporters and lock pickers, as they're going to say, we're going to see these 2 bits in the video. The TSA was so confident with their master keying system, their skeleton keys that ruled all the TSA keys. Never mind that the TSA keys are trivial to pick, but that when asked for TSA agents, because dead serious, TSA McDonald's employees are way more competent than TSA employees. I'm not kidding. And also probably smell better, but still, when they were asked about the keys, they were like, here, and would just show them, and people would take pictures of them, and they would just upload them to social media and stuff, because they literally thought that these keys were so, like, innumerable. This is also, again, the fallacy of lock. Oh, I put this padlock on my door, that means it's like Fort Knox now. That the TSA thought no one could ever duplicate them. And this is why we have a cardinal rule that we tell casual people, which is never post your keys on the internet. Never, ever, 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 ever have your keys in any photos, and never have those photos ever be put on the internet. Because, well, not only is someone who knows stuff, if they see a key, they could duplicate it. But let's see if I have this on my phone. I should. If not, I will eventually put it on here. Unfortunately, I don't have this on my phone, but there is a program. You might have seen kiosks for these at your local, like chain convenience store, like Walmart or Rite Aid or whatever, called, or like at Home Depot or something, called KeyMe. And what you can do with this app is you can take the image of any key. It's designed for your own keys. And at KeyMe, they automatically make a duplicate based on that image. So they source your key type from the image and then cut the bidding to what they estimate the image is, because now they know what the key blank looks like, and then mail it to you. So even worse, I could look at your key, buy the key blank, and file it with a professional cutter or hand file. I don't even have to do that. I can just process any image of a key that you put on the internet, almost any image, through KeyMe, and they will send me that key, and I pay like $8 or something, and that, boom, I have the key to your house, or I have the key to your car. And that's kind of what happened with the TSA. A group of LockSporters spearheaded by Night Owl, lockpickers of different types and backgrounds, and their supporters like myself at the time, were trying to duplicate the TSA keys, and especially try to mass duplicate them with the burgeoning format of 3D printing. And this pissed off the TSA so much. Now, here's the fun backstory about this. And I think this is all declassified now, but here we go. So I knew about Night Owl's project for years, and I was encouraging. I unfortunately didn't know lockpicking at the time. Actually, I've only been doing this for 3 years. This was many years ago. I think this was at least like 6-7 years ago. I was a lot younger back then with shorter hair. So he originally was going to submit this to ShmooCon. I've submitted to ShmooCon before. ShmooCon is a big computer hacker and security convention in DC, and I like ShmooCon from what I've seen. Although I do like every convention, I also have criticisms of it. I also have criticisms of DEFCON. Shoot me, Crazy Moon. And basically, long story short, he submitted it, and they rejected his talk. A friend of ours was throwing like a hotel room convention, because sometimes that happens. Sometimes hackers just get a big ass loft at a hotel, and at an old big hotel, and they invite like 20 to 200 people depending on how big the room is, and they just hold a mini convention where they have workshops all day and drink and party and listen to music, and people sleep overnight like what I did at this. And they what do you call it, and they do a limited amount of talks. There's like maybe 3 or 4 people that give talks, and that's the entire convention. It's only like a day or two. And Night Owl presented his portion of what would have been the ShmooCon talk at this thing, and it was really good. But boy, was he drinking, because he was really upset. Not only that ShmooCon rejected his talk, but he was worried that other people would go to like the news and stuff and get all the information that they worked on out before them, and no one would receive credit for it. And I was telling him, I was like, dude, I'm not on core staff at Hope, but I worked at Hackers on Planet Earth long enough. You're submitting to Hope, right? Submit it. Here's the thing about Hackers on Planet Earth, and this is true. If you submit it reasonably in you're talking a deadline, and your talk or workshop will piss off a major entity, Hope basically says yes. So, like, if you submit something that pisses off the FBI, bam, you're the keynote. I'm not even kidding. Oh, this is going to piss off the FCC, bam, you're at Hope. Like, that's what happens. So I'm like, you're going to piss off the entire TSA. And it's also a physical lock thing. Hope really highlights physical lock stuff. That tool, honestly, I mean, they have a good presence at DEFCON, especially this year virtually. But, like, tool is a major factor presence at Hackers on Planet Earth, because the U.S. division, if I remember correctly, was founded at Hackers on Planet Earth. So Hope always highlights lock content. Even this year virtually, which I was slightly disappointed in, but they did a good job with what they have. They highlight it. Not Tool, Hope. And, what do you call it? And so I told him, like, I'm going to... Yes, you're from Rhode... I was, so, doxing myself. I was born in Rhode Island. So, yeah, I heard that Rhode Island, I mean, there's still a lot of conservative up there, but, like, ever since, I haven't been to Rhode Island in years. I used to visit, and now when I look at Rhode Island, there's, like, transgender sex parties and giant tabletop gaming and like BDSM parties and lockpicking and stuff, and I'm like, should I move back to Rhode Island? Like, I was born in Rhode Island, and I like immediately went to New Jersey, and so I was mostly raised in New Jersey, which is why I'm like a naturalized local. And I visited Rhode Island a couple of times, but like Rhode Island, it's like, Rhode Island now has all the stuff that I like. But anyhow, and I encouraged him, and I helped him write some of the stuff for his submission for Hope and everything, and I told Hope staff, and they did accept it. And if they could add a keynote, this was keynote size. I was in the large room. It holds like 1,000 people. I think over 1,000 people. No, it holds 1,000 people, and it nearly maxed out to 1,000 people. It was like 800, 900 people. It was nuts, and I was like in one of the first 3 rows. I helped him bring up stuff, and I kind of was his half security when doing stuff. He also volunteers bits, and I volunteer a lot, so just not this year because everything was nuts. Anyhow, so basically he was in the dumps about it, and then I encouraged him, and then he did this, and he was on a bunch of news websites and New York Times and Time Magazine and stuff, and now he's kind of famous. Even though I think his YouTube channel should be viewed more, he kind of got famous overnight. And what I love now is when he goes to conventions, and especially at the lock meetings and the 2600 meetings and lock stuff for a couple of years, and he still kind of does. He has like groupies now, and he has like young women groupies that show up and are like, "Oh my god, I'm a huge fan." He like signs their stuff, and every time he gets like these like young kids or like hot women around our age and stuff go up, and like they're like excited to meet him. He's like this big celebrity. I always lean over to him and I'm like, I told you that submitting at Hope, that Hope would be a lot bigger than ShmooCon. You said you wanted to be famous, and now you're famous now. Be careful what you wish for. But I'm going to show you a piece of it. I'm going to show you a piece of them explaining what the TSA screwed up on, because we're going to do a whole TSA key thing in a couple of months, because to get the duplicates that I want in metal is going to take some time and money. But yeah, I'm going to show you a bit of why it is, and then just a little bit of Night Owl. Night Owl's the guy, huge guy with the guy with the beard, and he has big shades. And I guess we're going to go on for a half hour or more. And that's him. Johnny Xmas is the guy with the cat ears, super smooth talker. And then Dark Sim's the little brown guy. We do not talk about Dark Sim. in a future episode, I'll explain the whole situation about Dark Sim, but I'll put it this way. Dark Sim's Dark Sim's probably not the main reason why Tool has a code of conduct, but he is definitely an A reason with a capital A of why they have a code of conduct, among other things. But let's get some positives, and let's just watch them tear our TSA keys. I'll skip around and show you 2 bits. I also just remembered something where I'm going to show you one funny joke from Tool involving Night Owl, but here we go.
We're all set.
I think we're about set.
And to all you lovely people,
and the rest of you.
Quick thing to get out of the way. I know a lot of our previous panels, we've encouraged people to speak up whenever. We are really going to be trying to compress this into the time that we have. So please, we are going to do a Q&A and a hands-on session down in Lockpick Village as soon as we finish up here. So if you have questions, I know they burn in your chest, but please save them, go downstairs, and we will tell you everything that we can.
All right, should we do some basic intros of who we are?
Sure.
For those who don't know, who doesn't know who Night Owl is? This one guy. All right. I'm Johnny
dude
Christmas.
I was on stage next to.
I'm Johnny Christmas. I'm a penetration tester out of Chicago for Tradecraft Labs, part of Red Leg International. And I have been coming to Hope since H2K, so that's 16-ish years of Hope. This is my 9th Hope. I have always wanted to speak here, and this is my first time, and it's super exciting because I'm in like the big room too, my first time. So thank you so much, Hope, for changing my life. Without Hope, I would not be sitting up here at all, I guarantee it. So thank you, Hope.
One guy in the back is really being snide.
I'm glad he's
really
here.
lucky.
Thank you for being honest. Moving along.
Something like this becomes really, really important to protect those master keys. You cannot show them to anyone. You cannot let anyone get their hands on them. It turns out that the TSA really isn't good at information classification. Really, really not good.
I want to point out the date at the top of that last one, May 1st, 2008. 2008? That's 8 years ago. Yeah.
Over 8 years ago.
Not.
And nothing has changed.
And note that like all these pictures are different pictures. This is a dude showing it off to a camera.
This is literally a
Clearly
TSA
in a
officer
TSA shirt.
showing it,
Yeah.
showing it to a travel journalist to post on Twitter.
The leaks of these photos are very interesting because you see these pictures and there's obviously us in the community, we understand the severity of the impact of these keys. You know, you're taking a picture, you can replicate it somehow if you have the right know-how, knowledge, and understanding of technology, key control, bidding, and all that fun stuff. But the general public and mass media, they don't understand. They don't see that these pictures of these keys are a big deal, and it's slowly getting more and more to a tipping point where people are realizing why. This is why we're doing this.
Yeah, they're not understanding that it doesn't take 12 years of schooling to learn enough CAD to be able to recreate a 3D image from a picture.
Much less, you know, half an hour with a file. I want to particularly draw attention to this one all the way on my left, probably your right, I guess. That one, no, stop. This one was published in the Washington Post. It got copied out to a whole bunch of their affiliate papers, and it didn't get noticed for a while. And then as soon as a whole bunch of savvy physical security folks found it and started pointing out, hey, this is a really, really stupid idea, they went back and they replaced the photo on the original image with little black boxes over the tips of each of the keys.
Yeah.
Only on the Washington Post website.
Yeah.
Every single affiliate still has the original photo.
We got that one in here somewhere, I think.
Yeah, that one I think I actually copied off of the Herald or something.
Like, that's not how this works, guys.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so let's go through a few more terrible examples. So this
the
one,
Y11.
Yeah. This is the key to open any gas pump.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to access a gas pump, here's how.
There's a video we opted out of showing you, but it actually has the dude who owns the key showing it to the news reporter going, this is the key. This is the key that opens. Here, these are the keys that open every gas pump. Right in the camera. Shout out to Deviant. If you need an example key of anything.
Who needs to open a gas pump later today?
Yeah.
Anyone? Hands?
Who's taking a road trip back?
There you
go. This guy, you, here, throw him up. Here it comes.
All right. And now let's see another terrible example.
Gasoline. This is my personal favorite.
Yeah, the $8 key that can open New York City Terrace. Anyone who was here for Deviant and Howard's elevator talk last 2 years ago? Yeah? Okay. I think you might remember this one.
Yeah, this is my personal favorite because it was printed on the front page of the New York Post, like that big, and
literally half a page, half a page, beautiful dithering.
You could see, you could pull fingerprints off the image. It was incredible. And this came out way after all of the shitstorm of the TSA keys leak, where everyone now knew not to print pictures of your keys. New York Post, being the kind of publication that they are, was like, YOLO key drop.
Now, I do want to point out that actually this is about every 3 years or so, the New York Post rediscovers this.
Yeah.
So every
they
3
blow
years
their
or
own
so,
minds.
Yeah, it's like, wait, this is totally new.
It's just
We've
a running
never
gag for
published
us.
this before, except for 3 years ago when we did this exact same thing.
I imagine it's because they have to have insane turnover at such a crappy publication.
Yeah, probably.
Like every 3 years, it's a totally new staff, like top down.
It certainly can't help.
Someone's like, did you see these keys? Maybe we should print them. All right. Or they.
I just want to deviate. We're probably going to stream until 1:30, but thank you, Eric, for watching this. I know not everyone has nothing to do tomorrow like I do, but we're going to see a bit of this and go through a quick bunch of other people, and we'll be done. I just wanted to kind of highlight this. So let's see one more clip from this, and we're good.
Because he was really good at keeping this all up to date.
So this entire process was very interesting because I did some similar stuff like this at an
Is that nearly regardless of publication, and by the way, I'm speaking about mainstream media here, there are some really great tech-specific media out there, I'll call a few people out in a bit. So when I say the media, I mean the media, capital T, capital M, we all know who I'm talking about. What I found was that the content that's published in most places is rarely, if ever, fact-checked. All right, so let's get away from the whole 3D printing thing and get back to everything else and what's coming up.
Yeah. So we've 3D printed all these keys, right? There's nothing left to do. Well, remember how we talked about the two competing standards? All of those keys were made based on leaked documents from Travel Century that only covers their 7 key standards. And we don't, and also people don't all have 3D printers. I mean, yeah, there's Shapeways.
Preposterous.
I know, it's crazy. But also,
the CEO of MakerBot said by now every one of us would have one in our homes.
And amazingly, we still don't. But also, it's really expensive to buy printer time from a place like Shapeways or another service that prints it for you. So we fall back to classic techniques. You take some chunks of metal or plastic or something that you have to hand, you take some tools, and you cut and you file until it fits and it works. So what we tried to do, that is myself, Iron Geek, who I don't believe is here this weekend.
He is not.
Lots of other people. We did our best to identify and source these blanks using classic locksmithing and impressioning techniques. And then we just impression the shit out of these locks.
Yeah. And keep moving.
Yeah, keep moving. Yeah. So Safe Skies probably was feeling pretty smug about the fact that Travel Century just totally got their shit run.
Yeah, and there was never a leak of the Safe Skies key image.
Yeah, no, because, you know, they're special.
So Safe Skies is the lock we should all use then, because hackers haven't released that key, right?
Yeah, totally.
Okay,
Absolutely.
all right, noted.
Hackers totally do not have the key to Safe Skies.
Cool.
I am not being facetious at all.
At this point in time.
At this exact moment in time.
I might know 3 people.
Thereabouts, yeah.
But
yeah.
we can talk to them in a bit.
So what do we do if we can't find key blanks, though? Well, it turns out that you can totally go down to a hobby shop and buy something called sheet styrene. It's just polystyrene plastic in nice thin sheets used for model making. And it also is perfect with a bit of super glue for making your own key blanks.
Making a model of...
Making a model of a key. The hard way, which I also spent quite a lot of time doing,
I want to interject and say that when I used to work in the computer repair shop like 20 years ago, and I would break little plastic bits of cases for people's laptops. I would use this polystyrene and super glue method to manufacture replacement like support pieces to keep their hard drives and stuff. So
there's a lot of applications for this, but the other way is you find a key blank that is close and you file it down until it fits. So here's the thing, though. Safe Skies at first very, very intimidating. You know, they have actual like master keying. They've got wafers in each chamber, and it's super complicated. And I don't know whether they're using total position progression or some other or what master keying scheme they're using for this, because they have keyed and unkeyed locks. But it turns out that they did something incredibly stupid. They committed the cardinal sin of any master key system. They sold to the public keys that had master wafers and wafer locks, which took the exact same master key. This produces a lock that gives you the exact bitting of the master key.
Explain that in like encryption key terminology.
Is Matt Blaze in the house?
Sweet. Okay, never mind.
It's a lot easier for him.
Yeah.
But you can see, hopefully, yeah. So, okay, you know what? We're going to skip this. But hopefully you all understand the basic concept of master key.
You guys can give yourself an education on how master keying works. You get the gist.
I do have to give a shout out to David Nauer from Tool DC for those diagrams. He did great work.
Right.
So hopefully you can see all the photos down there. So how did we get the Safe Skies master key? Well, with physical access and no monitoring or control, we can get really messy. You take a non-master keyed lock, and you introduce a hammer or a Dremel tool or a crowbar.
Introduce.
Yes, you introduce them to each other, and they have great fun and make a big mess. And at the end of it, you have something similar to what's in the photo, which is a very simple, the plug of the lock with all the wafers in it. And as I slowly file that key down until it exactly fits, I can check exactly how far off I am on every single bit.
At that point, it's just guess, test, and revise.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, stick it in, try it, file a little more, stick it in again, file a little more, stick it in. And then so babies are made.
So the TSA, when all of these things happened, this was really much more in the media response section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is kind of like...
Well, yeah, the TSA was just like, no, this doesn't really matter. We only intended to lend our brand, our grandeur as a federal security agency to give you peace of mind that people weren't licking your toothbrush. And
well, but the bottom line was that the TSA said, "Hey, we're here to stop terrorists, and so this allows us to inspect your luggage. We have no interest in securing your luggage. We don't give a shit about any of your stuff.
We don't care.
And this
we do not care at all.
That's what they said. I'm paraphrasing it, but they came out and said, "No, we're not. Security is not our interest. It's
in short, they didn't care because it wasn't compromising their operational security.
Yeah,
right.
It was only compromising your personal illusion of security, as it were.
Exactly.
At the same time, they came
out.
and
If you just read between the fnords,
they
it's
came out
very
directly.
Clear that they are just saying, "We don't care about you, little people."
I don't even think you have to read between it. Like I think they're very direct.
they're pretty clear about it.
Yeah, they said that we had no interest in securing anything. We just needed to make sure we could bypass the security.
So, what about the future? Well, Stanton Concepts LLC wants to make the situation even worse.
I thought this is my favorite. This is hilarious.
This really is. This was when I was researching this. I was preparing this talk, and I came across this slide deck that Stanton Concepts had posted online.
He showed this to me, and I was just like, "Get the fuck
why
out of
they
here."
did this.
I thought this was a joke. I thought like somebody on Reddit made this as a gag.
This is serious. This is absolutely serious. This is a pitch deck from a major think tank to the TSA hey, you know, you've got all of these different keys, and it's a pain in the ass managing them, and your baggage screeners really just want to break shit. So
but I want to reiterate, this is a pitch deck. We didn't make this slide.
Not at all. I mean, we added the future little legend down that side there. That's it.
SCI made these slides.
Yeah, absolutely.
To convince the TSA to buy their idea.
Yeah. So SCI recognizes why this system is bad for the traveling public. Low security, no tamper indication. The keys have been copied.
Cool. Sounds good.
It's expensive.
Yeah. So how do we solve that, SCI?
How do we solve this problem?
Oh.
Well, we just make it so that the TSA has no incentive to not just cut your lock. In fact, we make that the master key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's literally just a nice big pair of diagonal cutters.
You're staring into the future, folks.
It is blinding.
Slides so they can have reasons.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
questions, too bad. Get them downstairs.
Yeah, we'll be at the Tool Village immediately after this.
Yell
we'll
at us
talk
on
to you
Twitter.
forever. Please yell at us on
There's
Twitter.
way too many lines
Yeah.
of disclaimers.
We'll post these
and
slides like we
thanks.
said.
Yeah, we're going to put
So,
before
hang on.
everyone runs away.
Wait, we had a thing.
Yes, we do have a thing. Hit it.
Hit it. I want like a drum roll. Everybody, can we get a drum roll?
And drop it.
Boom. Who knows what this is?
Anyone want to guess? This
Everybody
is
hold your keys up.
Safe Skies. If you got a
green
key, hold it up.
This is the final TSA key. Now all of them have been released. This is the Safe Skies
As
TSA
of
key.
exactly this moment, you have it.
We have all the measurements up in our slides. We will be posting the SDLT files where? The 3D files?
I don't know. It's to be determined.
Probably,
I know that.
Okay,
might get
Dark Sim's website on his timeline. He's going to be updating it as soon as he can. He will post links. You will get it.
Yeah.
You will have fun.
That's us. That's our Twitter handles. We will definitely be tweeting out locations of these slides as well as all of the files
soon
for the
as
Safe
we have
Skies
them,
key.
we will tweet them.
Yeah.
2 last things before you guys get out of here. We are looking for help on revising these things because the keys are not perfect. And if you want to see more about keys working in applications that they shouldn't, Howard and Deviant are going to be giving a talk tomorrow on the same subject. I think you said 3 p.m.?
Yep.
And
put the picture of the key up real fast?
Make it computer.
That one.
That one?
No.
Oh, you want that one?
That one,
Okay.
that one.
Yeah.
We think we know what that key is. It's an industry key, possibly.
Excellent.
The
Deviant
master
said
key is an industry key.
Deviant said he
better.
thinks he knows what that key is. So.
They didn't even make their own master key, possibly.
Come to the talk tomorrow.
Yeah. So,
Deviant has some
with
ideas.
just a couple minutes over, if you want to see more of this, if you want to yell at us, whatever, follow us down to the mezzanine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you
also
guys.
you
It's been
can
a
yell at
great
us.
audience.
So yeah, that was the infamous TSA key talk, and there's been more developments from there. They're still expensive to buy them flat out for metal, but you can buy them for $400 and under. You could also get them 3D printed in metal instead of plastic, unlike back in the day. And now we're just going to rapid fire go through a bunch of other awesome people and then wrap this stream up. So the first one I'm going to go to is Dark Arts Lockpicking, which now we're going to subscribe to. We follow them on Instagram. They also do a lot of reviews. Again, about over 1K, 1.5K subscribers. They upload videos every couple of days, like at least once a week. And they cover so many different topics here. And he also covers a lot of locksmithing type of stuff here. I'm gonna mute this just for my state of mind. And I just like it, like the Dark Arts lockpicking. And he has this like cool display here, and look at these, like he has all the picks stood up and everything. So he's really neat. Another person who has a YouTube apparently. I didn't know they had that on Instagram that we follow. Is Lockpicking Dev. So yeah, this is I think that's my that's the other co-founder. I'm going to be ending this soon. Oh, he's been picking locks outside now? Holy crap, he's been picking, or at least showing off locks outside. I guess that's his new hook now. Oh my god, he's been lockpicking outside by the lake near him. Holy crap. Okay, that's new. So I guess that's his hook now. Let's see some of the other people here. Some of these we've tagged. On Instagram, he is known as Prototype Lupo, but his channel is Born Show. He's, I believe, he's from Germany. So I think he only speaks in German. So if you ever want to follow a European lockpicker and one in a different language from yours, there you go. That is this awesome dude. Let's see some others. We're gonna search on here. We might actually go to Instagram in a second. This is a good Instagram one. Hope I typed this correctly. There's a lot of lockpick Instagrammers, and there's a lot who make their own lockpicks or custom lockpicks. So this person you would actually have to directly message on Instagram, but he creates, and it won't let me do that, but he creates his own mask, he creates all sorts of different custom picks, really cool stuff. If I remember correctly, I believe he, this is why I hate Instagram on desktop. He creates, he created I think he's at least one of who created the crucifix pick, which is a lockpick that is in the shape of a cross. And I always think that's awesome. Let's find some others here. This guy has a YouTube channel, but let's go to his Instagram to follow it. He has a really cool, unique lockpicker, LockSport name for a LockSporter, which is Plug Spinner. He's in New York, I believe in New York State. He covers many different types of locks. Things I've noticed in common about a lot of people in LockSport. Everyone has giant hands. I have like tiny, thin Donald Trump hands. I have like girl wrists and stuff. I feel like I'm the only LockSporter that has that. Also, most people focus on hands instead of faces. I'm actually going to tell you while I go check out his YouTube channel why I always intro and end with my face, and sometimes I do episodes like this where most of the time you see my face. And the exact reason, and I kid you not, is because, and we'll actually go in a moment to someone that's like this. I am obviously, maybe not so obviously, a person of color. And it is actually uncommon. When you go in groups, you find mixes of people. You find people of all different shades of colors, different sexes, sexualities, etc., backgrounds, countries, creeds, political beliefs, especially political beliefs. But it's actually rare, particularly online, to find people of color. Most of lockpicking, a good amount of it is male, and a lot of it is predominantly white. So one of the reasons why I do this is, despite me not being the most expert, biggest lockpicker ever, is I want to show people, and I've had people comment on this, especially when they show up to meetings or watch this channel, of like, oh wow, there's actually like brown people who do this, and yes, there are. And some of us are actually decent at it, like myself. And that's why I always, unlike a lot of them who you'll never know unless you go to a lock convention what their face looks like, mainly for legal and privacy, personal reasons. I show my face, and I definitely show my hands, because I think if you look at my hands, especially how pale I've been indoors from avoiding COVID, you might think that I'm like a white person with kind of a semi-dark tan or whatever. And once you see the afro and more color in my face and stuff, you realize that I'm not. And so I'm kind of doing this semi-obnoxiously to let people know, as SJW sounding that this sounds, that, and you know, I want to see more people that look like me male, woman, non-binary, or otherwise. I want to see more brown people actively doing this, and that's why I'm kind of putting myself out there, because I've learned a long time ago when it comes to hacking, even though there's now blacks in security and stuff like that, that's an actual group. I often, and that's one of the things when I meet up in blacks in security, we all talk about how often we are the token black person in our group, and I've realized that, you know, whether you're black or LGBT or a woman or anything, if it's not in your area, sometimes you have to do the hard thing and start something yourself, and then the representation will come. This is really cool. They have their own website, but I want to show off. It's called 3D LockSport. And what they do is you can buy, and you might be able to download the schematics, but you can buy and pitch cool 3D printed stuff to aid your lockpicking. So they don't make, even though those exist, like 3D printed locks and stuff. Instead, what they do is they print things that will assist you with locks and lockpicking. I don't know if this is going to load properly. Here we go. So they sell like these cool organization stands that are 3D printing. I might get that, even though it's a little pricey. They sell, you can line up your leashes. They sell custom, you can make custom pinning trays. I'm going to look into this, and you can put your logo up there and your name. And what's really cool that's helpful is if you get those little like training lock cores. These are annoying to hold in your hands for extended periods of time, which is why Sparrows went for these cases that look a lot more like a normal padlock with similar widths and dimensions. So what you can do if you have those cores, and I'm going to look into these, is you can buy these 3D printed containers that you can slide the cores into. The actual pin and tumbler core, and thus you will be able to hold them and grip them easier. It's a lot less strain on your hands, so you can focus less on your hand cramps and more on the picking. And last but not least, which I think to start off with, is making custom 3D. Oh, they make bump hammers that are 3D printed. That's neat. That's new. And of course stickers. And what they do, I don't think that's 3D printed, but I think that's just like a padlock with their brand on it. But no, and maybe I'll give out gift cards in the future. We'll see. But yeah, no, what they do is they make custom, like you can get these plastic handles and stick any metal lockpick in them, and thus they're more comfortable to hold. So yeah, that's 3D LockSport. And then I'm gonna see if I missed any. Let's see if I missed any. I should call out because there's so many. There's so many online. Here's one. We're gonna go through like 3 more maybe. D1 Evers LockSport. I should be posting these URLs in the chat, but hopefully you'll be able to see them on the screen. So this is D1 Evers LockSport, or Devers LockSport. He's also a fellow cool lockpicker person. I'm gonna go to his YouTube channel. Oh, I'm already subscribed. He shows a lot of cool things. Again, I'm not showing everybody, because that would be impossible. I'm just going to show like all the cool boys and girls. There is one lockpicker who happens to be a woman that I know is on here, but I can't remember where they are. Let me see if I can find them real quick. By the way, in chat, before we end the stream, if anyone has any questions, if you can't hear me, or if I'm too loud, or you want me to clarify something or go over something we just learned, please let me know. I'm all ears and eyes for this. Let's see, is there anyone that we missed here? No, I'm seeing the same repeated names. Let's try one more and see if something pops up. We're just going to go directly to one I'm going to type in. We're going to only look at 2 more, because unfortunately I can't find the awesome lady lockpicker right now, but I almost forgot this is what he is. This is probably, he's a lock sporter, but he's also a lot into prepping. And he runs special projects community, and so he's like a survivalist, but and I think he's also like ex-military or something, but he covers a lot of different stuff. He's also a fellow a person of color, an African American, so respect to him. And he's a really nice person, and especially if you're looking for a person of color who has a military background, which unfortunately I can't click and expand here. I think this is his girlfriend he likes to show off. And you also want to learn like some survival techniques on the side while learning actual lockpicking and bypassing that will actually work and is not just like bypassing, like just like the crappy way that I see a lot of survivalists try to teach lockpicking. Skypire Actual is a cool Instagram to follow. And last but not least, which we will cover here, and I can take off my headphones for this, is something I'm going to tease about a future episode. Oh, two more. We had 2 more videos. There is an awesome person named Scott Barrett, and he sent Frosty here. I'm going to subscribe to. He has made a lot of different things, and Scott makes a lot of stuff for sparrows, and this is him sending over like these cool custom lockpicks that he made for a friend. I'm going to pause that video. There's also Joss Wayers, who is a lead in there's actually competitions for impressioning locks, how fast and accurate you can impression a lock just by looking at it or just by having the tumbler core and figuring it out. I'm actually going to put that link in the because we don't have time for it right now, because I definitely want to end soon since we're past the 1:30 mark. You can go check him out. Just search Joss, J-O-S, W-E-Y-E-R-S. And he also has an interview on UK Bump Tools, and he has a bunch of different talks about lockpick impressioning. When we do impressioning and cutting our own keys, as you can see here with like hand files and stuff, we will go back to him. And then last but not least, because everyone will yell at me if I don't bring him up, the OG guy from Sparrows, one of the first with Sparrows. He has an old channel, and he's immortalized by a set that Sparrows makes. Actually, I should go to Sparrows themselves. He's immortalized in a set that Sparrows makes for lockpicking. It's a really beefy set. If I can find it here somewhere. Maybe it's in advance, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I scrolled past it by accident. Let's find out. Should be down here, yeah. The Wizwazzle set. They have a lot of picks in this set. It comes with all the Sparrows picks, and then it has tension wrench and some odd shaped picks that you don't normally find in the other sets, because it's something that Wizwazzle himself has done. And Wizwazzle is a long time LockSporter, and he's honestly probably one of the first LockSport tubers. He's a lock tuber, one of the OGs. As you can see, his last video he uploaded 10 years ago. So ever since he started truly working for Sparrows, we haven't seen him in a while. I hope he is okay. You can see this comes before the infamous overhead videos. Oh, 6 months ago. Okay, he's still uploading. He actually, wow, he just uploaded 6 months ago randomly. Holy crap. So he still is, I guess, alive. Good for him. It's holy crap. It's the OJ YouTube lockpicker. Miss you, brother. I have to comment on one of his videos in the future. So I guess he's going over his ginormous lock collection. But a lot of his early videos predates like people realizing the over the camera looking down at your hands thing. So you can see semi-adapting that with his crazy tattoos. That's a lot of locks. Eventually, like after a couple of years, if you're really into this, and if you're really either training yourself or teaching like hardcore, like LockSport, you would eventually get like a crazy lockpick collection here. Obviously, you realize he's really into motorcycles, so he'd probably do well with GI Jack. But yeah, his videos are so old. He often recorded in front of the camera, like in this angle, kind of like I'm doing it right now, because we weren't dealing with a lot of locks. Normally, I do it like everyone else, which is an overhead, although I do angle the camera up to see my face occasionally. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight Wizwazzle, and if you want to get some of his crazy bent tension wrenches and stuff, you can get the full set by ordering them from Wizwazzle himself. And last but not least, as a little preview for what's to come, there's a group I've been talking to, LockSport group, that I want to bring up. If I can find where I put the page. Here we are. Nope, that's not it. Hold on, they are here somewhere. Here we go. Lockpick AR. The AR stands for Argentina. They are obviously an Argentinian lock group, similar to how Tool US was formed during, I think it was Hope H2K, if I remember correctly, which was, I think, like the fourth Hope, like third or fourth Hope. I think it's the third Hope. Wait a second, Beyond Hope. Yeah, it's third Hope. So either the third or fourth Hope, that's where the U.S. division of Tool formed. Lockpick AR formed around Echo Party, which is a giant security and hacker conference. It's the biggest one. It's one of the biggest ones in Latin America. It actually might be the biggest one in Latin America. And it's definitely one of the big. It's one of the biggest. It's the biggest one in Argentina and Buenos Aires, where Echo Party is. Echo Party actually just happened. Unfortunately, I was so busy that even though it was entirely online, I didn't get a chance to go. So Chirel, if you look up Echo Party, EKOPARTY, they made all the videos public, and they have a lot of villages. They're very much like, they're like the mid-section between Hope and DEFCON. They don't really have mini-cons, but they have a lot of villages. Another common thing that the Argentinian hackers do is they're very big on war driving, so every year they rent a bus that's tricked out with electronic equipment just for people to get in and war drive around Buenos Aires. But they do have a lockpick group, and they focus on single pin picking, bypasses, and alarm systems. And of course, they were at Echo Party this year. Again, like I said, they're online. They have their own space here. And what was really neat, and these are some of the people that are involved, is that, and of course I didn't translate this from Spanish earlier, they held this online in 2020, and they also had a CTF about, it was only alarm systems, so it wasn't physical locks, but they had a LockSport CTF online, which I thought was impossible, but they somehow made it work. Anyhow, the reason why I'm not going to go in depth to them is because I don't know if this is going to be the next episode, but in the future, I am going to have them on the show, and it's going to be the down camera. I'm going to be picking locks, and whether by voice or by video, we're going to bring some people from Lockpick AR on the show, and it's going to be one of the first group of lock. My goal is in the next couple of months, I'm going to be interviewing all the different people from around, and hopefully eventually my mentor Night Owl, and we'll do a dual stream, as well as show you how I've taught friends of mine. I'm going to teach friends of mine who have never picked a lock before, in person or online, to pick locks, from gamers to supermodels to politicians. That's going to probably be one of the biggest hooks on my channel. Is I'm going to teach. You're going to watch me teach people who normally have nothing to do with lockpicking how to pick locks, and I'm also going to interview some of the people you saw in here and other people you may have never heard before in the local scene and abroad about lockpicking. So in a future episode, Lockpick AR might be the next episode. Next episode we either might do disc detainers, bypasses, or this, but in the next like 3 episodes, Lockpick AR will be the first group that I'm going to interview, and we're going to talk about LockSport and about them being Argentines in locksporting and how they formed and what makes their country different from other countries and all that sort of stuff. So that's why I'm going to leave with that sort of tease. That's an episode that, I always say that there's a lot of episodes coming soon, but this one's coming real soon. Anyhow, that was my very bootleg episode of Master of Unlocking. I know we didn't really do much in locks, and you didn't get to see the sexy overhead cam and crazy stuff, but all that stuff is coming in the mail. My Sprouse disc detainer is going to come on Wednesday, and which you can't buy again anymore, so that's going to be nice. And more stuff is coming soon. Again, some of the stuff in the near future is I'm going to focus on bypasses. There's going to be a whole thing, not all the bypasses, but a bunch of common bypasses, especially for padlocks. I'm going to be covering disc detainer lockpicking and dimple lockpicking, and then certain topics come up, we're going to cover them. But that was it for Master of Unlocking. Again, if you really like the show, if you want to see G.I. Jack, our co-founder's upcoming show about Arch Linux and gaming, Archfile Linux Perspective, this Thursday. My other show, Crypto Barons, next Saturday. His show's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My other show, Crypto Barons, is going to be this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're trying to do these Halloween shows. I was going to try to do a Halloween theme for Master of Unlocking, but that didn't quite happen, although running out of content is scary in of itself. But in Crypto Barons, we're going to have 2 episodes of Halloween-themed ones, and the first one's going to be called It Came from the Dark Web, and we're going to look at cryptocurrencies, how they're used on the dark web, and cryptocurrencies that are entirely piped through the dark web such as Tor and I2P. And that's going to be this Saturday. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then, of course, the next episode of Master of Unlocking, no matter what of the 3 topics I told you we're going to do, probably Lockpick AR, but we also might do bypasses, we'll find out, is on October 18th at 8 p.m. And our meeting, which that happens 2 days after our meeting on October 16th, and our meeting is super huge. I'm going to give you a hint of something we're going to do. We're going to be doing a Hacktober CTF during the meeting, and then the day after, we're going to do a special live stream where we're going to bring our myself, co-founder G.I. Jack, Kusanagi, who is a person who's really big interacting in the CTFC and the Hack in the Box stuff, and other hackers to come on and help try to crack using the Hacktober CTF under the DEFCON 201 team on CTF time. So that's going to be really cool. So like I said, I'll see you next Master of Unlocking on the 18th. I will see you on my next show, which is Crypto Barons this Saturday at 8 p.m. And, of course, on October 16th will be our big meeting. I can't wait to see that. And we might have a few surprises along the way. Anyhow, that's it for Master of Unlocking. I hope you learned a bunch about the lockpicking community and that brief interlude where we had a completely new person and where to start. I hope you check out everyone's stream. If you're very interested in our stream, you can click that bell, like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. Especially if you do it during our show, I see them popped up. If you're on Twitch, stay around for a little bit because we are going to raid another person's stream. In fact, I'm going to look for that stream now. I'm going to reload the follow page and look for a stream. Let's see, Max is streaming. We usually default for Woke if we can't find anything. Yes, Charlie, thank you for watching. Let's see here. Shiloh's watching the protest. Let's see. I think we're gonna go for broke and watch Woke. I'm a poet and I don't know it, and I rhyme every time. So at this stage, I'm going to move myself. I'm going to get rid of the browser. And I'm going to move my tiny butt over here and make myself super huge, just like the ladies like it. Here we go. There we go. So now you can see all of me. This is what I look like up close with all blemishes and everything. So let me move the logo back into this corner here. And again, that was our show. If you want to find out more about us at DEFCON 201, you can go to defcon201.org. You can also follow us on Twitter at DEFCON201NJ and share all of our stuff around and follow us on social media on Instagram and GitHub and stuff by either typing DEFCON 201 in DuckDuckGo or going to our website, defcon201.org. And we're also on the Mastodon on hostducks.social. And you can find all of our social links there. Anyhow, that was it for Master of Unlocking. I hope you enjoyed this. I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. Dirty Jersey represent. Actually, I did this in verse. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey represent, and I'll see you on October 18th for the next episode of Master of Unlocking. Peace. And stay around for Twitch. We're going to invade a stream.